Welcome back to the party. Here we are, just chilling, basically. And yeah, waiting for some guests to come for our live to begin eventually. In the meantime, we could listen to some music. Basically, we're just getting ready for the redemption that's going to happen soon through the Messiah. And it can happen through just spreading the word and doing good deeds, etc. Mainly just getting the word out there. Once the idea of Mashiach reaches the world, and like at least the teachings of the Baal Shem Tov, I mean, people could just get together and bring it, basically. So let's make it happen. Here, let's just put some music on in the meantime, if I could find it. Here. How's this? Oh man, I actually pressed the button. Anyway, in the meantime, while we figure out what to say, you guys could come up as a guest. And while I'm trying to invite people to come up, here's some guests. Oh, welcome back. It's been a long time. A few hours, at least.
It's been forever.
I know. Tell me about it. I don't even remember how long it's been. It's been so long. But yeah, welcome back, as I say. And by they, I mean me.
Right. What do you want to talk about?
That is a very interesting question. I could talk about random stuff, or we could talk about what you want to talk about. I don't know, what would you like to talk about?
Honestly, I don't really have a topic on my mind. I got grapefruit in my hand.
Nice. Grapefruit is interesting. I don't know, we could go through Chumash in today's Parsha, theoretically. Shoftim.
Bereshit 17 through 18, what we were reading yesterday.
Oh, I wasn't thinking that specifically. I was thinking of Deuteronomy 17, if that's what you meant.
I meant Deuteronomy, yes.
Same idea, deep down. Yeah, if you want. I mean, in Chabad, they have like a custom to read like a part of the Parsha that corresponds to the day of the week, because there's 7 readings, one for each day of the week. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. Today's reading starts on Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 14. Interestingly,
You said 17th verse 14?
Yeah. I guess I'll read Hebrew and then English and switch off. Yeah, let's see here what it say. Kisavo el haaretz. Asher Adonai Lahecha nozilach v'yirashta v'yashavta ba v'yamarta asima alai melech k'chol goyim asher v'yosai. When you come to the land the Lord your God is giving you, and you possess it and live in it, and you will say, I will set a king over myself like all the nations around me. Interesting. So it's talking about the Jewish people appointing a king for themselves.
Into the land the Lord your God has assigned you, and take possession of it and settle in it. You decide, I will set a king over me and do all the nations about me. So yeah, I would say that Israel is talking about God being the king.
You think God is being the king, not a human?
Well, I mean, we didn't exactly have a king at that time, right?
Well, it says when they come to the land, after they entered the land, after Moses, seemingly.
Yeah, but even after they entered the land, they didn't have a king.
What about King Saul, King David?
Well, I mean, that came later. I mean, Joshua was still, leading. And then you had the Shoftim, Devorah, Gideon.
Yeah, they came earlier. I think the commandment's just saying, like, when you come and at a future time when you decide to put a king over yourself. Not necessarily right away, I don't think.
Okay, as I'm reading further, I stand corrected. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the next verse, as you say.
I will set a king over me as do all the nations about me. You shall be free to set a king over yourself, one chosen by the Lord your God. Be sure to set as a king over yourself one of your own people. You must not set a foreigner over you, one who is not your kinsman.
Right. So yeah, it seems like it's talking about like a Jewish person who's like a king, I guess, theoretically and practically.
I would hope it's an Israelite.
Yeah. I think, though, I'm not an expert in Tanakh, but wasn't there someone named Agrippus who was like not a Jewish king, or he was like a convert or something, and maybe there was some controversy with that? Or I don't know if you know about that.
Agrippus?
Yeah, no, I have to review it.
I can't remember off the top of my head. Agrippa.
Yeah.
Agrippa. And he was Greek.
Agrippa, maybe. Yeah. But was he like a king of Israel at the time? And was there like I think maybe there's an issue with that or something?
No, I think he was... Hold on. 1 second.
All right. For those of you just joining us, we're just reading through Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse starting at verse 14 for now, because this is a daily section of the Chumash, of the 5 books of Moshe, that the anyway, go.
You're
back.
thinking
Welcome.
of Herod.
Herod, yeah, maybe.
Herod's father was Edomite.
And he was the king of the Jews at the time?
Yeah, he converted to Judaism, and then Herod became the king.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, the Talmud mentions something about like him kind of being upset, or as a king, like reads the Torah, but then like he reached this part of the Torah that said that he should appoint a king from your brothers. Then he was like crying, one of the brothers or something.
Well, here's the thing, though. His father converted from being an Edomite to an Israelite. So would that still qualify him as a king?
His father converted from being an Israelite to an Edomite? Wait, one more time. Can you repeat that?
No, his father was an Edomite, but he converted to Judaism. And then...
Okay, what about his mother?
Herod is the son, and he was the one that became...
Man, I have a lot of smoke here.
So wouldn't he
Herod is the son. What about his mother? Was his mother Jewish?
I think his mother...
There's smoke. That's pretty brutal. Anyway, what was that?
I think his mother was, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
But this wasn't.
Yeah, I have these headphones on. I can't remember something.
This wasn't Tanakh. This was during the Hasmonean dynasty. This was the end of the Hasmonean dynasty.
That was after Tanakh was written, or that was before?
It was after.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. But what about Agrippa? That was during Tanakh times?
Well, I mean, Herod was from the house of Agrippa.
Oh, interesting. Maybe it was the same person.
Was there ever an Israelite king, a non-Israelite king that ruled over Judea? I mean, theoretically, there have been kings that have conquered Judea and have ruled over it. I would say that they were appointed by God or the people.
Yeah, was there like a Jewish king that ruled over the Jewish kingdom though, like over the base of Mikdash and stuff, or that the Jewish people accepted upon themselves as a king?
Shlomo, Hezekiah.
Yeah, but those are Jewish kings, right?
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't think there were any foreign kings that were picked to rule over Israel.
Right. Maybe the controversy was when Herod was not descended from King David, I think, but I'm not so sure about that.
Wait, but weren't the Hasmoneans technically Levim or Kohanim?
Kohanim, maybe they were, but Kohanim were still not descended from King David, technically.
Well, I'm talking about the Maccabees. Because not only were they kings, but they were Kohen Gadolim as well.
Interesting. Were the Maccabites kings, or they were just some kind of leader?
They were both. I mean, they had family members that were kings, but they also had family members that ruled as Kohen Gadolim.
Interesting. So they were priests and kings, I guess.
Which I kind of find weird, because remember, Bereshit does say that the scepter of leadership shall not leave the house of Yehuda.
Right. Yeah, so it seems like only... I mean, I guess since Shaul, I guess, I'm not sure. I don't think Shaul was from Yehuda, was he?
No, he was Benjamin.
Benjamin, interesting. I guess after him, the scepter didn't leave... besides for the two kingdoms, I guess. I don't know, I have to learn more Tanakh. What happened with the two kingdoms of Yeravam? He was from Joseph, or he was from Ephraim or something? I'm not sure if you know about that.
He was from Ephraim.
Right, interesting. So I guess that was when the split happened. Interesting. But,
wait, Yeroboam? The son of Shlomo?
Navat. No, I think it was Yeravam, the son of Navat or something. He was one of the most evil kings in history, officially.
I thought he was the son of Shlomo. I thought he was Ben Shlomo.
I'm not sure. I'm thinking of Yeravam. I think he was not descended from Shlomo. But I haven't learned the Tanakh so much in depth after learning it, actually.
I'll be back. 1 second.
All right.
I'm just going to look this up.
All right. Sounds like a plan. For those of you just joining us, we're just going through Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 14, which is the weekly Parsha. And there's a custom that was mainly publicized by the sixth leader of Chabad, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, to learn a little bit of the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses, every day that corresponds to the day of the week. Because every Parsha, every main section of the Torah is divided into seven readings. The Jewish people read in the synagogues a little bit of the Torah each week, and that little bit of the Torah is called the Parsha. And the Parsha is divided into 7 parts for 7 days of the week. Yeah, welcome back. Speak easy.
So you were right. It is Jeroboam, Ben Nebat, and then I was thinking of Rehoboam was the son of Shlomo. He ruled the southern kingdom.
Yeah, I haven't learned them so much depth. It's just quoted sometimes, vaguely what it talks about. Him. But yeah, I guess the general idea of the leadership was from King David. So yeah, it's interesting. It's like a commandment for the Jewish people to put a king upon themselves. I guess what is the commandment? It's saying when you want to appoint a king, then you should only do it from the brothers, I guess. But
But it has
not
to
clear.
be chosen by God, though, because it says here, you shall be free to set a king over yourself, one chosen by the Lord your God.
So is the commandment to not choose just anyone, but to only choose one that I guess a prophet would choose?
I think God would choose, and the prophet would be the messenger there, just advocating on behalf of God.
Right. So I guess the commandment itself seems to be not to appoint a king who's not chosen. But it doesn't say that there is an actual commandment to make a king at all. It just says if you want to appoint an if you say that I will appoint a king for myself like all the nations around me, then it should be one that Hashem chose. But it doesn't say that you have to actually appoint a king, interestingly. Just some thoughts.
But after we went into the land, we didn't exactly have a king for the first
Right,
generation.
not an official king. It's debatable if Moshe himself was considered a king. It's in some ways, and I guess by extension Joshua, even though they weren't technically king in the same sense, but
They were anointed leaders of Israel. That's all I will say about them.
interesting.
I don't feel comfortable calling Moshe a king.
Yeah. Well, I think in the what's the source for that? What is in the end of Deuteronomy? It says, "Vahi b'shurun melech." There will be, or grammatically, you could also say like there was a king in Yeshurun. I think the commentaries say that refers to Moshe talking about himself. Let me try to find the reference to that actually. Vahi b'shurun melech. That's at the very end of the Torah, I think. Like the last portion.
But he didn't settle in the land, though.
Yeah, he wasn't a king in the land, but still a king over the people, I think, based on that verse. Let me try to find the original reference. I think it's in the last chapter of Deuteronomy, but I'm not sure exactly. No, before that. Yeah, I think chapter 33 Deuteronomy, but I'm not sure exactly. Well, he was a king in Yeshurun whenever the sum total of the people were gathered, the tribes of Israel will gather. So that's that's chapter 33 in Deuteronomy, verse number 5. Oh no, actually, never mind. Rashi says that refers to Hashem himself being the king. I thought it was referring to Moshe.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna throw my stuff.
But that's referring to Hashem being a king. But I always thought it was referring to Moshe himself. But oh well. Hi, welcome, Daniel, in the comments. Feel free to come up as a guest if you have any questions or anything. Right now we're reading the daily portion of the 5 books of Moshe, the book of Deuteronomy. Every week the Jews read a certain section of the Torah in the synagogue called the Parsha. And the Parsha is divided into 7 different sections. During the synagogue service, the Jews call up 7 different men to read from a certain part of that Torah section on Shabbat, on Saturday. But the week leading up to that, there's a custom that was publicized by the previous leader of Chabad, which was also known beforehand, to learn those sections that are read on Shabbat during the weekday, because on Shabbat there's 7 sections and there's also 7 days of the week, so it makes sense that each of the sections should correspond to a different day of the week. And right now we're in Monday of the week of the parsha called Shoftim, which is the section of Deuteronomy, starts chapter 16, that talks about the commandment for the Jewish people to appoint judges and the Jewish judges and Jewish police officers in all the land to enforce the law of the Torah. And now we're in chapter 17, verse 14, where it talks about the commandment for the Jewish people to appoint a king and the different laws that apply to a Jewish king. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back.
Anytime, especially when you're actually back.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that other verse I was thinking of in the end of Deuteronomy, that was referring to Hashem being a king. So I'm not sure what the source of Moshe being a king is. I thought it was that verse, according to some commentaries, but not Rashi, I guess. But anyways.
Well, if I remember correctly, in Shemot, it specifically said that he called himself a messenger, that he brought forth a message from the Most High.
Which part of Shemot? That was talking about during the Exodus or after?
It was around the time that
like
he said
while it was happening?
Yeah.
Interesting. Right. Now I was thinking like after Mount Sinai, maybe he became a king then, but I'm not sure. I always thought that other verse was referring to him being a king, but I guess not, according to Rashi at least. But anyway, so I mean, yeah, these two verses in Deuteronomy chapter 17, 14, 15 about a king. There's a lot of deeper meanings about like why the Jewish people need a king, etc. If they could technically just exist without a king. I mean, it's physically possible, but there's like an extra advantage to having a king. It's not only like a military ruler, but also like a spiritual leader. It says in another place, in order that it says you have to have a king in order to have his fear upon you. I'm not sure where it says it actually, but I think.
Here's the thing: like when I read the story of Moshe, there are 4 specific roles I think of when it comes to Moshe. One is being a prophet, a Navi of God. Sorry, trying not to say the Yod Hey Baz Hey. I know how rabbinic get when that happens.
Yeah.
We say it because it's just like it's there. So, but anyway, the second role is the lawgiver. He gives us the laws that God gave us. The third would be as a leader, but a leader in itself is not inherently like a king or a president or a prime minister or anything. And then the fourth is a mediator because he mediates between Yisrael and the Most High.
Interesting. Mediator. What do you mean mediator? Like someone who argues on behalf of the Jewish people?
Yes.
Right. Makes sense.
Like the Israelites during Moshe's time were governed by, a theocratic system where God was considered the ultimate ruler, and Moshe, was a prophet and a leader for the people. So he's kind of like not necessarily a prime minister, but there's like the owner of the business and the CEO of a company.
Yeah. So you think that's not a king? It's just like a CEO would not be a king necessarily.
I mean, when we think of king, we think of, the crowns, the ceremonies, the coronations, kings are different across cultural systems. So to suggest that he's a king, it's a stretch for me. But I can see how some people could interpret that. But remember, Israel was still a tribal system. While Moshe was the authority over all the nation, there was still a tribal system. It was kind of like a loose confederation of tribes with a single leader, if you think about it.
During the kingdom time, you mean, well, or before?
Before the kingdom.
Before that. Like during the times of the judges, etc.
Yes.
There was someone wrote in the comments, "Hey Daniel, you want to come up? You can." After Jechoshnia's curse, I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is? Jechoshnia's? I'm not sure who that is. You see in the comments? I don't know. Does anyone still sit on the throne of David? Well, according to the Talmud, the leaders of the rabbis in the exile, which were like the rabbis of the Talmud, there's someone called like a Reish Galusa, the head of the exile, and that is considered like an extension of the Davidic kings in a certain way, not with all the same rules, but in a spiritual sense. Hi, welcome new guests, Hanif and Daniel. What's up?
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Yeah, I'm
Good to
sorry.
see
I
you
was
guys.
speaking of Jeconiah.
Oh, Jack and Naya.
Yeah, him and
Maybe
his
the Hebrew is
curse.
different. Do you know
Yeah,
who he's talking
probably.
about, Speakeasy?
It was one of the sons that
Yeah.
the Most High said that nobody of the seed of Jeconiah would sit on the throne again. But I know he was one of the seeds of David. So I'm like, during that time, I guess did the kingdom kind of like not end, but put a halt to it for a second, for a time being.
I
You're
haven't learned
talking
about
about
the
in
prophets. Speakeasy,
Jeremiah.
do you know about it? So
You're talking about in Jeremiah 22, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Dealing with Jeconiah's curse. I don't know exactly what he did to receive it, but it said, "Write this man childless, and
Record
nobody
this
from
man
his
as
seed."
childless, a man who shall not succeed in his days, for none of his offspring shall succeed in sitting on the throne of David and ruling again in Yehuda. He was talking about Jeconiah's kid, Jeconiah in general, not other descendants of David. David had other descendants as well.
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at it as a like an order type thing, where if Jeconiah was next, then that kind of put a halt to the people who comes after Jeconiah, including his sons and his, the brotherly lines that they look at, they consider to be kings and stuff like that. That's how I was looking at it.
interesting.
Hold on 1 second, because I mean that wouldn't ultimately stop the Davidic line, because remember in Isaiah 11:1, a shoot will come up from the stump of Jesse. From his root, a branch will bear fruit, which basically means Jesse will still have descendants ruling over.
Right.
David obviously is the fruit. Is the root from the stump of Jesse, and that root will branch, bear a fruit. So, obviously, talking about through David, there's going to be a messianic figure.
So could it be possible? Because I know a lot of people take this position, not Christians, I know, but a lot of people who subscribe to the New Testament but aren't Christians. They take the position as this is the reason why the people we call, or the person we call the Anointed One, he didn't like sit on a throne during that time, and even he kind of hinted to it where they're like, hey, can you be king? Even if they wanted to kidnap him and make him king, he was kind of like, it's not really time yet until. And I know a lot of people have the idea that after the sins are forgiven of Israel and this is forgiven and the Lord remembers this no more, then that'll uplift like Jeconiah's curse. And this is why we can see that the kingdom of Israel didn't prevail. And, what I'm saying, like in the time of the being in oppression of the Romans and Greeks, there was no king, and kind of sort of why like the temple was destroyed and everybody was scattered and all this other stuff.
Even in Isaiah 11, going to verse 10, in that day the root of Jesse will stand as a banner for the peoples. The nations will rally to him, and his resting place will be glorious.
Okay, so is that talking about a time that happened, or is it like a end of days or last days prophecy?
Messianic age, I suppose.
So that would kind of line up with the idea that it wasn't time yet with the man we call Anointed or Christ.
Well, my issue with that would be because according to the genealogy of Jesus, he was descended from David's son Natan. And according to the Old Testament, he's supposed to come from the line of Solomon.
Oh, okay. I wasn't really familiar with that part. So was I guess was Jeconiah one of the sons of Solomon, or further down the line?
I would argue maybe he was. And with that being said, ultimately, he's just a branch of the Davidic branch, not the end-all be-all branch.
I got you. Because I know people I've had this talk with before, which are Old Testament only, kind of similar, like Jewish, or I guess rabbinic Judaism and Karaite Judaism. They expect David to like raise back up, pursuing a verse that it says, "And they shall have one king over them, David," or something like that.
Okay, here we go. Go to 1 Chronicles 22, 9 through 10.
Okay.
But you will have a son who will be a man of peace and rest, and I will give him rest from all his enemies on every side. His name will be Shlomo, Solomon, and I will grant Israel peace and quiet during his reign. He is the one who will build a house for my name. He will be my son, and I will be his father, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom over Israel forever. So his throne will be the throne of the kingdom of Israel forever. Which basically, when I read that, I think that it's going to go through the line of Solomon, not through Nathan, which is what Jesus' mother was the offshoot branch of.
Because I'm under I know you don't subscribe to the New Testament, but I'm under the impression that the seed or his earthly father is Joseph, and I get the hint at she wasn't gonna have her tokens of virginity, so that's why instead of stoning her and accusing her, Joseph kind of like wanted to put her away privately, because they know they didn't go through like the ceremonial part of like the marriage, even though they consummated it already. They didn't go through the ceremonial part, and that's kind of like what made them scared. So I would ask you. I'm sorry, I don't know if I cut out, but I would ask you, was Solomon in Joseph's line?
I don't believe that was the case. Let's look at the genealogy.
So we have a new guest requesting. Let's see. Let's look him up. I'm not sure who he is, but hopefully he'll be good. You never know. Hi, welcome, new person. Ija?
Welcome. Yes. Welcome.
How are you?
I was just listening to the gentleman. I don't want to interrupt in the middle, but he was just speaking, and I thought it was an interesting conversation. Joseph was his father, and I'll just give you the theorem real briefly. Joseph was his father, and because he didn't have the token of damsel, then Mary, even if she had a child, she had no wedding, no nothing. So she really couldn't have brought that child into that Hebrew community without a wedding. And a wedding is witnessed by many people. So Joseph had to be the father. But here's my point. I mean, here's my point. And I do want to hear you. I do want to hear your theory, but here's what happened. You have to remember that King Herod, we're talking about the same time period. King Herod, who was not he was not an Israelite or a Jew. He had an Edom father and a Jewish mother. He declared that the pedigree fathers the mother. Now, see, that brought Mary's situation. Now we talk about the pedigree of Mary. See, but that's following another line of thinking. If we go back to, and I'm going to land the plane with this, if we go back to Numbers 1 and 18, it tells us in the Torah that the pedigree follows the father. Now, without a father of Christ, the world can run amok, because now you don't know his lineage. You don't know the lineage, because you would know who his ancestors were today.
I actually 100% agree with that. It is the ancient Jewish communities at the time were by the father, but and I'm going to say this, and you can take this with the biggest grain of salt if you want. The reality of the New Testament specifically says, and I quote, that 5 months later, after a while of not seeing each other, she walks up to Joseph and she's pregnant. And Joseph definitely has a reaction of, what's going on here?
I mean,
Are you saying that the Gospels are lying?
No, but see, Joseph, according to his culture, he would have to reject her. According to the Hebrew culture, he would. I mean, that's pretty much a sentencing for her, right? I mean, because of course he's gonna ask, "Where's your husband?" I mean, according to that culture, she would have had to have a husband to walk up on him pregnant. Would you agree or disagree?
His reaction is not as if she cheated. His reaction is if they did something wrong. It's not really like she cheated on me, adultery, or present her to the elders and the priests and the scribes so she can be judged. It's more so I don't want to make her a public shame. And one way you make a woman a public shame in that situation is if she don't have her tokens of virginity. So it sounds like they already like laid with each other before the ceremony.
Hold on, I'm going to Matthew 1.
Because you go to further scriptures, it says the Pharisees are like, is this not Jesus, son of Joseph, which we know? How is it that he said he came from heaven? So it's kind of like they clarifying, like, we know you Joseph's son, or as it was supposed, as the scripture said, as it was supposed, the son of Joseph, and things like that.
Beget Nason beget Salmon beget Booz of Rahab, and Booz beget Obed of Ruth, Obed beget Jesse beget David.
But after you guys are done with this, do you mind if we bring it back to Torah conversations soon?
Sorry.
It's all good.
Oh, sorry.
I would like to add something real quick to kind of close that up also. Don't forget that Christ, in discontinuing the Israelites, well, back in Jeremiah, just 17:4, he was going to discontinue their heritage. So the absence of that lineage, meaning the father following the father, was part of that. I do want to just throw that in there, of discontinuing their heritage and having their memory, erased from the memory, of the memory of man. The children of Israel were destroyed. Not only did they were sent into captivity, but their culture, everything was taken from them because they was in a contract or a covenant that they had to fulfill. Because they breached the contract, the penalty was slavery, scattered. Judah was scattered through all four corners of the earth. This is what the book says. I haven't brought in any of my own opinion, but I'm going to stop right there. And this is what the book says.
And it also says that even though if they're like in the land of their enemies, but Hashem, the Creator, will never abandon them because He will never forsake His covenant with them, etc.
That is true.
That was the promise of a Messiah. Now you can see that. And then when we go to Judges, we'll see that, the children of Israel, they pretty much never obeyed. When Moses, back in Deuteronomy, when God was talking to Moses, he told them once they cross the river Jordan, they're never going to fail immediately. So it shows that it was predestined once they crossed the river Jordan, because they didn't do what they were told. We find that in Judges 2:2, that God left the Canaanite gods and, in their presence. So it's just kind of it's just kind of hard to explain if people don't really read the book. You know what I mean? So it's, I find myself trying to tell the whole story, but you don't have anybody who really know the story. And this is out of the Bible, the books that everyone's talking about. The children of Israel never really accomplished anything really, as far as the contract was concerned or the covenant was concerned. They failed immediately. Immediately.
Well, it's an ongoing contract. I mean, times of King Solomon, it was one of the golden eras of Jewish people. They built the temple. Hashem was among them, etc. They had all the laws of the Torah. But things happened afterwards, and now we're waiting for the Messiah to come to bring it back.
Well, that's what I was getting at is back in Judges when they fell into, they went into captivity with the Moabites, and they were promised a deliverer. So this is that Messiah being mentioned. Now, what was the deliverer? What was he supposed to do, a Messiah? He was going to set them in their own land and realign them back with the covenant, because they have broken it, so they have went so far astray. It's like they needed an attorney or a trustee, if you understand what I'm saying. I'm just trying to bring more modern terms that we talk today. Like if there was a contract, he was like a trustee. He was going to bring them back into the contract. And that was the promise that the children of Israel were looking for. Now, when we talk about anointed, this was more Greek mythology, talking about an anointed one, where the gods mixed with a woman and had a child who lived on the earth who was the son of God. We get that with Apollo. We get that with even Julius Caesar was considered a god upon the earth. I don't know if you guys knew that. Through his Greek mythology, he was supposed to have a father as a god. And so let me just jump forward to Philo the philosopher, the grandfather of Christianity. He kind of mixed Greek mythology with Hebrew writings. And this is where we got Christianity today. And I know this is kind of pushing subjects in a lot of different directions, but these are facts. These are secular facts on the ground.
Out of respect for the host, can we return back to the OG Torah talk that we were having?
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what the end conclusion of that was. Did you want to say what the end conclusion was before we returned? I just wasn't sure what direction, excuse me, you were going, Ija.
Right. Yeah, if I conclude, I appreciate your time, and I will let you get back to your discussion. We just all have to, God give us one more day to have a perfect understanding. We all just have to keep reading and just keep reading. I'm going to say that because I'm not here to change anybody's mind. I love discussing the books. It's not to change your heart. It's, all right, if I'm reading this, I'm wondering why other people are not. Well, when they see it, what do they hear? That's what I'm here for. So get back to the Torah. That's the most important thing. Keep studying. Love you, brothers. And I didn't come over to disrupt your life.
It's all good. Just have a good one. Sorry about that, host. Anyway, so no foreigner should be a king of Israel.
Right. And yes, that's true. And yeah, back to Deuteronomy chapter 17. So there's like this discourse in the Rebbe in 1972 that it talks about the general idea of Hashem being a king, but it briefly mentions this parsha, the commandment to appoint a king. And it says that the idea of a king is like to have like the fear of the king upon themselves. It says in the Talmud in Sanhedrin explaining it, it says like, what's the main reason of the king? It says in order that you should have the fear of the king on you. which is like a more of a like a spiritual idea of a king. And it says the reason why people fear a king is because they accept the king on themselves, and that's why they have a certain awe of the king. But a king of a different country, they don't have the fear on them because they didn't accept the king upon themselves. And there's a similar idea when it comes to fearing Hashem, who is a king. Also, it says that there's idea of the yoke of heaven, which is like someone should do the commandments out of like a certain awe of the Creator. And in order to attain that awe, it's through like accepting the Creator as a king upon oneself. And that's during the month of Elul. It says during the month before Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah is like the Jewish New Year. It's very like strict time, strict judgment. But it says during the time of Elul, it says the king, which is the Creator, it's as if the king is in the field, as opposed to in his palace. During Rosh Hashanah, it's like the king is in his palace. It's very exclusive, not accessible. But then during Elul, it says the king is like going out in the field to greet anyone, like all the people. Anyone who wants to greet the king can come, and the king accepts everyone with a smiling face. So that's the idea of the month we're in now, the Jewish month, or almost in now, shall I say. Where it's like anyone could come in and greet the king, and the king accepts everyone with a smiling face. So yeah, basically. I don't know if that made any sense, but maybe.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, kind of.
Nice. I'll take that as a maybe, I guess.
So the next verse. Moreover, you shall not keep many horses, or send people back to Egypt to add to his horses. Since the Lord has warned you, you must not go back that way again.
Right. No returning to Egypt. Is a bad place. Interesting. And don't get a lot of horses, I guess. Interesting.
Don't get your horses from Egypt.
Right. Rashi says, because the horses come from Egypt, as it says in Kings chapter 10, verse 29. And a chariot that went up and left Egypt sold for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150 shekels. So he quoted from the Talmud that said horses come from Egypt. So if a king would have a lot of horses, then maybe he'll bring the people back to Egypt to buy more horses. And Egypt was a bad place to go back to.
Anyhow.
Yeah, interesting. No horsing around, I guess. What was that?
Oh.
Oh, nice. Yeah, totally.
And he shall not have many wives, lest his heart go astray, nor shall he amass silver and gold to excess.
Yeah, interesting. So he's like a king, basically, but they shouldn't have so much. What were you saying?
He shouldn't be rich. He shouldn't have so many wives. He shouldn't have a lot of horses, or horses from Egypt, in that matter. And he has to be your kinsman, not a foreigner.
Yeah. So these are like the ground rules of the Jewish people having a king. So I guess the king's power is limited, I guess, is the main idea, I guess. So it says that King David had 18 wives, and it says that's like the maximum amount of wives. And it's from the verses as well. Rashi says it, but it's also in the book of Shmuel, the 2nd Samuel, chapter 12, verse 8. The King Nathan said to him, King David had 6 wives at that time, and King Nathan said, if this is too little, I would add for you like them and like them, meaning like whoever the amount that you have now plus the amount that you have now. So 6 plus 6 times 6, so 18 total. Interestingly. Yeah, interesting.
How many wives did Shlomo have again?
Shlomo had like a lot. I think he had like 1,000 or something. But King David had 18. I think Shlomo was violating the law when he had that many wives. Hi, welcome, Musa. How's it going?
Good.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, anytime. Just figured out send some
I
invites
just
out.
figured I'd come on, see if I can learn something.
Yeah, why not? Let me know if you have any questions. We were just discussing Deuteronomy 17 about the commandment of the Jewish people to appoint a king of themselves in the land. But I don't know if you have any other questions we could answer in the meantime as well. Ideally, towards the Torah side, but it could be other somewhat related subjects as well. But yeah, pretty much anything, at least briefly, goes. Yeah, so King Shlomo had like 1,000 wives. I think he was breaking the law when he did that. But King David had 18, and Rashi says that the commandment that it says a king shall not have so many wives, it means he should only have up to 18, but no more. Interestingly. And when it says a king should not acquire too much silver and gold, it says he should only acquire however much he needs for his troops and for his army to have, basically. All right, now, yeah, go ahead.
Because if I remember correctly, Shlomo not only had several wives, but he also had several concubines as well. So can a king have like 3 wives and thousands of concubines, or would that be a no-go as well?
That is a very good question. I was looking earlier in the Rambam, the Laws of Kings, chapter 1. He mentions the general idea of a king, but I think in the later chapters he mentions this specific commandment. So let me look that up. Let's see. It says the Rambam Laws of Kings, chapter 2. I think this is where he's talking about the verses we're saying. So the king must be treated with great honor. We must have awe and fear of him in the hearts of everyone, like it says, appoint a king. And since it says the people appoint the king, it implies that they should have a fear of the king on themselves. I guess that's from the Talmud. This is like what the Rambam says. Then he says, we should not ride on the king's horse, nor sit on his throne, nor use his scepter or wear his crown. This is like where the Rambam is like a commentary on these verses, so I'm just reading it. And it says, I'm trying to find the place where it says about the wives and stuff. I'm looking in the Rambam Laws of Kings, chapter 2. Try to see where it talks about this specific commandment or not. Maybe in chapter 3. Let's see. This is where it talks about it. Here, this is in chapter 3, the Rambam, the Laws of Kings, chapter 3, Law 2. It says, he should not amass many wives, which is quoting our verse. So the oral tradition states that he may take no more than 18 wives. I guess 18 is not considered too much in that thing. And then it says, this. Rambam continues, Laws of Kings, chapter 3, law number 2. This figure 18 includes both wives and concubines. If he takes an additional wife, then he's punished with lashes. He gets whipped as a punishment. But he could marry one wife or he could divorce one wife to marry another. So yeah, basically, it does include concubines as well.
Does that apply to the king?
A king cannot marry so many wives, but how many is too many?
Yeah, what's too many? Technically nowadays, we would think of one as a lot, technically. For a king, in ancient biblical times, I guess 18 was considered just barely enough.
So are we saying he didn't have 700?
I think King Shlomo did, but I think he was breaking the law when he did that. I'm not sure why he was breaking the law though, but I'm pretty sure he was sinning when he did that, as far as I know.
Then again, a king can't have multiple wives like that. But what about an average person in Israel? That's not a king. Can he
Well,
have
according to
many?
the biblical law, a Jewish man could technically have more than one wife. I'm not sure if there's a limit to how many wives someone besides a king can have, but for Ashkenazi Jews, there was a decree that was made and accepted by all the Ashkenazi Jews to only have one. There was a story about what led up to the decree. It was fairly recent, like 1,000 years ago, the decree was made. I think because one person had two wives and one tried to unalive the other because she was jealous. And then I forgot exactly all the details, but because of that, then there was a decree that was made for like German-based Ashkenazi Jews to only have one wife. But the Sephardi Jews, even nowadays, technically they could have more than one, according to the Torah law. I'm not sure if anyone actually does, but technically it's not forbidden for them to do so. I'm not sure how many, if there's a limit though. I don't think there is. I'm not sure.
I'm just saying, I don't know about multiple wives. I don't think I can afford a girlfriend.
Yeah, exactly. One is a lot pretty
Are
expensive
those
also.
concepts found in Torah, like girlfriend, boyfriend, and stuff like that?
Well, it's a good question that you asked that. So before the Torah was given, it says, let me bring up, it's in the Rambam, he says that before the Torah was given, it says like a man could just like meet a woman like in the marketplace, and then they would just like decide to like be together, and that was considered like the quote unquote marriage. And then the divorce was just saying, okay, like see you later, and then just going their separate ways. There was no official documentation or anything that says once the Torah was given, the Jewish people were singled out from the other nations, that in order for a Jew to marry another Jew, there has to be a lot of conditions and documentation. It says first the Jew has to like give her something of value. Nowadays we associate it with a golden ring, but it could be anything that has a certain amount of basic value. And then he has to say, okay, you're betrothed to me with this item, and then she accepts it. And then there's like other blessings that are said under like a certain canopy, but those are kind of extra. But the point is, originally all of humanity, the concept of marriage was literally just two people living together, deciding they want to be together, and that's it. And then divorce just meant leaving their separate ways. And then the Jewish people, the Creator commanded only the Jews to have this additional commandment of if they want to marry, then they have to go through this entire process, like a wedding ceremony. So technically, even nowadays, people who are not Jewish don't have any obligation to like go through any specific ceremony to get married. Just quote unquote boyfriend and girlfriend would be considered husband and wife in that case. And if they just decide to go separate ways, then that would be considered like in a biblical level, at least divorce in a basic way. So there's no special ceremony that's necessary for non-Jews, but for Jews there are. If that answers that.
Yeah. So I would ask, I know you spoke about the ring.
Yeah.
Me researching the ring, it comes from like ancient Egypt, or the concept of it comes from ancient Egypt. And then more so something that binds you together forever. And not to go deep into that, but I look at when we first came out of Egypt, or I would consider it a part. But I would say when we first came out of Egypt, he said, do not learn the ways of the Egyptians. So is the ring something that still, is something that Jewish groups still practice today, even though it's an Egyptian custom?
Well, it depends where you read things from. So it may have been an Egyptian custom. I'm not aware of that. But the Torah does not get it from Egypt. The original Torah concept it doesn't mention being in the Torah, first of all. It just says that a man has to like give her something of value. And even that, it doesn't say it explicitly. It's based on like, in the Talmud, it's based on like a derivation of like an implication of certain words. It says like when a man, so quote unquote, acquires a woman, but she's not like a possession to be acquired, but it means the verse acquire means that he has to like give her something of value, similar to like when one acquires an object. But it's not like an actual acquisition, it's just the word is used to teach that he has to give her something of value. And then so it could be anything of value according to that. But then it's just a modern day custom to give her a ring. Originally it was just anything that had the value of a pruta, which in biblical times was like the smallest amount of currency. I think nowadays it could be considered maybe like 2 pennies. Some people say it's like a very small amount. So it says if it gives her at least something with that amount, then that counts. But later on, the custom was to use a ring in order to mirror the concept of the Jewish people putting on tefillin, which goes on their finger. It's wrapped around their finger. So the tefillin. Have you heard of tefillin? Anyone here? Anyone who has not heard about it?
I mean, I've heard about it. I don't do it.
Yeah, yeah. Daniel, you know what I'm talking about, or no?
No, I've never heard of it.
Yes, tefillin is in the commandment of the Torah where it tells the Jewish people to like take these words and bind them as a sign on your heart, and they should be as an ornament between your eyes. So according to the Torah and the Talmud really, the explanation that means that the Jewish people should take the Torah passage of those words, write it on a piece of parchment, and put them in like these black leather boxes, and then take leather straps and use the straps to tie the boxes on their arm and on their head. But the point of all this is that part of tying the straps on their arm, which is what the Jewish people do during prayer, they take these boxes, they take the leather straps and they tie them on their arm. Then it goes down their bicep down to their finger, and they wrap it around their finger. So, and that idea is like how someone's like acquired to Hashem. One is like totally nullified to Hashem. It's like so that's where the concept of the ring came from. Something that has like no beginning and no end, to represent like a level of like infinity. So like it's like when someone gets married, then it's like they're connecting. She's connecting to her husband, so to speak, and he's connecting to her. It's like a kind of like an infinite connection. So that's like some of the Kabbalistic reasons, but it's a later custom that came based on tefillin and based on the Talmud idea of giving something a value. So it's not based on the Egyptian customs at all.
Okay, I got you.
Basically, short story long, shall I say. I'm trying to find my other phone that had what I was reading. Oh, here it is. Nice. But yeah. So, was there any other questions people had? We were talking about the horses and the wives from a king. Yeah. So originally the question we were talking about this is because the number 18 wives does include concubines as well. So he's not allowed to have more than 18. And then the Rambam adds in the Laws of Kings, chapter 3, that when the commandment not to have a lot of horses, he says he is allowed to have however many horses he needs for his chariot, but not more. It says for his cavalry. But it says if he has even one additional horse, usually people have like other kings will have horses that just run in front of them for extra glory, etc. But if it says if a Jewish king has even one extra horse to run before him, like other kings do, then it's forbidden to do that. And it says if he does that, then the punishment that a king receives is he gets lashed. Gets whipped as punishment for having even one extra horse. Pretty brutal.
And is that for the matter of like boasting?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't say explicitly, but it says, and this is the Rambam Laws of Kings, chapter 3. It says, yeah, that's what the other kings do. I guess it's implied. I guess just simple meaning is just like for boasting, like you said. Yeah, just like for extra unneeded honor, that kings just like have a lot of horses run in front of them. I guess it seems like that's a simple reason for it. Maybe it's a deeper reason, but on the surface level, it just seems like that the Jewish king should not be like over, like haughty or anything. Not like do extra boasting. Just what he needs to be a king and for basic military stuff. And a similar thing with the amassing silver and gold, like the verse says. The Rambam continues in this chapter 3, Laws of Kings, says that he may not amass silver and gold to keep in his personal treasury in order to boost his pride or allow him to glorify himself. Right, so it's actually saying exactly what you're saying. In this same chapter, it talks about the reason why a king cannot have a lot of silver and gold is so he shouldn't just have extra silver and gold just for the sake of having it to boast his pride and to glorify himself. It says he only may collect what is necessary to pay for his soldiers, servants, and attendants. And it says any gold that he does get, he should be donated or should be given to the holy temple, the people in the holy temple to look after it, in order to pay for community things and to pay for wars if they're necessary. And it says that because the verse that we just read in Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 17 is, he shall not amass the gold and silver for himself, but he gets the gold and silver for the temple. It says that if the king does amass personal wealth, he is to be lashed. So if a king collects extra gold and silver just to be wealthy for himself, he gets whipped as a punishment. So there's a lot of restrictions that are placed on a Jewish king, is the point. Like, a Jewish king should not be like someone who's extra haughty like the other kings of nations. He should just be like someone who collects what's necessary to rule the nation, basically. If that makes sense.
It does.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, I guess we could go to the next verse if you guys want to. We're reading Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 18 now? Yeah.
When he is seated on his royal throne, he shall have a copy of his teaching written for him on a scroll by Levitical priests. Let it remain with him, and let him read in it all his life, so he may learn to revere the Lord his God, to observe faithfully every word of this teaching, as well as these laws. So at his coronation, he's pretty much given a scroll by the priests that are engraved with those laws, so that he knows what laws.
It says he given by the priest?
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
He shall have a copy of this teaching written for him on a scroll by the Levitical priests. So that's verse 18 as well.
My verse says, it will be when he sits upon his royal throne that he shall write for himself 2 copies of this Torah on a scroll from that Torah which is before the Levitic Kohanim.
I mean, I see Kohanim indeed. I'm just reading the English translation of the JPS right now.
Oh, the JPS. That's brutal. That was written by like the conservative rabbis, right?
No, it was written by Rashi.
Right. JPS?
Yeah, JPS is a Rashi translation.
Wait, who published it?
JPS, Jewish Publication Society.
Isn't that like wasn't that wrote by like that society? Was it run by conservative Jews or no?
No, I don't think they're run by conservative Jews.
Interesting.
I don't know who runs them. So
yeah, interesting. I'm trying to find the part that talks about. Yeah, the Rashi says that if he, well, in the English here on Chabad.org, it says that he writes for himself 2 copies of the Torah, and he bases that writing based off another Torah that was written before the priests. It's like the priests had like a Torah scroll that he would copy from, basically, apparently.
I mean, I'm going to Safari and it translates the same thing.
Yeah, they use the JPS translation, which is one of the reasons why people don't like them. And by people, I mean me. Oh, here it says in chapter 3 in the Laws of Kings of Rome, it says, during a king's reign, he must write a Torah scroll for himself, in addition to the Torah scroll which was left to him by his ancestors. Interesting. So it says generally like the king's ancestors should give him a Torah scroll, and then afterwards the king writes another Torah for himself. And it says a court of 71 elders should check this scroll by comparing it to the Torah scroll kept in the temple courtyard. So I think that's what it's referring to when it talks about he should write a copy of the Torah, or 2 copies of the Torah, based on the one that the Levitic priests have, because there's another Torah scroll that was inside the temple courtyard that was looked over by the priests, and apparently the Torah scroll that the king writes, according to the Rambam, would be checked for its validity based on this other Torah scroll that was in the temple. And it says if his ancestors did not give him a Torah scroll, he must write 2 scrolls. It's pretty brutal. So he has to write the whole scroll, apparently.
Okay, so what I'm reading here is that the Kohanim will write down what those laws are for the king. and then he shall have a copy. You shall have that copy when he is seated on the throne.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I just don't see it in the
I guess just another point
version I
to
have.
agree to disagree.
Yeah. Yeah, the Rambam says that one of the scrolls is like one scroll that it says every Jew is technically obligated to write a Torah scroll, but sometimes that can be done through buying a Torah scroll, or, I mean, it doesn't say here, but the Rebbe said that based on other commentaries, it could even be done by buying even one letter in the Torah, which that's like something that some people do. They just like pay like a few dollars or something, and then they like sponsor one letter out of a Torah, and then that's considered doing it. But the point is, at least according to simple meaning, it says one Torah the king has to keep. The king has to write for himself, just like every Jew has to write a Torah for himself, and then he keeps that in storage. But the second Torah, it says the king takes this Torah with him everywhere he goes. Apparently, like he just carries it all over, except when he goes to the bathroom, it says, or other places that the Torah is not supposed to enter. But it says when he goes out to war, he brings the Torah with him, and he returns from war the Torah scroll he brings with him. And when the king sits to judge people, the Torah is with him. And when he eats, he should also have the Torah scroll with him all the time, basically. Pretty intense. That was based on verse 19, Deuteronomy 17:19. It says, it should accompany him, and he should read it all the days of his life. Let's see, did we read that verse yet? I'm not sure if we got to there yet.
Let it remain with him, and let him read it all his life, so that he may learn to revere the Lord his God, to observe faithfully every word of his teaching as well as his laws.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, Rashi doesn't mention anything the Rambam said about that. He just said that he should keep all the words of this Torah. It just means like he should like follow the Torah, but he doesn't elaborate on actually having the Torah with him all the time. But the Rambam does say it. Interesting. So it says in verse 20, the reason why does the king have to have this Torah scroll with him all the time? Yeah, we could go into verse 20, because this is like I think one of the main points of what a Jewish king is.
Thus he will not act hotly towards his fellows or deviate from the instruction to the right or to the left, to the end that he and his descendants may reign long in the midst of Israel.
Yeah, so he's doing all this in order, like he's it's seeming like all these commandments that a king is given, not to have extra like wine, not to have extra money, and to have a Torah scroll with him, is in order that his heart shall not become haughty over his brothers, and so that he will not turn away from the commandment. Rashi says the king should not turn away even from a very minor commandment or from the word of a prophet. The king is obligated to listen to the words of the prophets. So it says all this is done in order the king should listen to the commandments, including even a very minor commandment. And it says in order that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his sons among Israel. And it says, Rashi says, from the positive you could infer the negative, meaning like if he does not do these things, if he does not listen to even a minor word of the prophet, then his... You guys can still hear me? I'm gonna cut out for a second.
I hear you. Honestly, I think it's kind of a beautiful thing. You know, okay, you're going to be our king, but here's the terms and conditions.
Right. It says, this is interesting. This is quoting, I didn't learn Shmuel in depth, but Rashi quotes the story of the King Saul losing his kingdom because of this. It says because he violated one commandment of the prophet. What does it say? It says it's Samuel 1 Samuel chapter 10 verse 8. 7 days shall you wait until I come to you to offer up burnt offering sacrifices. Oh no, and then it says afterwards, then Saul waited 7 days, but Rashi says, Saul waited most of 7 days, but the last day he did not wait the entire day. He waited most of the day, but not the entire day. And then I guess Saul started offering some sacrifices before Shmuel came back to him. He waited most of the day, apparently, for Shmuel to come back to him. And then he started offering sacrifices before Shmuel came back, because he waited most of the day, not the entire day. But because he did not wait the entire day, like Shmuel told him, then Shmuel said, "You have acted foolishly. You have not kept the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded you. So now your kingdom will not continue." So because Saul did not wait the entire day, like Samuel told him to, that's the reason why Saul lost his kingdom, apparently. I don't know if that made any sense to anyone, but maybe.
Well, Saul rebelled against God.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, I think the main story was about the Amalek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but now Rashi's quoting a different story from Shmuel Aleph, the first Samuel chapter 10. Are you familiar with that? Maybe it's the same story. I'm not sure exactly. First Samuel chapter 10 verse 8 and then afterwards he references chapter 13 verse 8 is where the conclusion of that story is.
Daniel, you got any questions?
Maybe if some people are gone. It's okay. Happens to the best of us.
Hey,
Yo, Musa, what's up?
not much. What?
Cool. Do you have any
What-
questions?
I had a question. Yeah.
Cool.
Do you know where the Amalek came from? I mean,
The
I don't know if
Amalek?
it's-
The Amalek?
Amalek. Yeah.
I think
Yes,
they're
sir.
descended from Esav, right? One of the descendants of Esau, Edom.
Who are these? Who were they? Prophet? I mean, who were they? Esau.
Esav was a brother of Jacob, but the Amalekis were considered bad people, mainly because they attacked the Jews right when they came out of Egypt and did other bad stuff. Basically.
Okay, so this was after the Canaanites or during the time?
Canaan, well, the Canaanites come
Canaan.
from Canaan, who was the son of Ham, or Hebrew Ham. Noah, after the flood, or during the times of the flood of Noah, Noah from the flood, he had 3 sons, Shem, or Shem, then Ham, and Japheth, for some reason, translated. And Shem is the ancestor of the Jewish people and other Semitic groups. The term Semitic comes from the word Shem, which was Noah's son. But another son he had was named Ham, and Ham had the son named Canaan. And that son of Canaan is the ancestor of the Canaanites, the descendants of Canaan.
Okay.
That was one weird curse.
What? The curse that Noah gave to Canaan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw me naked. Your son is cursed.
I read in Torah where it says if you uncover your father's nakedness, then you kind of like lay with his wife or something like that.
Yeah, the commentaries say that. But no, what happened is, by Noah, is that Ham tried to castrate him. Or according to one explanation, Ham tried to castrate him because he was worried that if Noah had another child, then they would fight with the other children of Noah that already existed to conquer the world. Because it says because then they do that. One of the reasons why Cain killed Abel was because Cain and Abel were arguing about how to divide up the world. They were the only two people in the world who were the heirs to Adam, who owned the entire world, and they were wondering, okay, after Adam passes away, then who's going to get what? So they didn't know how to divide up the world. They were arguing that different people should get different parts, and in fact, the main argument was over the land of Israel. In fact, they were arguing who would get the land of Israel and who would get the place of the temple. And that is one of the main reasons why Cain killed Abel, because they were fighting over the land, who would get land. So Ham, Noah's son, it says that in the commentaries and in the verses that Ham was worried that Noah would have another son, and then after he has another son, then it's like there would be a lot more war, because there were already 3 sons. So there's already enough dispute. But it says, in fact, that at that time, Noah actually made a lottery to divide up the land between his 3 sons, to decide which of the 3 sons gets which parts of the world. And in fact, the land of Israel, landed in the property of Shem by the lottery, and that's like the original. So that's like the original claim the Jewish people have to the land. Besides for the fact that the Creator later promised it to Abraham. But before the Canaanites were there at all, according to the lottery that Noah made, it was decided it should belong to the descendants of Shem. But then, a couple hundred years later, then it says the Canaanite was in the land. And Rashi says that at that time the Canaanites were conquering the land from the children of Shem. And for that reason, the Creator told to Abraham, who was descended from Shem, he said, don't worry, I'm going to give this land to your descendants. Even though the Canaanites are conquering it, and they're going to live there temporarily, but I'm going to take it from them later and give it back to you. And that's how the Jewish people have the land, based on that, basically.
Hey, Rav, I am going to have to get dropping, but thank you for bringing me up, and let's continue again sometime.
Yeah, it's been nice. Nice having you. Thank you.
Laila Tov.
You too.
I mean, I would only consider the idea because when it talks about uncovering your father's nakedness and you lie with his wife, when I look at that situation, what comes out of there most of the time is a child. And that's why I think, or that's why I can see the conclusion of Canaan being cursed out of that situation instead of like Ham himself for doing what he did. Because I don't know, I never heard the point of view that you just gave, and I have to look more into it, but I always looked at it as since he uncovered his father's nakedness, he laid with his wife, or he did something like tragic to his mother. And the thing that resulted of that was Canaan. So then he cursed Canaan for it.
Interesting perspective. No, I mean, I'll bring up the commentary exactly, but no, according to Judaism, one of two explanations, either or maybe both, that Ham castrated his father and or had relations with him himself. So it was like homosexual, which was bad, evil. And so that's one of the reasons why Ham was cursed. And I think the reason why his son was cursed is because Ham tried to prevent Noah from having a fourth son. So then Ham's own fourth son, which was Canaan, was cursed. Let me verify that.
Okay. And if it did happen, wouldn't that make Noah a eunuch?
A what?
A eunuch with someone who had their private members cut off?
Yeah, I think he was after that. But I mean, Noah already had 3 sons at the time, and then those 3 sons had other children later, which is where the earth came from, like everyone in the earth. Here, let me read it. This is in Genesis chapter 9 or 10. No. Where is it? No, it's chapter 9.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
About I've heard somebody tell me that what is it? How do I put it into words?
It's a good question. I'm not sure what you're going to ask.
About how long humans have existed, according
Yeah.
to I guess the Torah, the Old Testament, or I don't know. Would you be
Yeah.
able to tell me what
Yeah.
you know?
Yes. 5,784 years since Adam, and people have existed since Adam, but not
Since
before.
Adam?
Yeah.
Oh. So do y'all
Keep
keep
it.
it up by sabbatical years?
What was that?
Do
Is
y'all
that
keep
in? Yeah. Is that the
What was
same
that?
as? You said, do you keep by in sabbatical years or something?
Yeah, do you keep count of the years by sabbatical years? Like, cause I heard this before by Rabbi Yom Tov, and he was talking about a Messianic era, and he was counting by sabbatical years, how you keep up with it.
Well, I mean, there's a concept of sabbatical years that came later, where the Jewish people are commanded to count every 7 years. But what is that related to this? I'm confused.
Cause he was, cause you know the Torah tells you this is how you keep up with the times and the dates and the times you in and who are the children of God and things like that. So he was explaining about sabbatical years they've been counting, and we in year maybe 5,000 something like you just said, and we have 200 and something more sabbatical or 32 sabbatical years left. And he was saying you can keep up with it this way because it's every sabbatical year something crazy happen where you do the mushroom cloud prayer and things like that. And he was saying that he's not saying exactly when the Messiah is coming, but you can kind of keep up with this time period and these dates and these times and seasons to let you know like how close you are to that point. And he was saying we got like maybe 32 or 36 sabbatical years left, and this was like 8 years ago, 7 years ago.
Interesting. I have to talk to him. Now, in the Talmud, it says that once the year 6,000 arrives, then it's going to be like 1,000 years of quote unquote desolation of the world after that. But it's not going to be like destruction. It's just going to be like a higher level of being in the world. In this world, the world is not going to be destroyed. It's just going to be like a higher level of understanding, etc. But that the year 6,000 is already a long time after the Messiah comes. The year 6,000 is already like well into the resurrection of the dead. So Messiah is definitely going to come before that. We just don't know how much before that. I mean, the Bavitcher Rebbe said in
Dude, that's wild.
19, was that?
Nothing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that's.
So is this 1,000-year reign before Shabbat?
Yeah, I was just taking in that what you were saying.
What was the question?
The 1,000-year reign before Shabbat, like the like peace.
No, it says in the Talmud. It says that there's the 6,000 years is the duration of the world. And then it breaks down the earlier years, and then eventually it says there's going to be like 1,000 years of quote unquote desolation, which is like the Shabbat, like 1,000 years of Shabbat, of Shabbos or Sabbath. But it means like, doesn't mean like there's going to be destruction. It means that there's going to be like a higher level of existence essentially during that time. So it's associated with like a 1,000-year Sabbath essentially. That's like well after the Messiah comes. So Messiah could still definitely come before. And the Bavitcher Rebbe said in 1951 that we're already in the last generation of exile, and he said the Mashiach is going to come in this generation. And that was already said in 1951, so it's been a long time. But we're still in that generation, technically, because people are still alive from then. So we'll see.
Right.
I'm sorry. I was curious. What was it that was spoken in 1951?
That we're currently in the last generation of the exile. The exile is the time when like the Jewish people are scattered throughout the world, and the world doesn't have the awareness of the Creator. But then he says, in this generation, the Messiah is going to come, and then when the Messiah comes, says like in the Laws of Kings that there's going to be like eternal world peace, etc. So the Rebbe said that the Messiah coming is going to happen in this generation, basically. So he was very into like telling people like Mashiach's coming very soon, and we have to demand from the Creator that we want Mashiach now, etc., as opposed to waiting.
So it could be like, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like, yeah, I see what. Well, it could be like the people that had children, the people of that generation that had children. Maybe their children during their lifetime, right? Maybe.
It could be now.
Is that
It could be today.
Am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
I just said the generation, this generation, which was in 1951 already. So I mean, there's still people alive from that generation technically. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no.
I mean, people in the 90s, in 91 and 92, everybody would always speak like all the time about like Mashiach coming right now, etc. You just have to like open our eyes. So people were like expecting Mashiach to come like literally any second. I mean, so yeah, it's pretty much overdue at this point. So it could happen anytime.
Yeah, and that's what he was touching on. When you get a chance, like you should watch it. It's Rabbi Yom Tov Glacier, and he's talking about the Messianic era and how like they've been keeping up with it from, counting the sabbatical years and events that's happening every sabbatical year. And they, I think there was around, like you said, 5,000 something years, and then it was edging up to 6, and then from 6 is gonna be 1,000 years, like you're saying. And so they was counting it to say like maybe 36 sabbatical years left, or sabbatical years left, like maybe 36 in a lifetime. So they was not saying they know exactly when the Messiah would be there or anything like that, but it's a way they was trying to count it and keep up with it based on like the sabbatical years and feast days and things like that. But he doing a class on it. It's maybe like an hour and something long. It's pretty good though.
You said Rabbi Blazer or something?
Rabbi Yom Tov Glazer is with a G, Glazer or Glazer. I might be pronouncing it wrong. I'm just an old American man. It's like, we pronounce everything wrong.
Yeah.
But I put it in the comment
No,
section if you can copy him.
oh, you did put it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yo, are you guys still there? I cut out for a second.
Oh yeah, we here.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I was reading that book. What is it called? By Aldous Huxley. And he's talking about how we use colors to how the colors are our closest thing to the other world, and it made me think about like when I came on your live the other day, and then now I see you have this background. I was thinking about that, about gems, about gems and colors and like stuff like that, and
Yeah, nice. I just like these AI pictures. AI makes these really good pictures, so I've been doing that, making some videos from them. So yeah, it's meant to be like the world. I mean, I had a bunch of pictures of like when the Lord Mashiach comes, we're just gonna like see the infinite light everywhere. We're just gonna be like infinite goodness, etc.
I guess I got an off-topic question that's dealing with more like spirituality and doctrine.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say
well, thanks for having me. I'll drop down. I appreciate your time.
Come back whenever you want. We'll see ya.
Thank you, sir.
Shalom. But I would say like with somebody who who just strictly studies Torah, Tanakh, and the scriptures that they study.
Yeah.
Yeah, without dipping into like Talmud and mitzvah and Kabbalah and things like that. If they come to these understandings based off just reading the normal scripture, what we call like the Bible, would you consider, or do Jewish rabbi and common Jewish people consider them to have Jewish souls?
Jewish what?
Jewish souls.
Yeah, so a Jewish soul is acquired either if someone's mother is Jewish, or if they went through a specific ritual to convert to Judaism. But outside of that, there's no way that a Jewish soul could be gained or lost I mean, first of all, a Jewish soul can never be lost in any way, even if someone doesn't believe any of it. And that's the only definition of what makes someone Jewish. Either their mother is Jewish, or they went through a specific Talmudic ritual to become Jewish. But once they are Jewish, they can never become not Jewish, regardless of what they believe.
Right. So I guess even if they come to these concepts, not knowing whether or not they have a Jewish mother, like even if they can understand like the things that the Most High is putting in the scripture, like the wisdom behind it, do y'all kind of like consider that, or is it more so like you gotta physically be, even though we can't tell, it's more so like if you can understand these things and understand the deep secrets and stuff like that, do you consider like his sheep hearing his voice, or is it more so like you got to prove your mom is Jewish?
No, so the only two ways to be Jewish is if someone's mother's Jewish, and they have to know that in order to know if they're Jewish. If they don't know if the mother's Jewish, then they don't know if they're Jewish. Or someone can go through a conversion, and then when they convert, then they're fully Jewish. But there's no other way to become Jewish besides for those two.
I got you. Can a heathen understand the deep things that the Most High gave his children?
Anyone can understand it theoretically, yeah.
Okay. Because I just find it all interesting. Like, I don't know. I in my own personal view, I have been looking at it as the gathering of Israel has been happening. Like the kingdom was taken by force, and the kingdom was pretty much, it's still being, you know what I'm saying, like Israel's still coming back. And I see a lot of like people, even though everybody, I don't think, but I see a lot of it becoming a popular thing for people to wake up and be like, I have some type of connection. And I just don't think that comes out of nowhere. Because, the scripture says that man's goings are of the Lord. Who can resist his will? So it's kind of like, when this stuff is happening, I got to consider it. And I look at it and, like, I never heard this stuff growing up. But now that I'm older with my own family and kids, and it's like everywhere. And I consider like how the kingdom is supposed to happen, how Isaiah say the nation's going to take the skirt of a Jew and say, teach me about your God, and everything like this. I'm just seeing like its fulfillment in real life. And it's just like, I don't know what to think of it, because I want to know if it's actual fulfillment, or am I reading too much? Am I expecting it too much? Am I anticipating too much? Am I like giddy about it? But I definitely see something going on. I can't really explain.
Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot of people coming back to it in this era.
And another thing, I'm not too familiar with it, but is it true that Israel's trying to, I guess, change their governmental system to where they're judged by 12 instead of judged by 1 man?
Just by what? I missed the last word you said.
Like 12, like a 12-seat government?
12-seat government. Not familiar with that. I'm not sure. 12-seat. Why 12 seats? For 12 tribes?
I'm not sure, but I seen something, I believe it was late last year, about how Netanyahu, he lost his seat for a couple months, and they were governed by like 12, I don't know exactly what to call them, but I just say 12 governors. But then when the war happened or the attack happened, it kind of like went back to like Netanyahu. But I do see briefly for a second he lost his seat to
Yeah, I think I heard about that. There was like all these government in Israel. No one knew who was going to lead Israel. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a sign of the Messiah, because when the Messiah comes, he's going to be the king of Israel. And that's what people need. People just don't have it now. So, like, until that happens, like, all the government in Israel and the world in general is kind of falling apart, because I think it's like getting ready for the messianic kingdom, which is going to, like, be the true eternal kingdom. In the meantime, we just have to, like, stick with what we have, which is it's like all the governments in the world are pretty much, like, crumbling in a way. It's just like getting ready for the kingdom of Mashiach. But yeah, Netanyahu had a lot of personal encounters with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, leader of Chabad, and the Rebbe gave him a lot of blessings to be successful, etc. So if anyone has to lead Israel for now, I'd say he's the best person to do it. And hopefully we'll have the Mashiach soon to actually lead everything in the ultimate way.
Yeah, I would agree, because I have my differences or my biases until I actually sat down and humbled myself, because a lot of people say he did a lot of bad things, but I was wondering, like, if people lived back in the day of David, with them saying Saul killed, I apologize, but Saul unalived his thousands, but David unalived his tens of thousands. Like, how would people feel about David during that time? I don't think they'd be a fan of David, even though we can read about him and be a fan of him now. But if we lived back in that time, we'd probably have the same opinion, or a lot of people would probably have the same opinion they have about Netanyahu. So I've learned to kind of like take my own opinions and my heart out of it, and just try to recognize the will of God, even though I don't know it directly, but try to be open enough and try to be humble enough to like, consider, like, maybe this is the will. Like, even though I probably wouldn't take those steps. Because if anybody came to me and said, God told me this and God told me that, come with me and follow me, I'll take you to a promised land, I'd probably be like, you're crazy. But the fact that the people actually did that with Moses, I know a lot of people probably wouldn't follow Moses. They'd probably say, like you're an unaliver, like, I can't even trust you.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning of the Exodus story, it says that they didn't listen to Moses because of their like a tough spirit and the tough work, etc. So, yeah, they definitely did not listen to Moshe at first, but he eventually gained the trust. I think in the Talmud somewhere it says that originally only 1/500th of the population listened to him, which was like some of the scholars and elders, etc., but not the majority. Then eventually, once the more miracles happened, etc., then it became 1/50th, and then eventually it was 1/5. And during the plague of darkness, it mentions in the Exodus, it says 4/5 of the Jews that did not accept Moshe, they all passed away during the plague of darkness, together with the Egyptians, and then only 1/5 remained. But in the future redemption, it says that they're all going to be taken back. So, but it's a similar thing. People talk about it with like the Lubavitcher Rebbe and like the teachings of his, like, originally it was only like a tiny percent of the Jews accepted him. Now it's becoming more and more, and soon it's going to be the whole world, etc.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I really believe it, because I don't know if y'all subscribe to this or if y'all like dip into this factor, but have you ever heard of the Armana letters?
The what?
The Armana letters. It was some by the Canaanites, and they were writing to Akhenaten in Egypt.
Armana letters. I'm not sure if I know about that.
Yeah, it's like a Canaanite letter written in stone, and it's a bunch of tablets they sent to Akhenaten, which during that time Egypt was, Canaan was a region of Egypt under the rule of Akhenaten, and in the letters they talk about a people sieging Canaan called the Hapiru, and it's kind of like, I found that interesting because it definitely correlates, or seems like they're talking about the siege of Canaan that's talked about in the book of Exodus. And I know, even though I believe it, I had no proof of it, but like studying this stuff and like dipping more into like other outside sources, even though a lot of religious people would say don't do it, but dipping into outside sources like the Armana letters of the Canaanites and things like that, it kind of like solidified the stories. And then I stumbled upon like Hezekiah's seal. I stumbled upon something mentioned, I forget what book it was in, but it was mentioned about somebody buying land, and there was a seal that was found in Israel that basically correlated with the story. And a lot of people finding out this stuff is true, and I really appreciate Hashem for it, because a lot of people are like turning away from certain things and turning away from this and that. And I'm even on this app, I'm finding a lot more people wanting to have the conversation, wanting to know more about it. Even though they challenge it, they still want to know more about it. I'm not a teacher at all. I'm a student myself, but that's why I appreciate like people like you, where I can come up and ask questions and you actually answer instead of bickering back and forth and everything. I don't know where I'm going with it, but I just wanted to say I appreciate you for it, man.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, it's been nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know everything, but I know a few things, and I try to answer what I can here and there.
Well, even a few is a seed, I would say. Even the little bit of knowledge, if you claim you know a little bit, the little bit of knowledge you know is a seed, and it does motivate people to keep searching, keep looking. Because I've definitely been doing it since I've been doing it before I talked to you, but it's been more in depth since I've been talking to you. Because a lot of things from your perspective is like an inside perspective, instead of like the outside perspective. So it definitely helped me like learn and know where to look and how to look, and just like the things you gave me last night, I was reading on talking about the flour and stuff like that. Like if you didn't have a sacrifice, you bring flour and things like that.
Yeah,
So, interesting.
that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff to learn about. So yeah, I mean, it's been nice answering stuff. And let me know if you ever have any other more questions, either now or later time.
Oh no, I ain't have nothing right now.
All right, one day, I guess. But yeah, I mean, that Torah portion we were reading just talks about the commandment of the Jewish people to have a king over themselves. I guess the main idea of it is that the king shouldn't be like one of the other kings from the other nations that's just like boasting their wealth. Like there's a lot of restrictions placed on the king. The king has to be like exceedingly humble, etc. But the other people should still have the fear of the king on them, and in a way, it's explained that is what connects them to the Creator. By having the fear of the king, they could also have like the fear of the Creator. And it says that Mashiach, the Messiah, is going to be a king over the whole world. But really, like, people might not need a king because there's going to be like so much abundant goodness and everything. People won't want to do bad, so that they won't necessarily need a king for technical reasons. But it says that there's a certain spiritual energy of a proper king. Like when a king is totally nullified to the Creator, then it's like there's a certain awareness of the Creator that the king can give to the nation. And it says that's in the commentary says that's one of the main reasons why Mashiach will be a king, in order to draw certain energy of the Creator down into the rest of the nation and the whole world, ultimately. Basically, if that makes any sense. Maybe.
I would ask, since you mentioned a king, I would ask, in scripture it talks about how I guess it's illegal according to Torah to appoint somebody that is not your own people head over you. So for the people who are in foreign lands, would you say that it would be like does that still hold? Like if I'm voting for a president or anything like that, or voting for a prime minister, would that kind of be breaking Torah if they're not my own people?
Let me ask you a question. No, so that law about the king from the own people, it only applies to the Jews in the land of Yisrael, appointing like an official Jewish king to rule the Jewish kingdom, but it doesn't apply to other lands. It says, in fact, voting is encouraged in other lands. I'm trying to find the sources for that. But no, I did read several Jewish sources and talked about the importance of voting, and it's definitely not a violation to vote for a leader, because it says in the Talmud that the law of the land is the law of the Torah when it comes to not all but many laws. As long as a law does not contradict a Torah law, then when it comes to like monetary matters, then the law of the land is the Torah. So it says one should try to vote for whichever candidates are like most close to the Torah law. It's not the ultimate state. The ultimate is going to be when the Messiah comes, but it's like whatever candidates are most closer to that law. It says the best ones to vote for, essentially.
I got you. That makes sense. Since it did start off by saying, when you go into the land that I promised your fathers, and then it gives the rules and regulations and things.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Trying to find the sources. I was reading it from legitimate Jewish sources before, but I can't find it now. But it's on there. Yeah, Jews definitely vote. I'm trying to find the source for it. I can't even find it. But here, I'm looking on Chabad.org. I saw it here a while ago, but I can't find it now. But it's around. Here. Yeah, I can't really find it, but it was talked about in some places. But yeah, anyway, in the meantime, is there anything else you have? Any questions? There's a video from 1981, which was around Reagan's presidency, where the Lubavitch Rebbe would talk about it on Chabad.org. But there's no text about it, it's just like a video, so it's hard to show it now. Maybe you can see it if I flip the camera, but not sure. Whatever. Anyway, is there any other questions you have, or anyone else in the comments has?
Does jewelry work with Edom today, or does it still hold like the same perspective as it had back in the day, where they were like a arch enemy or arch rival of Israel?
Where did it say that they're our arch enemy in the Torah?
I just see a lot of instances where it's kind of like that. It's a whole. I wouldn't call it a prayer, but it's a call to like do not forget what the children of Edom did, because in the days armies compassed and we wanted to escape, they didn't let us through the land. Like all this other stuff.
Interesting. Where's that from? Do you know?
I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, just to see the context would be good.
The first one is Psalms 137. It starts at verse 7, I believe, but if you want to go back like to 5, 4, or anything like that to get context. And the next one is...
Let me look it up there. Psalms 137 real quick. Verse 7, you said?
Verse 7. Psalms 137, verse 7.
Remember, O Lord, for the sons of Edom, the day of Jerusalem, those who say, raise it down to its foundation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was talking about the Romans destroying the temple.
Oh, okay. And then the second one I had was the book of Obadiah.
Okay, Obadiah, yeah, okay. Which verse?
Pretty much the whole chapter, because it's kind of like talking about Edom as if they kind of like an arch enemy or something like that.
Lies and let us rise up against them in war. Interesting. Looking in the commentary, Rashi on Chabad.org says that Obadiah himself was from Edom, and he converted to Judaism.
I never heard that. I heard Job was probably an Edomite, but Obadiah, I never heard that.
Yeah, it says Obadiah or Obadiah was a prophet, was a prophet who was a convert from Edom. And then it says in the Talmud, called Sanhedrin, page 39b, it says that why was Obadiah different from other prophets in the sense that only he was chosen to give prophecy about Edom, but not other people, but he did not say anything. Other prophecies about anything else. Other prophets said other prophecies. It says that in the Talmud it says that Obadiah was an Edomite convert. So Hashem said, from them and in them will I bring upon them the retribution. So it's meaning like from within Edom itself, I will like bring upon them the things he's talking about, because Obadiah was from them. Let Obadiah, who dwelt between two wicked people, Ahav and Jezebel. You know who those people are?
I heard of Jezebel, but I don't know about Aha.
Interesting. Yeah, it says Ahav in Hebrew, or Ahav in Izavel or Jezebel. Apparently he lived amongst them, but he did not learn from their evil ways. Usually when someone lives amongst evil people, they get influenced by the evil ways. But it says that Obadiah lived amongst these two people, and he did not learn from them. He still stayed righteous, even though the people around him were wicked. But it says he is the one who should get retribution from Edom, which is descended from Esau, Jacob's brother. It says Esau, he also lived, he was evil, but he lived amongst righteous people, which was Isaac and Rebekah, his parents. And it says those were righteous people, and he should have learned from those righteous people's actions to do better, but it says he did not. So that makes sense. So Esau lived amongst righteous people, but he did not learn to be righteous. So that's one of the reasons why Obadiah, who grew up or who lived amongst wicked people and did not learn to be wicked, that's why it was like, so to speak, fair for him to prophesy against Edom. But I'm not sure if this all is referring to like modern day Edom. I mean, usually Edom is like referring to the Romans, and like some people say it's like Western society, some people say it's like Christianity, some people say it's America. So I'm not sure what it's referring to exactly, but it might be different nowadays. People are trying to help the Jews, etc.
Yeah, because in what I've learned, it talks about how all of Edom, like the house of Edom, was going to be cut off by, I don't know if I can say the word on TikTok, but slaughtered. So it was going to be like cut off and, like done away with because of their, their crimes against their brother Jacob. And God wasn't, he was never going to forget. But I got to look into what you said about Obadiah, or the name you use. I don't know the Hebrew term. I'll look it if I try.
Yeah, it's all good. I recommend like on Chabad, you could just look up the name of the prophet, and then instead of going to like one of these other Bible websites, I always go to Chabad.org. You just type in like the word Chabad on Google when you search up the verse, and then it shows up as a first result, like Chabad. That's where I get all the info. And then in the commentator Rashi explains it very well.
Okay. I hear you mention Rashi a lot. Is that kind of like, is that a rabbi or a rebbe?
He was a rabbi from the medieval times who compiled different parts of the Talmud and wrote like what's known as the simple meaning of the Torah. So once he wrote that, it's been accepted amongst all of Judaism that like in order to properly learn any verse, it has to be like with Rashi's commentary. Before Rashi, people would like have to learn like the entire Talmud and get like their own understanding based on what the other rabbis said. But Rashi just compiled like the bare minimum, like simple meaning explanations. So yeah, at least in Judaism we consider like the way to learn the verses in the most basic way is with Rashi. But without Rashi, I don't believe it's possible to understand anything that's being said.
Yeah, I got you. And that is that his like real name, like his Hebrew name?
No, well, it's a nickname for Rabbi Shimon, the son of Yitzchak. We say Yitzchaki. So it's like a nickname, like the Yitzchak, or someone who's descended from Yitzchak. For whatever reason, by Rashi, it's like a Yitzchaki, because his father was Yitzchak. So Rabbi Shimon is the Rosh, and then Yitzchak is E. So Rashi altogether.
So would that be Simon of Isaac?
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Jewish and I support Palestine.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts on what's going on in Jerusalem and like Eretz Israel?
A lot of stuff. I guess you have an echo in the background.
Oh, I am so sorry. 1 second.
All right.
Is it all good now?
Let me test. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, I can still hear a little bit, but it's good enough for now. Wait, actually, no, it's not. I can still hear it. It's all good.
Hello?
Yeah, let's test testing.
Hold on. I'm gonna drop and come back. Please bring me up. I wanna talk about this.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. All right, we'll see about this. It looks like you're still up. I didn't think you dropped, so I'm not sure what's happening. Welcome to our new people in the comments who are just joined. But I can't tell if you're still here, actually. But still. Yeah, but anyway, Rashi, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Simon, the son of Isaac, Shimon, the son of Yitzhak. And yeah, he's a medieval rabbi. Before Rashi, people would learn other parts of the Talmud, and they'd have to learn a lot more to understand the verses. But since Rashi, we just learn we learn other things too. But Rashi is like the bare minimum of what we need to understand the verses. What's up? Is it better?
Yeah, I think it's fixed now.
Testing. Yeah, it's good. Cool. So nice to meet you. My name is Yaakov, and yeah, I'm willing to have a respectful conversation about anything.
Can I see what's behind you? What's this?
This is in part of a video I made, compiled from different AI images of what I attempted to show what the world would look like after the Messiah comes. It's just going to be like infinite goodness and infinite energy that's manifested in everything. And there's going to be eternal world peace, no more war, no more strife, etc. Just only goodness.
So, I'm confused. So, are you pro-Israeli?
Yeah.
And, have you ever been there?
No.
Okay. And the person below me, why is he up here?
Why is anyone up here?
Yeah, because I saw you. Are you a rabbi?
I'm not a rabbi, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just. Yeah, I targeted you because you were Jewish.
Okay. Cool.
So, my question to you is, as a Jewish person, why do you stand with Israel?
Well, all Jewish people come from Israel. They're all descended from Israel, and our people should look out for each other. Those who bless us will be blessed. So if whatever is good for Israel is good for other people, and helping Israel will help everyone else.
Yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, you guys are committing massacres and thousands of children are being unalived on a daily basis.
On a daily basis, really? How many were unalive today?
Not a daily basis, but I meant children die on a daily basis due to the unclean water and
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what's your alternative? What would you like Israel to do? What's your ideal state of affairs?
Well, to begin, I don't want them burning their holy books inside mosques. Second, I've never seen a Hamas member burn the Torah, so I could really see which side is more barbaric.
Okay, so you're talking about what was this? What exactly happened? Is some Israel soldiers burned Qurans? I never heard about that. When did this happen?
Yeah, so basically, a couple months ago, these IDF soldiers filmed themselves burning the Quran, and then recently, last week, it happened again. And I don't think the soldiers are being persecuted or prosecuted. Yeah.
Okay, so you oppose soldiers burning the Quran?
No, not just that. There's like the 40,000 deaths, of course, and as well as
I don't.
the 40,000 deaths and
Or
the
TikTok language, by the way, might get banned. Do you know the TikTok language rules? It's kind of really it's real weird. I don't
yeah
like it at all.
40,000
But
unalived.
yeah, it's really stupid how they have that rules. So sorry, but yeah, just anyway, yeah, go on.
Yeah, so like I'm just saying, H group has a 99.9 accuracy rate on targeting soldiers inside within Gaza since the invasion has started. But on the Israeli side, the IDF just highlights a building in red and says it's harboring T's and H group members, and they leveled the entire building. And there's videos where they are leveling neighborhoods of apartment complexes to the ground. I find that very disturbing. And like, if they keep saying that H group funds their tunnel infrastructure and they don't focus on building their economy, they focus on building tunnels and they have miles and miles of tunnels, why are they bombing apartment complexes? Why are they leveling buildings? Like, it's very, like, I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Can you explain it to me? Because I'm trying to understand.
So you're saying that you do not agree with the reports of weapons and militants or H group fighters launching rockets from these buildings, or don't agree that they're used for storing weapons? You think those are all false reports?
Not all of them, but I think they use it as an excuse to level buildings, because when they level these buildings, I hope you understand that H group comes out and publishes videos of the Israeli hostages being unalived, and they show shrapnel inside these bodies, and yeah, that's what I've seen.
I mean, the problem is, why do they have hostages in the first place? That's why this whole war is happening, because of the hostages, trying to get the hostages back.
Well, yeah, but if you look at it, before October 7th, there were 500 children inside Israeli detention centers. And Israel is the only country in the world that persecutes children without trial. So they have hundreds of children inside Israeli prisons. Not just that, you can look at examples like Ahmed Manasra.
Wait, let me look it up. What was that? Sorry, let me look the name up. How do you spell it?
AHMAD and space.
One second. Sorry. 1 second. I'm just typing it in. AHMAD. Yeah. Ahmed. AHMAD. Then what?
MANSARA.
SARA.
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking it up.
He's been inside an Israeli prison since he was 12 years old. He is currently like 22 years old.
What happened? Why was he arrested?
They say he was doing a tea attack, but at the same time, no one was hurt. There was no reports of anyone being hurt. There's like reports he was handed a knife, and then it's very like there's like I don't think there's enough proof that he should be in prison that long. He was 12 years old, and yeah.
I've never heard this before. I'm just trying to figure out what exactly he did. I'm looking online. I can't see the source of this, but Ahmed, I can't find what source it's from. It's from Reddit, but I can't see the source according from. Ahmed Messer was arrested in 2015 in relation to the
this is him.
The stabbing and injury of 2 Israelis, aged 20 and 13, in occupied East Jerusalem. Although Israeli courts found that Ahmed did not participate in the stabbings, he is serving a 9.5-year sentence for attempted murder. Do you agree with that?
No, because he is not affiliated with it in any way. He now suffers mental disabilities after his interrogations by the Israeli soldiers. A leaked video came out where the soldier that was interrogating him in the police room, he started cursing out his God, He started the what's
Who's
it called?
God? Ahmed's God?
Yeah,
Okay. What was the context of that? Just out of nowhere?
yeah. He was pressuring him to confess, and yeah, it was very sad because he ended up hitting himself because he's now suffering mental issues like PTSD and trauma. You can look up the interrogation footage online, and you can
And I'm
watch.
just trying to figure out more about why he was arrested. I mean, do you agree like criminals should be arrested theoretically? Like if he was an older person who did the same crime,
Well, at the
would
same
would that
time,
be
you
different?
can look at when George Bush was in Iraq, and a news reporter actually threw his shoe at George Bush, and he was not. He was just. He got held in a prison, but he wasn't tortured. He wasn't held there for half his life. Like it doesn't make any sense to hold a child for that long in a prison. But not just that. I'm saying this is an example of a kid that went on trial. I'm saying that there were kids that were just taken from their homes. I can give you countless names of women that were dragged out of their homes.
Wait.
There's
Sorry. So we're not focusing on Ahmed anymore. We're going to someone else now.
No, we can. I just gave you an example of someone that went in, like a child that went through trial, but you can look at the other ones that did not go through trial, that were
But
just
no, I'm just trying to
taken.
focus on what the main argument is. So you mentioned Ahmed, and I can't really find the sources of what exactly happened, but it seems like he was part of this attempted murder, an attempted or stabbing that he was like affiliated with.
Yeah,
Is that not
that's
true?
propaganda.
So why was he arrested?
As you read, he was. They say he was not affiliated with the attack.
I have to find the sources. I can't find sources that say what exactly happened. I mean, what do you mean it wasn't as affiliated? He was just sitting in his own home, and then people just went in and took him.
No, he was. He was. I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm just saying he was arrested at 12, and now he's
I mean, people are
22.
arrested for committing crimes. I'm looking on one of the sources says,
But
I went there to stab Jews,
there's
Ahmed
no
said.
proof. There's no proof he ever hurt anyone.
I mean, hurting, again, it says, there's a difference between hurting and committing crimes. Not all crimes involve actually hurting, but they could involve
Okay, so you
attempted
think it's reasonable to
hurting.
hold a child for 10 years?
Again, you have to look at the context. It depends on the crime that was committed.
But there's no proof of him committing a crime.
Okay. I mean, again, you have to take it up with the justice system. If there wasn't any proof, then they probably wouldn't have been arrested. Why would they arrest him without any proof?
They always arrest kids without proof. They're like, I don't. I was.
Why? Why would they do that?
Why? Because that's how they were raised. I can show you videos where they just start hitting children in Arab towns for no reason.
Wait, I'm looking online. It says that apparently Ahmed told the police, I went there to stab Jews. Ahmed Mansara, 13, reportedly tells police from his Israeli hospital bed a day after Abbas charged.
What
I'm
what
not sure what
source
exactly
is
happened.
this?
This is Times of Israel.
It's not reliable.
Okay, do you have the original reports?
I think we
Documents?
should move on. I think we should go back to October 7th and why it happened.
So we're okay. So we're not talking about Ahmed anymore. Sure.
No.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
So why do you think October 7th happened?
Propaganda. A bunch of crazy Shimmerists were raised to hate Jews from birth, and they just went out there and did what they were raised to do because they're absolutely crazy.
So you know those people you're talking about right now? 80% of Gazans, they are actually originally from Israel. What's today's Israel? They are originally from there. They're from Ashkelon. They're from Tel Aviv. They're from Haifa. They're from those places. They originate from those places. You can look this up. This is a source from humanrights.com. They came out and said that 80% of Gazans originate from Israel. They were expelled in 1948 and they moved into Gaza. So what do you think happens when you kick a bunch of people out of their homes and put them in a small box? What do you think happens?
Who kicked who out of their home and when?
The Pelmach, the here, let me see.
Okay.
So, do you know the founder of H Group? Do you know who that is?
Maybe. Why?
So yeah, he also was born in Ashkelon, and his family was unalived by the Pelmach as well. So yeah, let me see. Okay. There are declassified Israeli military documents from 1948 that the IDF and Zionist militias like the Haganah and Irgun issued orders to expel Palestinians from their home. For example, Operation Yoav, which targeted the areas around Ashkelon, led to the forced displacement of thousands of Palestinians. These documents.
What are you reading from? What source are you reading from?
This is the Operation Yoav. You can look it up.
What is it? What website are you reading from, though?
I forgot. Let me see. The Jewish Virtual Library.
Okay, Jewish Virtual Library. I'm trying to find the same article you're on.
These
What did I look up? How'd you find it?
I just looked up Operation Yoav and what it was for.
How do you spell that? Yoav with a Y?
Yoav.
A-V, Yoav. Okay. Not sure if I know where it is.
They highlight the role of Israeli forces in creating the refugee crisis. And the
Can't find it.
You can't find anything about Operation Yoav?
Yoav?
Yes.
Oh, wait, I misspelled it. Okay, let me check. Operation, quote, Yoav, October 1948 is it the name of the website? War of Independence, Operation Yoav? Was that it? On the Jewish Virtual Library?
Yeah, October 1948.
Trying to find the part you're on. Are you in the middle of the page or the top of the page?
No, I wasn't reading directly from it. I was reading what I know about it.
Oh, but what were you reading from? What source were you reading from when you were reading just now?
My head.
Oh, I thought you were reading from something.
No, I keep
Okay.
I keep propaganda scripts on myself.
Okay. So,
But you
in
can
your own
fact
words.
check it.
Okay, but in your own words, what exactly?
You can look
what
up
are you claiming?
Benny Morris, an Israeli historian that documented forced expulsions of Palestinians in
Benny
his own book.
Morris, Moris. Okay, what do I look up? Benny Morris, what?
Research. You look up his
Okay.
book, The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, Revisited. It provides evidence of the Zionist forces that conducted operations to depopulate Palestinian towns, including Al-Majdil. Al-Majdil is...
Wait, what are you reading from? What are you reading from?
I'm telling you, this is my own script. So
Oh, you're not reading from anything? Okay. It sounds like you're reading from something. So.
I am. I just write it down in my notes. Do you want to see?
Oh, okay. I thought you were like reading from a website or something.
No,
That's why I was
so
confused.
this is what I do. I make my own claims and then I write it in my sticky notes on my computer. And I grab the evidence from websites. I just don't have the sources. I can look up the sources if you want.
Okay, yeah, I see there's a book on Amazon, but it's a pretty long book. But yeah.
He's an Israeli historian. He talks about how the refugee problem for Palestinians was created. It was by Zionist forces. He mentions that. And he also mentions a village called Al-Majdil. This is also a part of Ashkelon today. This is where, you know, Ismail Haniya?
No.
You don't know Ismail Haniya?
Nope, no idea.
He's the H group founder or H group leader.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't hear about his assassination
I heard about some
in Tehran,
assassination. Wasn't sure who the name was.
in Iran.
I don't follow that much news, dude.
Oh, okay.
I have other things to work out.
Anyways, he was his family was born there. They were expelled. The book talks about it more, and yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's why October 7th happened, because you forced out 80% of Gaza's population today inside a small square. And when they want to fight for freedom, they tried doing it peacefully, and then you guys unalived 300 of them. And then when they do it violently, you call them shimmerist.
Okay. I mean, the book was claiming that we did that, but we still haven't shown that we were the ones who threw them out originally.
Well, you can look up more into Operation Yoav. You can look up testimonies from people of the villages I named, like Al Jura, Deir Yassin massacre, Al Majdil village massacre. Just so you know that most the towns in Israel today, they are renamed. So if you look at Ashkelon, it was actually called Ascalon in Arabic, and you can look at other places.
Isn't it true that the Arabs, they're the ones who started a war against Israel after the Balfour Declaration? Is that not true?
We're talking about October 7th.
But you were talking about the quote-unquote reason why it happened, which goes back to 1948. Are you not?
What happened? Oh no, I was saying that Zionist militias forced Palestinians out of their homes into the Gaza Strip, into the Sinai, and then so when they protested peacefully for the Great March of Return protest in 2018, 300 were unalived by snipers along the border, as well as medics, journalists, and children.
So what exactly are you talking about? The Balfour Declaration? You're saying that's why October 7th happened, or what are you claiming exactly?
I'm claiming that most Gazans right now, a majority of them, 80% or more, originate from today Israel. They were expelled from their homes in 1948, and they had their homes demolished, and then cities were built on top. And now, when they tried peacefully protesting before October 7th to return back into their homes, they were unalived, and they were never given their chance to go into their homes.
Where is their home specifically?
That's a struggle they have to do at the Erez crossing. They talk to the Israeli soldiers there. You know the Erez crossing, it's along the Gaza Strip. They go there, they tell them, they show documentation of their land, the keys, and they want, like, it's a very long process. It's a big terminal. It's like an airport terminal. They never get the chance. Like, some do, there's a lot of Arabs in Ashkelon right now. Those are the lucky ones that had actual like documentation that they kept with them. But some people, when you flee your home, you don't take everything with you, so it's really hard to like prove that you're originally from the land. But Human Rights Watch says they are, and it's really hard to like, it's a really
Is it
long
not
process.
true that during the 1948 war that the Arabs are the one who started the war against Israel? Is that not true?
So that has nothing to do why October 7th happened. I'm telling you that Gazans, they want the right to return into their homes in Israel, but they did it peacefully, but they were shot. And when they do it violently, they get blamed for it, and they still are not allowed to go back into their homes. So like, what do you want them to do?
Again, I'm just trying to figure out what rights they have. You're saying a lot of them don't have documentation, but like, what happened? How did they lose their homes? They just all of a sudden Israel just kicked them out for no
explained
reason.
to you. Operation Yoav. Benny Morris, Israeli historian, explained the refugee problem. And you can look up the eyewitness testimonies of Palestinian refugees in Gaza that say they belong to the land. The United Nations said
Looking up on Wikipedia, Operation Yoav, also known as Operation 10 Plagues, was an Israeli military operation carried out from October 15th through October 27th or 22nd, 1948, in the Negev Desert during the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Now, I'm just going to stop right there. Isn't it true that the war was started before that happened? That the Arabs are the one who started that war?
what does that have to do with October 7th?
Again, we can talk about October 7th if you want, but you said that it happened because the Jews were claimed to have kicked them out of Israel. But now we're trying to go back to that, which happened in 1948. So I'm just trying to follow the trail.
If you look at that same at that same Wikipedia page, go down to the Givati
Okay.
Brigade. It said most of the villagers fled, some expelled, village destroyed by the Givati
Okay.
Brigade.
Okay, no, I hear what you're saying, but I'm just trying to say
then
that
wait, no.
the dates. Okay.
Keep
Go ahead.
reading. Givati Brigade bombed
see
from
that.
the air on 18th October of Arab towns. Population fled and village destroyed. It's a timeline of what these battalions did of the
Okay.
IDF.
But when did the war start, though? This is like in the middle of a war. But when did that war start, and how did it start?
There's a timeline. Let's see.
When did it first start? Did it start in October, or did it start before that?
Well, I mean, to begin with, Israel was not even supposed to be there. That's why the Arabs waged a war. The Jews living there were living there peacefully.
Looking at Wikipedia, it says, I could be wrong, but it says in May 15th, 1948. Do you agree with that? That's when it started? Let me look at detail.
The what?
How this war that the Yoav operation was a part of, how the war actually started. I'm looking on Wikipedia.
It says
1948
October
Arab-Israeli War.
15th to 2020.
I'm looking at Wikipedia. 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The 1948 Arab-Israeli War, also known as the First Arab-Israeli War, followed by the Civil War. Okay. The Civil War became a war of separate states with the Israeli Declaration of Independence on May 14th, 1948, the end of the British Mandate for Palestine at midnight, and the entry of a military coalition of Arab states into the territory of, quote, mandatory Palestine the following morning on May 15th, 1948. The war formally ended with the 1949 armistice agreements. Okay, so looks like it started on May 15th, 1948, when a bunch of Arab nations entered Israel.
Well, okay, why do you think they waged a war against Israel?
We can talk about that. I mean, but we can talk about that in a second. I'll get to that in about 2 seconds. But I'm saying the claim was that Israel was just coming in and destroying these villages, but that was in the middle of a war that was initiated by the Arabs. So if the Arabs had not attacked, then Israel would not have destroyed their villages. So now if you want to go back further, we can go back further. But I'm just saying that specific claim that Israel was just taking the villages was because it was in the middle of a war that they started.
They waged a war against Israel because they wanted to establish a Jewish homeland. That was their goal, to establish a Jewish homeland for Jews. Okay, so if you're planning to establish a Jewish homeland, of course, in a Muslim community, in a Muslim neighborhood, of course, the Muslims are like not gonna do that because, like, there's no reason for it to happen. There's already Jews living in the land peacefully.
Okay, so you're saying that? I mean, what happened exactly? I'm pretty sure the British Mandate ended, and then the British are the one who divided the land. Is that not true?
Huh?
I mean, it looks like the British were just trying to like get out of there, and they divided up the land, and they gave the Jews a certain percentage of the land, for themselves to do whatever they want with it, and then they gave
But like
the Arabs
they
the other
shouldn't be there to
percent.
begin with.
Who shouldn't be there? The British?
No, the Israelis.
Okay.
They
So when did they
immigrated
come there
They
illegally?
immigrated after the Holocaust.
Okay. So what specific point in time are you referring to that you're saying Israel should not? Are you talking about 1948? You talking about before 1948? What are you talking about specifically?
I'm saying that the only reason there was a war is because of the Israelis, and the Israelis carried out most of the massacres against the Palestinians.
Before or after the war?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Both and after. Before and after.
Okay. I mean, we didn't talk about anything before that. Your Operation
Okay, you
Yoav
can look
was
up the
after.
Safed massacre, April 1929, where the Jewish
1929. That was a long time. Okay. What is it called? Safed. Safed.
massacre.
Okay.
Jewish attackers targeted Palestinian Arab populated
Wait, when was it? 1929.
April.
And what are you reading? Sorry, was it?
April 1929, and I'm reading from my own script again.
Brutal. It'd be good to read from like a source that I could look up, just so I could cross-reference it, because I'm not sure where the notes are from.
I'm
Here,
reading
looking in Wikipedia. It says it was 1929 Palestine riots, the Burak uprising. Is that what you're referring to?
No.
A series of demonstrations and riots in late August 1929, in which a long-standing dispute between Palestinian Arabs and Jews over access to the Western Wall in Jerusalem escalated into violence. The riots took the form, for the most part, of attacks by Arabs on Jews, accompanied by destruction of Jewish property. During the week of riots from 23rd to the 29th of August, 133 Jews were unalived by Arabs, and 339 Jews were injured, most of whom were unarmed. There were 116 Arabs unalived and at least 232 wounded, mostly by the Mandate police suppressing the riots. About 20 Arabs were unalived
that was the Mandate
attackers
police.
and indiscriminate
those were
British gunfire. After the riots, 174 Arabs and 119 Jews were charged with murder or attempted murder. About 40% of Arabs and 3% of Jews were subsequently convicted. During the riots, 17 Jewish communities were evacuated. Is this what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like there was something that happened with Arabs starting an attack on the Jews, and then the Jews fighting back. And it says in some cases that 3% of the Jews were charged with attacking, being just, I guess, doesn't say the circumstances, but apparently 3% of Jews were also convicted. But it says it was an attack that was started, for the most part, attacks by Arabs on Jews, and destroying Jewish property. So not sure what the Jews did wrong, besides it seems like they fought back. I'm not sure the details. It says a lot of the British police are the ones who unalived the Arabs.
My source is Tom Segev. He's an Israeli historian. He said that oh, I cut out.
Yeah, maybe it's a sign by the creator.
No, it's not. I was just joking. I didn't cut out. Look up
Maybe the fact that you said you cut out is a sign.
Look up the 1920 Nebi Musa riot.
1920? Wait. So we're going to a different subject now?
Yeah, I don't really like. There's not a lot of evidence about that massacre. We can move on to the.
I'm just looking at Wikipedia. I mean, there's a bunch of sources that are cited here. Morris, 1999. Cohen, 2015. I don't know what these sources are, but there's Shaw Commission, 1930. The Cause and Consequences of the Arab-Israeli Conflict. Evans Brothers, page 22. And security events in the history of Mishmar HaEmek.
Okay, listen. Okay,
Yeah.
The formation of Jewish militias like the Haganah, Irgun, and Lehi. These are groups that were made to make offensive operations against the Arab population. What's it called? Benny Morris, Medchem Begin wrote stories about these. So if we look at Menahem Begin, The Revolt Story of the Irgun, publishing 1977. He was a prime minister of Israel, led the Irguns and provides his own account of group operations, including attacks on British and Arab targets like the King Hotel, David bombing. He justifies these actions as part of the struggle for Jewish independence.
Okay, where can I look that up? And is the Irgun like an officially recognized Jewish group, or was that just like some side group that came along?
Listen, I don't like history, but I'm just letting you know that Israel encouraged H group to win the elections in 2006, and
But
they
now we're
also,
talking about a different subject, not the thing you just quoted. This is a different thing.
look. I wanted to talk about October 7th. I did
Okay,
not
let's
want.
talk about October 7th.
Okay, I'm talking.
Go ahead.
I think many of the civilians were unalived by the IDF.
Okay,
Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with that
Why not?
because you haven't presented any evidence that that's true.
So, do you like? I have a question for you. Do you think it at least happened once where the IDF killed or unalived an Israeli?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a historian. Probably it happened once or twice by mistake. Yeah, mistakes happen, especially in war.
There's video. Did you see the video where the tank blew up the kibbutz home?
No, I did not see that.
You did not see that one?
Nope.
That one's a really really known one.
What do you think happened on October 7th?
I think that H group militants. Keep in mind that 95% of these militants are orphans. They lost their families when they were kids. They are orphans. This is a fact. Yeah. So,
Yes, what happened on October 7th, though?
these orphans, Hamas militants, they came in and they targeted what's it called, military bases and barracks and bases and all that. This is it was a offensive against the IDF. They also attacked settlements because those are illegal under international law. So I mean, you could say what they did was wrong, but I mean, the IDF has done way worse. Like, the IDF literally blew up the Gaza airport. They didn't even give them an airport. They made it into a prison. They bombed all their aquifers, and So the only reason they invaded was because of the siege, and they were tired of getting constantly bombed. Did you know a year before October 7th, Israel blew up the tallest building in Gaza? They leveled it to the floor. It was a media building. So they just put like a red square and they showed to the public eye that it was harboring H group members. If they designate H group as a T group, I don't think H group would start building bases because it would be visible to satellites and they would just be airstriked. Do you understand?
Well, so we started out talking about October 7th, and we didn't really finish that. Then we went back to a year before. We said Israeli leveled a tall building that was claimed to have militants inside of it. So that's what I got from that. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, so I'm basically saying like I don't think H group would invest into infrastructure like because it would just get bombed.
So you're saying that when Israel leveled the tall building and they claimed that there were militants in that building, that was not true. There was no one in there.
Well, I mean, there might have. It was probably most likely. But again, if they are designated as a T group, don't you think that it would have been reasonable to hide under your population because you're forced to? Or do you think you should just build a base out in the open where Israel can see it on their drones or UAVs and just blow you up in like seconds?
So you're saying that the building was a base or was not a base? I'm confused.
They said it was a base, and then
And
you
you
look
agree
at
with
other
that,
sources.
or you disagree with that?
I don't know. I actually don't know. But if it was, I have nothing against that. They're forced to. They even come out and say Israel forces us to use our population as shields because they're literally forcing us. Like, if I
Why can they just not do anything? Why can't they just not throw rockets at us and stop trying to unalive us?
Again, I spoke to you about the 2018 Great March of Return. It was a peaceful protest, majority peaceful. They marched along the border. They're like, hey, we want to go back to our lands. And you know what happened? 300 of them were unalive by snipers.
Okay, I have to look into the details of that case. But we went into the history of this, and so far we haven't established why these people have any rights to the land that's Jewish land. That was one of the war. We went back to history, then we said you don't like history, so now we're going back to October 7th. So I'm just confused what we're going with this.
You don't think they belong to the land?
I mean, it seems like they lost the war of 1948. Is that not true?
Here, take a look at this.
We're now going to another subject? Okay, I guess.
No, this is the same subject. More than 80% of Gaza's population are refugees, people who were
Where is this
expelled.
from? What is this from?
Human Rights.org. People who were expelled or fled in 1948.
Expelled or fled?
Israel.
What does that mean?
Oh my God. People who were expelled or fled in 1948 from what is now known as Israel and their descendants and what Palestinians call the Nakba, the catastrophe.
So why should I believe this source? It says expelled or fled, which implies they just left on their own. Fled. And it doesn't say under what circumstances
People who were expelled. This is a fact. People
when
who
were they
were
expelled? When were they expelled?
They fled. It was both.
But it doesn't flee mean
Notice how they put
living on their own?
expelled first because that's what happened first. They were expelled.
Okay, but when were they expelled? What time?
In 1948.
What part of the year of 1948? Because that's important to know. What month?
I don't know. We're gonna have to look into it. It was during the Nakba. You can look up the Nakba. The Nakba was.
Oh my gosh.
The Nakba was May 15, 2020.
May 15th. Wasn't that when the Arab nations came in to attack Israel?
No. Where'd you get that from?
Wikipedia.
Oh, you got that from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
That's not reliable.
Okay, what is reliable then?
Mezuzah. What's a mezuzah?
Look it up. Wikipedia.
That's a scroll. I think he's referring to the thing, the baby. Well, I'm gonna leave.
That's it? We're done?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I mean, you came up, you wanted to talk about it. Now we're just done, so I'm not sure what's happening. But all
Maybe
right,
they were shares
you
before.
can come back if you want to follow up. I'm not sure what exactly just happened. Here, someone else wants to come up now. Hi, welcome, Swarble.
Hey, how do you properly say your name?
Oh, my screen name is Osmos. Not my real name, but still.
Osmos?
Osmos, yeah.
Osmos.
Moose. Moose.
Osmos.
Do you want to know my
that-
name?
It looks like it's Goober.
No, it's Kusemak.
Gosamak?
Yeah.
I see.
Cool story.
No. My name is Anikushi.
You're black?
Yeah, here we
Okay,
go.
I guess. Yeah, so what's up, Sorville? What's on your mind?
I was wondering because I saw like it looked like some live of some videos where you were doing like worship services or something like that.
Probably some
I
videos where
talking-
I was filming people pray. Yeah.
Is that the oh, it might not have been yours then. It was like there was some people that might have been praying or dancing like in a circle and stuff like that. Was that your videos?
I have some videos like
I
that,
thought it.
but yeah, not
Yeah,
sure
so I
what
was
you're
just
referring
kinda
to
curious.
exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd have to look again. I was just kind of curious what it was because I was thinking that maybe you were a Messianic Jew or,
No.
and it. No, oh, okay. What else? By the way, just some background. I'm American atheist, pro Israeli. So that's
Nice.
where I'm at. Yeah. Just give you a little background there. And I'm born in Georgia in the Midwest, Missouri
Nice.
now.
That's cool.
Yeah. So
Have you
I
met?
thought so. I wasn't. Huh?
Have you met before? I can't remember. Maybe not. Maybe.
We actually chatted a little bit on chat because but it was just a little bit of back and forth because I was asking you about about the it looked like there was ceremonies or something like that, and I met you like through another live. I think I saw.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I noticed that I'm following you, so we're technically following you, I think. But yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly. Do you remember which live it was or what the live was about?
No, and it might not have been alive. It might have just been maybe you came up on the For You page or something like that, and I noticed the videos, and I was kind of curious about them.
Okay, yeah. Let me know if you have any questions. You could ask me anything.
Yeah,
I might not know the answer, but at least you can ask. That's a good start.
sure. So what sect of Judaism are you a part of?
Well, ultimately, I'm just Jewish, but I like to associate with like the Chabad teachings and the Chabad synagogues and stuff. It's CHABAD. Have you heard of it?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
no? You have.
I
That's
have.
Good.
Yeah, I have.
Cool.
I have a lot of. Most of the lives that I partake in are Jewish lives, honestly.
That's cool. Is your family Jewish or no?
Kind of don't know. Truthfully, we're not sure. On my mom's side, she's 100% German. She had me at an old age. Her parents had her at an old age. And so my grandfather was in Germany in the 30s. My grandfather was actually born in 1874 or 75. We're not exactly sure. So he was a young man in the 30s in Germany. We don't have any family. If you look at my name, Swarbel, it's actually an American version of Schwarbel. And it took on Swarbel to become more Americanized. And this name does not exist anymore. It's gone. And now Schwarbel exists, but we don't have any ties to that name. So they were baptized Roman Catholic, And I have evidence to show that my great grandfather was Roman Catholic and my grandfather was Roman Catholic. But there may have been a Jewish tie through my mother and my grandmother through Sweden. So my sister, which has a different dad, she tested and there was markers for Ashkenazi, but maybe, but that doesn't. I mean, to some degree, that doesn't really matter to me.
Right. You are who you are. You're a new person, new identity.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Are you?
So yeah, I hang out around Chabad, pretty much.
Chabad.
What's today's topic in the comments? Well, we had a lot of different topics, and now we're just kind of finding a new topic, I guess. Depends on the guests, what the topics are. So it's good. Feel free to come up with a guest, anyone watching. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, let me know if you have any questions about anything. Could be anything.
Sure. What do you normally like? What do you do? A lot of lives, or just ever so often?
I've been doing a little bit more here and there. Mainly just, I don't know, I was mainly talking about like Jewish concepts, Torah things, or answering other questions. So far, we've just been talking about like the Torah stuff and Jewish stuff, pretty much, or theological questions, different viewpoints or different questions, etc.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of that. I don't typically get involved in those type of discussions. Why are atheists supporting Israel? I think anybody with half a mind can see the morality of Israel. Honestly, it doesn't matter. Atheists are moral too, and I don't think it matters what faith you are if you can see the morality of Israel versus the immorality of the attackers.
Yeah, the immorality is just pretty brutal. I can't understand why anyone would support them. Doesn't make any sense why anyone supports the age group. Yeah, just misinformation, I guess. This person in the comments, I don't know, you can come up if you want. I'm not sure if you want
Yeah,
to. Actually, I can't really tell. Yeah.
It's a sense of human survival. That's where atheists get their morals. A sense of human survival, and just when you see somebody suffer, try to minimize suffering in life, because we know what suffering is. We know what it's like if we fall off our bicycles and hurt our knee, and we don't want that for other people.
She's requesting as a guest. I like having respectful conversations. Hopefully it'll be respectful. But are you okay if I bring her on to talk to you? If it gets disrespectful.
Care.
All right.
Yeah,
if it gets too disrespectful,
then
maybe we'll.
People are disrespectful, really. If they're disrespectful to me, I can handle it.
Hi, Anna Banana. Nice to meet you.
Hey guys, hi Sorbel. I have been with you.
I know Anna Banana. Hello. She's a lovely lady.
What's up? Nice to meet you. Have we met before, Anna, or no?
I have been with him on different panels, but I think this is my first time in yours.
All right. Well, nice to see you. I'm not sure if we met before. I'm not sure if I've seen you before, but welcome.
Yeah. Are you still selling gold, Anna?
Yes, my family still have a store on 47th Street. They've been there since 1979, but I'm going back to Harvard tomorrow. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, awesome. Are you Jewish, Anna?
My mother is Jewish. My father is not. I am actually thinking about going to a seminary to become religious. It's just something I've been debating for the past 3 years and a half. And for that, I'm thinking about moving into a Jewish neighborhood, which would be Crown Heights in New York. That's probably one of the most Jewish neighborhoods in the United States. Just to see, if there is a thing for me or not.
Okay. Oh, he must have got a phone call.
But he probably can answer more about it than I.
Yeah, sure.
So are you an atheist, Sorbo? I wasn't quite...
So I'm an agnostic atheist. So I'm an atheist thought And for that one piece of information, I have moved to agnostic atheist. So I'm 99.99999 whatever percent atheist, but there is that one potential that gives the rise to a possible higher power. So there's the agnostic part of it.
So I do have an understanding that atheists can carefully and patiently explain their moralities, right? Since if a believer doesn't know why they should be moral without a God, sometimes, that makes me question, where do you get your morals from? Because, morality comes from empathy. And I do believe that everybody should have some level of empathy, but that doesn't mean that everybody will execute it, right? We have enough intelligence and imagination to know what it's like to suffer or to be happy, and what it's like to have another cause of us suffering or for happiness, or happiness. So we can apply that to others. However, because we all live in a community that cannot survive on amoral individualism, right? However much some conservative, of course, like to think otherwise, we are usually dependent on the support and help of others. And this makes sense to offer the support and help in return for the good of the community. And sometimes, that encourages reciprocation. So my question is, if without a God, if let's say we don't have a God, we don't have any rules, would an atheist be okay with stealing, murdering, raping? That is a question that I'm often, asking, where do atheists get their morals from? And how do they stand by it?
So it's really interesting. So I'll quote Jesus in this one, interestingly enough. Jesus said, laws are not made for the unjust or for the just, they're made for the unjust. So some people inherently just want to do harm to others. A lot of atheists really do not want to do harm to others. They just want to live life and, go on and whatever. So a lot of the ideas, like you're saying, don't steal, don't. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter if you believe in God or not. Some people will steal and unfortunately do harm to people, whether they believe in God or not. Atheists just happen to be the people that don't believe in God. So where do we get our morals from? A lot of times it's our parents. The parents say, hey, this is the empathy that we share throughout life, and this is how we make society a better place.
So pretty much, in many cases, morality should come and can come from personal compass.
Yeah, I would say so. I'm sure there's sure environmental things like, if you let's say you go to school and a teacher catches a student stealing and the teacher smacks the kid on the hand and says, do not steal, it is bad, it is wrong. Well, then maybe that influences the child to think, oh, stealing is bad. And so the child never steals again, let's say, or maybe he steals again. It's hard to say.
Well, in those cases, I wouldn't agree with the teacher. I think the teacher should get the same punishment because, anybody who hurts children or animals should be just like cut off from earth. But going back to my question, so you're saying that atheists' morality should come from a personal compass. Therefore, certain moral ideas change over time to reflect changing societies. So how would that affect atheists if one day, people, for example, during October 7 are glorifying the martyrs, aka the terrorist group? How can atheists see difference between right and wrong in these cases?
Well, unfortunately, we have people with all faiths, including atheism, that both don't support Israel and do support Israel. Well, I said that kind of wrong. What's that? What's that background sound?
Mute your fucking sound. We can hear it. Okay.
What was that? You're talking to the host, I think.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, he has to have some level of etiquette if he wants to host a panel.
But anyway, so the yeah, so it doesn't matter the religion. Some people support the H group and some people don't. I mean, I can't speak for all atheists, but I can speak for me. It's just logical that if we want society to work together and grow in scientific discoveries, and we have to be good to one another. We have to try to work together. And if you have a group of people like the H group that's trying to disrupt that, well, then they have to be, for the good of the world, they have to be eliminated from the planet.
But isn't that scary that atheists can change the level of morality depending on how society changes?
Sure, I could say the same thing with Christians and with Muslims. I don't think that I could say that necessarily with the Judaism philosophy, but I could say that with definitely with Christians and Muslims. They say, "Oh, do not kill," but okay, we're going to go to war. Oh, we're going to do this, that. If I really want to argue that point, I probably could, even though I haven't put a lot of thought into it.
I mean, we know that historically Muslims have a very kind of like the same way of thinking throughout decades, throughout centuries. Either you convert by the sword or you convert by force. The Christians, either
They did the same thing. They did the
yeah, they
same
did the
thing
same
with the
thing,
Catholics.
but you don't see historically that with the Jews. Jews have been persecuted, they've been forced to convert. Look at the Inquisition, look what happened during World War II, look what happened in America today, even today. Look at the language. We have Yiddish alive because the Yiddish, the Hasidic don't assimilate. Yet the language, the Ladino language, which is the language that my grandma still speaks, has been completely dead because of assimilation and immigration, because people are afraid to be Jewish anywhere in the world. So, we see these examples of Jews not being violent, but we surely learn a lot from World War II. And, now we have the IDF, we have Israel fighting, 24/7 to defend itself. But it's still, we have a lot of Jews. We actually, throughout the last decade, we have had a lot of Jews who consider themselves atheists, morally atheists. And to me, that is slightly scary, because what do you believe in? You believe in a ceasefire, but if we have a ceasefire, we won't have an Israel. We'll continue to have a Hamas group. Yet we have this group of religious Jews who believe that God will solve all the problems, but God is not there fighting for us. So what do we do in these cases,
Yeah, and so clearly I cannot speak for the Jewish experience, so I can only speak from my own, but I understand your concern.
Yeah.
Where is the host?
Hi. What's
Hi,
up?
Host listening.
You're a religious man, and I know that a lot of religious people don't go into the IDF. Like my cousin, for example, he's a rabbi in Jerusalem, Chabad rabbi in Jerusalem. And my cousin used the excuse of not going to the IDF because he didn't want to go to war, which I think is stupid. I think that anybody who goes to Israel should literally go to the IDF. And I don't support the religious people not going to war. That's my opinion. But host, you seem to be a religious man in Crown Heights. I'm not sure. Maybe you're somewhere else. But what is your thinking? What are your thoughts about this? Where do morals come to play between religion and defending oneself? Because even the Torah says, if somebody hurts you or tries to kill you, you must defend yourself.
I mean, it seems like you asked two different questions. First, you asked where does morality come from. Then you asked about the military. So, do you want to focus on one of those?
Those are regular questions, and I'm asking as a religious man, what are your thoughts? If you don't know how to educate yourself or you don't know how to talk, then just tell me. I don't know how to defend myself without insulting you.
Saying, are you asking about the IDF? Or are you asking about morals in general?
I just told you. I mean, do you want me to repeat the question again? I ask you two questions at once.
Yeah, just focus on one question. Let's want to talk about the military.
Maybe you don't understand reading comprehension or question comprehension, but I can repeat them if you need me to.
Okay, it seems like you're asking about the military. So, learning Torah is the essential part of the military. That does a lot more for protection of the country than any weapons could ever do. It says that if the Jews would learn the Torah more, and if the country would support them, then they would not need to have any weapons. The Torah protects more than any weapons could ever protect. So it's not that the Jews are not going to military. They have a more of an important role in the military than anyone else, because through learning Torah, that is the ultimate protection.
So why aren't you fighting in the IDF now?
I am, through learning Torah, and I also live in America, so that wouldn't make sense for me to go to another country to fight in a war that I'm not even part of that country.
Why not? I mean, you're a Jew. Any Jew will go and defend Israel no matter what.
Are you fighting in the IDF right now?
I wanted to. I signed up, but they rejected me because of my age. I'm 34.
Okay. Well, I'm in America. I'm an American Jew. I have nothing to do with these other countries, and I am fighting in the
You're
war
not a
by learning
Zionist.
Torah.
If you say that you're an American Jew and you have nothing to do with Israel, are you a Zionist or not?
What do you mean by Zionist?
If you are an American Jew proudly and you say that you're a religious Jew, I don't even know what you are. I mean, I'm asking you out of curiosity. What is your relationship to Israel if you're not fighting for it? I mean, I don't understand.
I am fighting for it.
No, you're not. You're not in combat.
Yes, I am.
But you're not there physically, so you're not.
But some combat is beyond physical. Some combat is spiritual.
Okay, so what about the religious Jews who live in Israel and don't want to go to combat?
They are in combat in the spiritual war.
Yeah, but the spiritual war is not fighting Hamas physically.
It is. Yes, it is.
No, they're not. So how come we have so many hostages killed?
Because they weren't doing their job properly, but they could do it better.
What do you mean by they're not doing their job properly?
Whatever. We don't know why they happened. We don't know why atrocities happen.
But now you're saying that they were not doing their job properly. What is their job? You mean as Jews?
The job of the Jews who are not in the army is to learn the Torah properly. We don't know why things happen. I'm not going to say we don't.
Deserve to die? Are you kidding me?
We don't know why these tragedies happen. I should have said that specifically. No,
Okay,
we don't know why these
confused.
tragedies happen.
You're
What?
saying that because they were not learning
No,
Torah
forget
properly,
it.
they deserve to die?
No, forget it. Forget what I said because it was misspoken. We don't know why these tragedies
I'm
happen.
done.
All right, see ya.
Stop hating you.
Bye. Okay, bye. Not sure what that was about, but whatever.
So that's an interesting concept that you have, and it parallels to what a lot of Christian beliefs are, as far as not that the religion is comparable, but the faith in the religion parallels, because there's a lot of people a lot of Christians anyway, that have the idea of a spiritual warfare, and battling against the spiritual warfare. So there's an interesting parallel there that you have. So is that kind of the whole idea of people in Chabad, or is that like a certain sect of Chabad, or
What
how
what
is that?
specifically?
The idea of studying the Torah and doing the studies is an act of defense and or warfare against evil like Hamas.
Yeah, I mean it's in the Torah, in the book of where is it? I think at the end of the book of Leviticus. I'm pretty sure it says maybe at the end of the book of Numbers. I think it says if you walk in my statutes and listen to my commandments, which first like learning the Torah, then it says I will place peace in the land and all your enemies will flee from before you, and it's like a whole passage of all this stuff that like how we'll be successful, all the enemies will like be crushed and stuff, and yeah, it says clearly like if you walk in our statutes, and which refers to learning Torah with like vigor, then and doing the commandments, then all the enemies will be like shattered basically. So it says in the Torah itself.
Okay, so you believe there's like you believe there's a non time limit to that, because like if I was to read that, I would think there's some kind of time limit, like that was the time of taking control of Judea, and Israel, during that time, I wouldn't think that meant futuristically, 3,000, 4,000 years after it was written.
Yeah, every word of the Torah is eternal. And so especially this portion that talks about the general idea of like why the Jewish people should keep the commandments, etc., is to bring blessings. Like, yeah, these are the blessings of the Torah that are definitely eternal for all time. The Torah is constantly being given by the Creator. It's not just something that was written thousands of years ago, but just like the Creator is eternal and found within all times equally, so the intellect of the Creator, which is the Torah, is found in all times and applies to all times.
That is a real interesting position, one that I've never heard, but interesting.
Yeah, this part of the Torah that I was referencing is in Leviticus chapter 26, towards the end of Leviticus. So if you follow my statutes and observe my commandments, which refers to learning the Torah and doing the commandments, I will give rain in their time, the land will yield its produce, then et cetera, et cetera. But then it talks about, it takes so much long to load on Chwad.org. Let me friend. I will grant peace in the land. You will lie down with no one to frighten you. I will remove wild beasts from the land, and no army will pass through your land. You will pursue your enemies, and they will fall by the sword before you. 5 of you will pursue 100, and 100 of you will pursue 10,000. Your enemies will fall by the sword before you. Basically, so this is like the source for how learning Torah is the best weapon against our enemies possible. Leviticus chapter 26, basically. So yeah.
Yeah. So just from a personal reference, asking you some personal questions. So you're born Jewish and your family's Jewish as well?
Yes. Well, Judaism is not a religion, but yes, I was born Jewish, but I did not know much about Judaism.
Okay. Your father and mother, or just your mother?
Yeah, both parents. I mean, we didn't know about Judaism, but we're both Jewish.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. I was just curious if you were a convert or if you were, just born with the lineage.
Yeah, I was definitely born with the lineage.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting take on the wars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the original Prime Minister of Israel, he established that the religious Jews should learn in yeshiva instead of joining the army. Like, that was a part of the original setup of Israel. Like, certain people should fight, but certain people should learn Torah. And that's part of the army. It's not like the people trying to escape fighting by learning Torah. Literally, learning Torah is the best weapon and the most efficient part of the military that Israel has. And if they support it more, then they'll be more successful.
Well, doesn't that in and of itself make all wars that Israel is involved with a religious war?
I guess, if you call the Torah a religion, technically, everything is religious deep down. I mean, even though the ground we walk on is religious because it's being created by the Creator every second. Technically.
So that's interesting. I mean, I think about it, I don't think that I don't know of any atheist war, but I'm sure there was.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was. That's a good question.
They say Genghis Khan, but all the people so Genghis Khan, I believe, was an atheist, but all the people that fought under him believed that Genghis Khan was a god. So was that?
I mean, is God atheist?
Is God atheist? Well, I don't know. Does Santa Claus believe in Christmas? I mean,
okay. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. I mean, I personally don't think that atheists ever existed before like a couple hundred years ago. But that's just me.
Well, that may be the case because we didn't have the scientific understanding of the world that we do today. During that time, you had, it's dark, you hear noises, you don't know what they are. If they're new, you definitely don't know what they are. You don't know what volcanoes are. You don't know why all of a sudden a volcano erupts, geysers, tornadoes out in the middle of the ocean. All these things could be works of God if you don't know science,
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, technically they could also be God if you do know science, but the science is just like explaining how he does it, as opposed to saying that he doesn't do it. Technically.
Well, that's fair. Well, that's fair enough. I mean, some people argue, the 6-day creation is an evidence of evolution because it follows evolution.
Really? I mean, we believe
yeah.
6 days were 24 hours each. So like all the stars, the sun and the moon, they were made in 24 hours. All the animals were made fully created as fully, they weren't like they weren't even born as babies. They were created like as fully grown animals in their adult form from the ground within 24 hours. And the first man was created as a fully grown adult human. He wasn't created as a baby or as a seed or something. He was created as an adult, basically. So I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm willing to listen.
Right. So that philosophy is not in a 24-hour span. So that would definitely be a differentiation. But you say God said, "Let there be light." Bang! There was light, called the Big Bang. Then, if you look, there was a separation of waters, which follows along. Then there's fishes. Then there's land separation. Then you have.
Well, one were the fish created, though?
Fish. Well, I don't know exactly the timeline, but basically
it was day
you have
five.
animals.
Day 5. After after the land separation.
Believe me, at this point, if you tell me it's day 5 or day 4, I'm definitely just going to believe you.
Right.
So we're not going to argue those points. If you say this is, I believe you. But generally, the flow is land, then animals, then man. There's this flow that follows the evolutionary trend.
Well, some of the problems with that is that it also says that the sun and the moon and all of the stars in the universe were created on the 4th day after the water, after the dry land, and after vegetation was created. So that wouldn't really fit with like the Big Bang narrative, technically speaking.
You're right. You're right. You're right. That makes sense that doesn't follow.
Yeah, but it's all good. I believe the physicist Schrodinger, I think is the one who one of the first people who suggested that Genesis was like metaphorical or something. Pretty sure.
I just have to take your word on that. I think you have no reason to BS me.
Yeah. I think he was like a Christian. I think he was like a Christian physicist or something. And I'm pretty sure like a lot of people who say that Genesis was metaphorical, sometimes they quote him. But according to the standard Judaism, especially in Chabad, it's definitely, we take it as literal. Like each day was 24 hours. Hi, welcome, Gladiator.
Hello.
What's up? Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sorbel, how you doing?
I'm good. Oh, hey, Gladiator. How you doing? Is everything good with you, my friend?
Yeah, everything is good. Thanks very much for asking me, Doctor.
Yeah, I'm getting a little lesson in Judaism today.
It's interesting. I like, discussing religion and how far back it goes, what happened, and everything. And, that's it. That's all I'd say for the minute.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let me know if you have any questions.
I just looked up Schrodinger, and he was raised in a religious household as Lutheran, but according to this, he was an atheist, but he used religious symbols in his work. He used a lot of symbolism and stuff, so You know, if you
Didn't
argue
he
there's no
have
such
an
thing as
explanation of Genesis? Like he tried to explain Genesis as being like non-literal and trying to fit evolution.
I heard the film before. Name sounds familiar.
I think it was Schrodinger who said that. I'm not sure if he was the first person to say it, but I think he publicized it at the time. But I'm not sure.
yeah, I don't know. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
The one thing, that from my understanding of religion and everything is like, okay, the Bible. So it was written, this is what I believe. It was written about Jesus and the apostles and Old Testament, New Testament, and the apostles. And it's like proof in court that this did happen. So then I hear about the Big Bang Theory and all this. Like scientists study it, they're theoretically maybe correct, but we have a sworn kind of document to say that this did happen too. So I suppose that's the conundrum. But I would be swaying more towards the Bible, and that's basically what I said.
That's cool. Yeah, Judaism, we believe what other people would call the quote-unquote Old Testament, but it's just really one. But we don't believe in any of the like apostle stuff or any of that new stuff. But yeah, we do believe in according to all the authentic, accepted Torah sources, the creation is definitely, literally in 6 days, each day being 24 hours long. And it was just totally miraculous. And yeah, there's a bunch of letters by the Babish Rebbe explaining like the scientific problems with like the whole evolutionary theory of the which includes cosmological evolution, biological evolution, etc. There's like a lot of problems with it, and there's not a lot of evidence as well.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt you, Sorbel, and
no, it's fine. Come if you have any questions, you could ask us.
Yeah, Gladiator. I don't care.
I know you're cool and you're funny. I like you. Do you know what I mean?
So okay. So a lot of times you have to think about what is the definition of evolution. So if I work with a shovel and I get calluses, the fact that I get calluses is evolution. If you want to look at if you claim that evolution is adaptiveness, so like the 3-leaf clover that gets a mutation and then it has 4-leaf clovers in the patch, there's a mutation, there's so adaptability. Are you going to claim that as evolution? And then how far along the adaptability chain becomes evolution? So they say, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, the argument from an evolutionary point of view is the egg came first. It's just that the animal that laid the egg wasn't a chicken. It was something close to a chicken, but it wasn't a chicken. And that's how the evolutionary look at that adaptiveness as a change and creating evolution.
Yeah. So obviously the word evolution could mean like anything. I mean, just the word on itself. There's many, many different types of evolution. I mean, like a thought could evolve into a tangible thing. If you plan on making a house, that evolution of that plan could go from a thought to writing out the blueprint to actually making it, etc. But saying when we talk about evolution, like the theory, we talk about biological evolution, like the Darwinism, where it claims that all biological life came from the same common physical ancestor, and that all of the different species that exist now were originally just one organism. That's what we're talking about, or that's what I'm talking about, at least here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I am too. I'm just showing that concept is through actually adaptation a lot of times. And that adaptation, if it follows back to a certain point, then it leads to the single cell organisms. And no, we can't 100% prove any of that, but we can approve adaptation on a smaller scale.
Yeah, adaptation would not contradict anything in the Torah. It's even mentioned in the Talmud thousands of years ago that some animals look similar to other kinds of animals, but really they're the same species. It's just that they adapted based on their environment to gain new traits. So this has already like gone back thousands of years. So that alone doesn't contradict anything. But what does contradict is to say that all biological life was from one single-celled organism, which then evolved. According to the Torah, all of this primary species of animals were created fully formed. So the chicken came first, because the chicken was created fully grown in its fully adult form, already alive, not as a baby, not as an egg, but the chicken body was created from dust of the ground miraculously. And then it started laying eggs, etc.
Yeah.
Basically.
I agree with you. I think that's how it happened. And I think when the chicken laid the egg, it evolved to protect the egg and to make it safer. Before that, what happened before the egg, I don't know. Maybe there was a different environment, but that's what I believe.
Cool.
I'm curious too. So the Torah, in the, I guess what Christians would call the Bible is the first 5 books of the Bible, and then we get into the Kings and the Chronicles, and I think there's a different Hebrew name for those things. But then you got like Psalms and Proverbs and stuff. So where was it? Wasn't it Elijah or Elisha or something like that was taken in a fiery chariot? Something of this story?
Elijah, Eliyahu in Hebrew, yeah.
Eliyahu. Okay. Which book was that in? Do you remember?
I'm not an expert in the later prophets. I think it's in the Book of Kings. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, that sounds right. The Kings. How does Chabad specifically view like the Book of Kings and Samuel? Like, I guess you're calling them the later prophets. What is their viewpoint on those books?
Yeah, in Judaism, the different parts of the Torah. There's the 5 books of Moshe, which is like the main Torah, and then afterwards there's the books of the prophets, which includes like the Book of Joshua, the Book of Judges, Shmuel or Samuel, Kings, and Isaiah, etc., Jeremiah. And then afterwards there's the Book of the Writings, like Song of Songs, Psalms, Daniel, Ruth, etc. So those are all. There's 24 books of what's called the Tanakh, the Torah, prophets, and writings. In Hebrew, it's Torah, Nevi'im, Kesuvim, which spells out the acronym Tanakh. And yeah, they're all accepted as legitimate.
Can I just ask you, what church are you from again?
What was that? I missed the last part.
What church did you say? You mentioned...
Oh, I don't go to church. I'm Jewish.
What?
In Judaism, we don't have churches. We have synagogues.
Synagogue. So would say you're a Jew, like me?
I'm Jewish, yes.
You're Jewish, okay. Wondered. I was going out with a girl once. She was Jewish. Yeah, she was a lovely person, and that's all I'm gonna say.
That's cool. It's a good thing to say.
So is Isaiah in the Tanakh?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many books are in the Tanakh about?
24 total, including the 5 books of Moshe. Then the books of prophets and writings are 19, so 24 in total.
Oh, so the Tanakh includes the Torah.
Yeah. Tanakh means Torah, Nevi'im, and Kesuvim, which is all the written word. In addition to that, we also believe in Judaism that the Creator gave an oral tradition of explanations of the Torah that was called the Oral Law, and was later cut out for a second. It was later compiled in the Talmud. So the Tanakh and the Talmud, etc., are essentially the foundations of what the Jewish writings are.
Okay, so the Talmud is that. Okay, so the Talmud is just like a rewritten interpretation of the Tanakh.
Not exactly. There's different parts of the Talmud. It's essentially there's three different categories of. It's a book of law, essentially. Very shortly, it's a summarization or an explanation of the commandments that are mentioned in the Torah. Primarily, an explanation of the 5 books of Moshe and specifically the laws that are mentioned in the 5 books. There are also some other works which are like kind of offshoots within the Talmud that explain the stories in greater detail, called the Midrash or Agada. But the primary focus of the Talmud is to explain the commandments in great detail.
Ray, thank you very much, Ray.
Yeah, cool. Glad you come up whenever we're here again, if you want.
No, I was saying to the lady that sent me the roses.
Oh. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. You could say, of course.
Oh, Ray.
Yeah, the roses. This person's sending a lot of roses. I'm not sure what's going on, but it's good. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, you have the Hanukkah. Is that it? The Hanukkah. You Atmos.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I know the story behind it. The candles were lit. Correct me if I'm wrong, and they lasted for 7 days, maybe.
Oh, Hanukkah, yeah.
Oh, Hanukkah, yeah. With all due respect.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, yeah.
So, what happened there? Can you tell me what happened there? I mean, just so I get the gist of it again. So there was only a small bit of oil in the lamp, and it lasted for so long.
Okay, I want me to talk about. I can talk about Hanukkah. Yeah, as Sorbo, we'll get back to it in a second, I guess.
No, I don't know anything about Hanukkah. Whatever.
No, I'm educating you here, Bill. No,
yeah, you're on it, baby.
Yeah. I know. I'm talking. I'm not. I don't tell lies, like. Okay, cool. I will.
Yeah, Hanukkah is mentioned in the Talmud and other traditions that there was a group of Hasmonean Greeks that were oppressing the Jewish people. Oh, nice to meet you in person. Yeah, there was basically historically interesting. The Rebbe was the Lubavitch Rebbe was one of the only people to explain it historically. But there's something called the I forgot the name of it. The Greek translation of the Torah called the Septuagint. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know, like the Greek translation of the Torah? I forgot what it's called. Like the Septuagint. Do you know what I'm talking about? Something like that.
It sounds familiar.
Septuagint.
Yes, I always forget how to pronounce it. Yeah. So the Hanukkah happened. Actually, the Lubavitch Rebbe explained that Hanukkah happened as a result of the Septuagint about 100 years later. The Septuagint was the Greek king Ptolemy. He put 70 different rabbis into 70 different rooms, and he forced each of them to translate the Torah into Greek. And if any of the translations were inconsistent, then he would unalive them. So basically, before that, the Torah was only in Hebrew. Only the Jews knew about the Torah, and for the most part, only the Jews could translate it and learn it. And no other nations of the world had access. So this Greek king Ptolemy wanted to get access to the Torah. So he locked all these rabbis in different rooms and forced them each to write their own translation. And based on that, they compiled the Septuagint, which means that after that, the Greeks, which were pretty much idolatry. sorry, I'm back. The Greeks were pretty much like a mix between like idolatrous and like secular, but they were definitely not in accordance with the Torah. But once they had the translation of the Torah, then they started like critiquing it and started like making all these like problems with it. They started looking at it intellectually, etc. And so about 100 years later, based on their translation of the Torah that they had, there was these Hasmonean Greeks that started oppressing the Jewish people. They were trying to get the Jewish people to not keep the Torah, because the Greeks, after they were learning the Torah in Greek, they were trying to like critique it intellectually. They didn't really understand how it was the creator's intellect, and it's different than other philosophical works that they read. But they were trying to approach it the same way they would approach like human-made things, and because of that, they like pretty much just started oppressing the Jews based on the Torah. They said the Jews could still exist as long as they don't keep the Torah, and like, pretty much they told the Jews to write for themselves that they have no portion in the God of Israel. So like they weren't trying to physically like exterminate the Jews. They were trying to get the Jews to not keep the Torah because of their critiques of it, and like they didn't agree with it. So then Hanukkah happened when there was a war between these Maccabees, which was a royal priestly family from the Jewish people, and they fought a military war against the Hasmonean Greeks, and they were vastly outnumbered. But cut out for a second. They were vastly outnumbered, but based on a lot of different events that happened, they won the war basically, and they won the war on the 24th day of the Hebrew month of Kislev. And after they won the war, they wanted to take control of the temple, because briefly I kind of left out some stuff. So while the Greeks were oppressing the Jewish people, the Greeks went into the Jewish temple in Jerusalem, and they like totally like messed it up. They put in like a bunch of Greek idols in the temple. They like defiled everything. They like spilled out all these oils in the temple. Basically every day in the temple there was like a whole ceremony that the Jewish people would do in accordance with the Torah law. They would like light this menorah. They would offer animal sacrifices, burn incense, and light a menorah. The menorah that they had in the times of the temple was a 7-branched menorah that's mentioned in the Torah, and it goes back to the times of Moshe. And the Creator commanded the priestly family to light this menorah every day. And that was one of the essential parts of this daily temple service. It involved offering sacrifices, burning incense, lighting the menorah, etc. So it has to be the menorah had to be lit with olive oil, and the olive oil was not supposed to like come into contact with like a certain insects or a dead body, etc. It had to be like pure olive oil that was just freshly crushed, not contaminated with other stuff. So during the Greek oppression, the Greeks like went into the temple. They just like contaminated all the oil. They also put idols in the temple, and they like messed up the entire temple, trying to stop the Jews from doing this daily temple service. So after the Maccabees won the war against the Greeks, then they wanted to like take back the temple so the Jews can continue the temple service. So they removed the idols from the temple, but then they wanted to restore the rite of the menorah lighting. This was a seven branch menorah, so they wanted to light the menorah again. But
let me hold you just a second.
Okay.
The Maccabees restored the temple, or the Jewish people restored the temple with the Maccabees allowing it?
I'm not sure exactly who. I'm pretty sure the Maccabees were the one who won the war, and then once they won the war, just the Jewish people, I'm pretty sure like under the Maccabees rule, the Maccabees were like ruling, kind of like the rulers at the time. So it was just all the Jewish people, but the Maccabees were the one who won the war. So I think it was just under their guidance.
Gotcha.
So they wanted to restore the temple service, which was a daily service they had to do every day. And one of the things they do every day is light the menorah. But the thing is that the Greeks already messed up all the oil. They like made the oil touch stuff it's not supposed to touch, or they spilled out some of the oil. So they had some oil, but it wasn't pure oil. It was like it came into contact with like insects or dead bodies or something. So it wasn't like the best kind of oil to use. Technically, they could have used it, but they didn't want to. And then it says a miracle was done. First of all, that they found one little flask of oil left that was like buried. I believe it was buried underground somewhere, and they knew that it was still pure because it had a special seal. Usually there was like someone like called the high priest who had a special seal So it was sealed in a container with a special like stamp, so they knew that it was untouched by the Greeks. And there was only one little flask of oil, and that was enough oil for the menorah to be lit for 1 day. And they figured, okay, we're just going to light the menorah now, and then we'll see what's going to happen later. Apparently, it would take 4 days for them to travel to another city to get the olives that are needed for the oil, and 4 days to bring the olives back to make the oil, to make new oil for the menorah. So it would take a total of 8 days for them to have new oil. But in the meantime, a miracle was done where they found this one little flask of oil that was still untouched, and it still had the seal of the high priest. So they were able to light the menorah at least for 1 day. And they figured, okay, after that, we're just going to have to use the non-pure oil, I guess, because they had no other option. But at least the first day, they wanted to use the best oil possible. So they lit the menorah like they would do in the daily temple offering, daily temple service with this flask. They expected the oil to only last for 1 day, and then the menorah would just go out after that, because that's what usually happens. And there was only enough oil to last for 1 day. But another miracle was done where that oil that they used happened to last for all 8 days. And that was enough time for them to bring other oil. So the menorah lasted for the amount of time it took them to bring other oil, which was 8 days. So there's 3 miracles of Hanukkah. First of all, the fact that the Maccabees, which were vastly outnumbered, won the war against the massive Hasmonean Greek army. Second miracle was that they found one flask that was still untouched by the Greeks that had the seal of the high priest. And the third miracle was that even though that flask was only enough oil to last for 8 days, even though it was only enough to last for 1 day, but the miracle was done and lasted for 8 days. Mm-hmm. Basically, long story short, or vice versa.
That's a good story. What that was in about 200. That would be about 70 AD, something like this.
No, much before. It was like about 2,400 years ago. It was 100 years or so after the Septuagint was written.
I thought that was an interesting story. No, I thought it was way more recent. I thought it was like during World War II or something.
World War II. That's a lot. No, definitely it goes back for a long time before that.
Yeah. But I made a mistake in my thinking, my calculations, my thinking tonight. But I did look at it before. Yeah, it is very interesting. What is, and that's a big thing in the Judaism calendar, like the Hanukkah or that thing in December, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's when it's celebrated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know this fella here on the wall?
What is that?
Well, that fella.
A what?
1 second, I'll show you.
Okay, let me try to switch the settings to make things bigger.
Yeah, so I just, I was Googling that because that makes sense. It was like 160
Interesting.
BCE.
Yeah, 160 BCE. That sounds... 160? Yeah?
Yeah, 167, 160.
Oh, so that was 2,200 years ago. Okay, I guess... I think that makes sense. It was... I'm not sure, actually. No, I thought it was before that.
Well, see, because I was thinking... So when I think of it, I think about the Christians and the Greeks and why there was Koine Greek being used in Jesus' time, which would be, at 0 BCE or 0 AD, whatever. I'm thinking like that, and then there was a war 70 years after that. So that's why I was thinking that it was the war after that, because I thought the Greeks still ruled the area, but apparently I was wrong. So,
well, yeah, these were Hasmonean Greeks, which is kind of like a weird term, but it wasn't. I know it wasn't regular Greeks for some reason. It was different kind of Greeks.
Okay. Got some roses. I'm going to have to say, Gladiator, I'm not envious of your beard anymore. I think it's Atmos's beard that I'm envious of now.
It grows on you.
It don't grow on me.
I hear.
Have you a beard, Sorbel?
No. I've got a patch kit.
Okay.
Yeah. You can call my beard Patch the Pirate.
This is the longest I've grown my beard in my whole life. and I'm going to leave it grow for another while now.
Yes.
I'm just starting to grow it, but thanks for the compliment, Corbin.
Absolute. Yeah, Gladiator's a big dude. Me and him one day are going to pick up a game of arm wrestling.
Yeah, we're going boxing. We're going in the ring. We're going fighting. But we have to be in a hospital for sore belt because we need a doctor. Not him.
I guarantee you'll need a doctor from me if you and I go into the ring. Well, I appreciate the education. I'm going to go ahead and leave the live. Gladiator, you take care of yourself, my friend. I like the story of Hanukkah because I didn't know that. That's a really good story. It's a very interesting story.
Yeah, cool. And we still celebrate it today.
I like to come on here and educate people like you, Sorbel. You know, people that are lacking, intellectually. And
I am American, buddy. I gotta represent my country.
Hey. We'll start in geography. I can give you grinds. You know what grinds are?
Grinds?
Grinds are like extra, education.
No, let's start with regular education before we move up.
They're called grinds. Okay, so look, we can give you a geography lesson. Or where you live.
That's where you get the term grinding. I think of grinding like, because I learned that as far as like that means work. When you're working hard, you're grinding.
Yeah, maybe. Grinds.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never looked into the terminology. But,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm glad I can educate you anyway. There's hope for you.
Okay, guys. Y'all take care. We'll see y'all later.
Yeah, it's been fun so far.
Yeah. See y'all. Bye-bye.
See you sooner. So yeah, what's up? Just you and me.
I just turned off the camera.
You can leave it on if you want.
I'm paranoid with the camera.
Paranoia is happens to the best of us. Do you have any other questions about anything?
Yeah, I'm sure I do. One second.
You're sure you do, but do you know that you do? It's a real question.
Yes, I'm very curious about everything, actually. I read the Bible and everything, sort of the whole lot. So, you don't believe in, is that you don't believe in Jesus, is it? So you believe in the Old Testament?
We believe that he could have existed, but we don't believe that he was divine or special in any way. So, yeah.
Okay. So you say you believe he could have existed, is it?
No, we believe he existed. As far as I know, we believe it. I believe he existed. Yeah.
And therefore, if the Bible was written, or is it just the Old Testament you believe in, then we'll say the Judaism?
Well, yeah, we don't call it the Old Testament. We just call it the eternal Torah that will last forever. But yeah.
Okay, with all due respect, of course, because you obviously use different terminology. I'm just here trying to understand and figure out the whole thing.
Yeah.
You asked me had I any questions? I do.
Yeah, let's hear them.
So, therefore, then I suppose, if it's written in that, what did you call it again? The Bible,
the Torah, the Tanakh. Yeah, the written Torah. Yeah, okay. The Torah, prophets, and writings.
So, if it's written in the Tanakh, is Jesus written in the Tanakh? Is one question.
No,
and the follow-up part of that question is, if so, why do you exclude your belief on that part of the Tanakh?
Yeah, well, he's not written in the Tanakh anywhere.
Okay. Where did that change, do you think, in history?
What do you mean? What was that? What did that change?
What happened in history that we'll say we have the Tanakh and we have the Bible, and what happened then with the changeover? Like, where did the Bible come out of? So, for example,
Well, I don't know where the Christian writings came from, but the Tanakh was written by prophets.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, you've. Are you from America, United States?
Yeah.
Are you? And have you been to Jerusalem and the Holy Land?
No, I've heard about it though.
I'd love to go there.
That's cool. Do you have any other questions?
I have a lot of questions. Like, I mean, but are you finishing off your live there or something? Or
My what?
are you finishing off your live?
No, I can keep going.
Yeah, I'll talk away anyway.
Yeah, as long as I have guests, I can keep going. Pretty much.
Have you any questions for me?
Nah, not at the moment. Besides for if you have any questions, which is itself a question.
Well, I'm from Ireland.
Ireland, I've heard of that. It's cool.
Yeah, so we're west of the UK or Great Britain.
That's cool.
Well, it's all really.
It's all good indeed.
What
Yes.
state are you from? What state are you from in the United States?
I was born and grew up in California. Now I live in New York.
So you went from the West Coast to the East Coast.
I was from the West Coast, and then I moved to the East Coast.
And why did you move so far?
Why not?
Yeah, well, I suppose if you were happy in your home place, you were born and raised, and why would you move
I don't
to
know,
New
things happen. You know, go new places, meet new people.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
What's your view on what's happening in Israel at the minute? There's a lot of war and stuff, unfortunately, and it's not good, in my view.
Yeah. Yeah, I support Israel, and I don't know what they can even do, but I just hope that they get the hostages back and defeat their enemies soon.
It seems to be a very narrow view for the amount of people that are being unalived there.
Yeah, I hope it ends soon by getting the hostages back and Israel defeating who they need to defeat so it can end.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What about a two-tier system, a two-tier state there, where everybody recognizes each other's religions, be it Palestine and Israel? Like in Ireland, we have Northern Ireland, which is world renowned for their peace treaty.
Yeah, Israel currently allows anyone to practice their religion freely.
Yeah, but they don't recognize the state of Palestine, though.
Yeah, but they recognize religions. People who are citizens of Israel, they can practice their religion. There's the millions of Arab Israeli Muslims. There's many Christians in Israel. So yeah, they could practice their religion freely in Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so obviously they don't recognize the state of Palestine.
Okay. Is that a problem?
Well, this is my point. Is for a peace, take for Northern Ireland, for example, we recognize, different countries, different religions. So Israel doesn't recognize Palestine on that degree.
Yeah, we allow people to practice their religion if they're an Israeli citizen, but we don't believe in there was a country of Palestine. I mean, was there a country of Palestine outside the British mandate?
Well, it's been recognized more so now by Spain, Norway, Ireland included. That's why I mentioned I'm from Ireland. I thought you might have heard of it, but obviously, as you said, you didn't even hear of Ireland in the first place.
No, I'm kidding. I heard of it.
Okay. Like, I'm just trying to have a discussion. I don't want to be confrontational or anything here. I like to chat, and I solemnly believe in the Hanukkah, as you call it. With all due respect, I might be getting the words wrong.
Yeah, it's all good.
I believe in the Bible, the Old Testament, and the New Testament, and all that. Like, I respect your culture, your religion, and I'm not here for that. I'm not here for confrontational. I'm here for purely peace discussion.
Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. Did you ask a question, or just? I'm not sure what the question was.
Yeah. Well, I asked you a few questions. So, like, I mean, that's it. You have questions for me anyway?
Nah, I don't have any questions. Besides, for if you have any more questions or if any questions were not answered yet, let me know.
Yeah,
or if you want more elaboration on any questions.
No, I mean, can you address the questions? Can you give me a comprehensive answer?
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, but that's it anyway. On the initial question that I asked you about the state of Palestine and all that, you failed to answer comprehensively or address the question. You actually dismissed me.
Was that a question? I mean, I thought you were just saying that we don't accept it, but are you asking why we don't accept it?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, that was the question that you dismissed.
Oh, I didn't realize it was a question. I thought you were just telling me something. So what is your question? Your question is, why do we not accept it?
Yeah, well, okay, you can go for that. So,
I mean, I just don't think there's any reason to accept it. I mean, Israel is a country. They won the War of Independence, 1948, and yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what else to say.
Made it clear under the UK treaty or whatever, and then you held information and you told me a lie that you didn't even know about Ireland, or you barely heard of it.
I said vague. I heard about it.
But yeah, you're very vague. You're very vague and misleading. And quite frankly, I rest my case here, and I bid you good night and take care.
Okay, I guess. Good night. This is a talk from the Baruch Rebbe in the background from the year 1979. Saying we should make the world into a dwelling place for the Creator. Let me get back to the main point so I can try to translate some of it as it's being spoken. And yeah, anyone who's here, feel free to join us alive to talk about more stuff. But yeah, basically. Yeah, let's talk about how we should have the Beis Hamikdash, the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, soon. They're saying that we should the prophecy should be fulfilled when it says those who lie down in the dust should get up and sing, which is talking about the resurrection of the dead. which will happen in the future time. And then even Moses and Aaron will be with him. Yes, this is from 1979 and the 26th of the Hebrew month of Av.
In dem innen welchem is a chesek, abduru gubas mit a chesek in otodin, yonem is a gleich wenn, the sin by mishput kipodem shaveh bistok.
Trying to understand what he's saying, but he's talking about the verse that says Zion, Zion, will be redeemed with justice, and it's the captives of Zion will be redeemed with tzedakah, with giving charity, which is one of the verses in the prophets, encouraging the Jewish people to give charity, give tzedakah, and help those in need. And it says through that, then Zion, which refers both to the Beis HaMikdash, the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, and it also refers to the Jewish people themselves, that they will be redeemed from the exile through that. So that's what he's referencing here. And Zion, in addition to meaning the Jewish people will be redeemed, it also means that the Beis Mikdash, the Holy Temple itself, will be revealed by the Creator. And in the Beis Mikdash, in the Holy Temple, it says the main point of the Holy Temple is to have a house that we should offer sacrifices in. The Rambam, the Maimonides writes that the main purpose of the Beis Mikdash is that, well, first, besides for having the Creator being manifested there, the energy of the Creator, but the way that the energy of the Creator is manifested in the Beis Mikdash in the Holy Temple is primarily through offering the animal sacrifices, which has a lot of spiritual effects on the universe and on the whole world, basically. And that's essentially the main point of the Beis Mikdash, which is going to happen to Mashiach, to have the Creator manifested in the physical world, which is, hopefully it should happen speedily. Let's see if I could continue this. It's a little freezing up. But in the meantime, yes, it's a little frozen. That's kind of brutal on my other phone. But yeah, when Mashiach comes, basically, the Creator will be manifested in everything, literally. It says that all flesh will see as one that the mouth of the Creator has spoken, which in the simple meaning that refers to the promise that the Creator gave to make the redemption happen. So people will see that that promise was fulfilled, that the Creator spoke truly. But it also means when it says that they will see that the mouth of the Creator has spoken, they will see the mouth of the Creator speaking, meaning the Creator doesn't have any body, but metaphysically it says that the Creator is speaking all of existence into reality every second. It says in the book of Tanya that if the Creator would stop speaking, even for one minute moment, not only would everything instantaneously cease to exist, chas v'shalom, but it would be as if nothing ever existed. So in order for the universe to continue to exist, the Creator needs to bring the universe into existence every second with His speech. Hi, welcome again, Goober. It's been a while. It's been a couple of days, a couple of minutes.
Do you want to teach me Hebrew?
Sure.
Is this what you do for a living? You're teaching Palestinians Hebrew?
If they want to be taught,
Do you get paid for this?
maybe.
By who?
That's a secret organization that doesn't like their identity being revealed.
Do you have a job?
Yeah,
What do you work as?
secret agent.
For what?
That's classified.
Oh. Okay. Are you Lior Raz?
I don't know what that is, so probably not.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Let what's the point of making these hour-long lives?
What's the point of anything? The point of the entire universe is to have the Creator manifested in this world. And in Chabad, we believe that when the teachings of the Torah and the Baal Shem Tov specifically reach the entire world, then Mashiach will come, the Messiah will come, and all of the problems in the universe will eternally be fixed forever. There'll be no more war, no more poverty, no more struggle, no more jealousy. There will only be infinite abundance in everything, and we will see the Creator manifested in all of reality. So that's the goal, just trying to go viral, get the message out there about Mashiach, about the Creator constantly creating the universe every second. And just when those messages reach the whole world in a viral way, then Mashiach will come, and all the problems in the entire universe will be solved forever.
You know what? Something really funny is that. Do you know what Dajjal is?
Nope.
You don't
Do you?
know? Yeah, I'm not actually Jewish. I'm actually Muslim.
Cool.
We believe in the false Messiah. Have you heard about that?
I've heard of many false messiahs throughout history, including what people call Mr. J by people. I mean me, the guy who lived about 2,000 years ago. So yeah, we believe he was a false messiah. And a few other people were false messiahs. So yeah.
Yeah, we believe this false Messiah is gonna be he's gonna come out during the end of times, and he's just going to persuade people that he's God. And in our scripture and holy book, it says the Jews are actually going to be the first ones that fall for his scheme. This is a very well-known thing in the Islamic world. We know he's gonna be the false Messiah. He's going to try and
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I was just listening to this talk of the Babbage Rebbe, 1979. He just said, when Mashiach comes, the Creator is going to lift us on wings of eagles, and we're going to be miraculously transported back to the Holy Land of Yerushalayim. And
Wait, I actually have one more question. If you're preaching your message, this is I don't know. I'm just curious. It's really hard to convert to Judaism, and if you do, it takes a 3 to 7 year long process. So what's the point of preaching if you don't want I don't know, this is my assumption, Jews don't want anyone to convert. It's more of a private religious community is what I believe, because it's
so what was that?
I said go ahead.
So Judaism, you're right, does not generally encourage conversions. But there is another thing that people can know about, is something called the 7 commandments of Noah. People think that there's 10 commandments that apply to them, but no. In the Torah, we believe that in addition to the 613 commandments that the Creator commanded Moshe to command the Jews, the Creator also commanded Moses to teach the other nations of the world to keep 7 commandments. These are called the 7 commandments of the children of Noah, because essentially Adam himself was commanded with 6 of these commandments, and then after the flood of Noah was given a seventh commandment. So they're called by his name, even though they were mainly commanded to the Creator, by the Creator to Moses at Mount Sinai for all of humanity to keep. And these are the laws of universal humanity, universal morality for all of humanity that will bring peace to the world, basically. So that's something they could do. But I'm just here to try to spread the message of that the universe is being created every second by the Creator, and the general idea of Mashiach. Because even if those ideas just reach the world, then I believe that Mashiach will come if people just know about it.
Another question I have is in Islam, this is like the outline of our like religion. Prophet Muhammad, he was sent down by God as a prophet to preach the message of God's words and try and convert as many people as possible. And yeah, that's what like basically Islam is. And I don't really get the gist of like Christianity. I know that Jesus is their God. They worship Jesus. They pray to Jesus. But in Judaism, I know you guys pray to Hashem, which means the name, or I know you guys cannot say Adonai, right?
Outside of prayer, yeah.
Yeah. So like I don't get the story, but like for Judaism. Like I understand like in Christianity, it's Jesus that was brought and died for everyone's sins. Islam is Prophet Muhammad. I'm guessing Judaism is Prophet Moses, but I don't like get the story.
Which part don't you get? Because it's a long story.
In Judaism, I'm not trying to be rude, but you guys have like a lot of weird traditions or like rituals where you put your whole house in aluminum foil.
I never heard of that, dude. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Aluminum foil Judaism.
Never heard of that, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's during Passover, Jews use aluminum foil to line food preparation areas.
I mean, some people put their plates in aluminum foil, I guess. I mean, I actually did not know that, but I guess some of them.
It's their kitchens. Why do Orthodox Jews cover their kitchens in foil?
During Passover? Well, because during Passover, the Jews are commanded not to eat leavened bread. So even like one tiny crumb of bread that was mixed with water and sat for like a certain amount of time and became leavened bread is not allowed. So usually people use kitchens throughout their year to cook and process products that have leavened bread in them. During Passover, they can't have even the tiniest minute trace of this leavened bread. So they cover their kitchens usually with tinfoil to make sure that if they put something down on the counter, it's not going to get any trace of the products that they used it for the rest of the year.
Don't you find that very wasteful and really strict and strange?
Well, it's not wasteful because the entire universe was created for people to keep the commandments of the Torah. That's why everything exists. So it's not wasting, it's using.
I think it's wasteful throwing away all that aluminum foil.
But why was aluminum foil created? Why was the universe created?
That's my religion. It was made to test everyone. So we believe this earth was created to test all the people on it, whether if they pass, it's like a test basically. If you do good and you follow your religion in Islam perfectly, then God will choose based on your your lifetime. He'll assess if you go to heaven or hell. But when it comes to Judaism, I'm confused.
Yeah, so the ultimate purpose of everything is this physical universe. There is a concept of a temporary heaven and temporary hell, but ultimately the ultimate state of being is in the times of the resurrection of the dead, when the souls in the spiritual worlds will come back down. The souls of the righteous will come back down into physical bodies, and they will live forever. They will live forever eternally in the physical human body and the human body will be sustained from the Creator directly and not through the soul. The soul will not need to give life to the body anymore because the physical matter of the body will get its life force directly from the Creator, and the soul will still come back down into the body in order to get the great revelation that's in the human body. And that revelation is all accomplished through the good deeds and the commandments that we do in this physical world. The ultimate purpose of everything is this world, not the heavens, not the spiritual world. This is the world that the Creator gave the Torah into. And this is the world the Creator chose to put the temple, build the temple, which is a physical building where the Creator was manifested in the past. And when the Messiah comes, Messiah is going to build a new temple on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. And that's going to be the physical place where the Creator's energy will be manifested. And from there, it will affect how the entire world, how it will see the Creator being manifested in literally everything in all of existence. And it'll be heaven on earth, basically. And that's accomplished through the good deeds. In the Talmud, it says that, first it says that even one moment of spiritual bliss in the world to come, like in the heavens or in the resurrection, etc., even one moment of spiritual bliss is better than all of the life in this world, which means all of the physicality life. If someone is like pursuing materialism, all the like physical delights possible that can be possibly attained in this world, all of it is incomparable to even one moment of spiritual bliss in the world to come. But then it says even greater, it says that even one moment of kindness and good deeds in this world is greater than all of the life of the world to come. Meaning the heavens and the world of the resurrection, the heavens have many different levels. It's not just one place, but there's heavens of heavens, and each of the souls 3 times per day they ascend to incomparably greater levels than before, of like incomparably greater levels of spiritual delight, which is accomplished through understanding the secrets of the Torah in infinitely new depth. And in the world of the resurrection, we will realize the spiritual energy behind the actions that we did during the time of the exile. Now, so the point is, there's all these really intense spiritual revelations that happen in the world to come, and all of that is infinitely insignificant, comparable to even one moment of good deeds in this world that we do now. So the ultimate purpose of everything is this world, and doing acts of good deeds, doing the physical commandments of the Creator. And yeah, this world is the main thing, basically.
So, what I got from that is, like, I find it reasonable, like how Islam says, okay, Earth is the test for all humans to decide whether you go to hell or heaven. But it's like, and you're based and assessed on the grade you get if you go to heaven or hell, and the angels are writing down your good and bad deeds on your shoulders. So when it comes to Judaism, like you said, you follow the commandments, and you are resurrected into, after you die, into your own body, and then heaven is on earth.
Ultimately, in the meantime, there is a spiritual heaven as well that souls go to nowadays, and that is based on also based on like reward and punishment based on the amount of good deeds someone did, that really only the Creator knows. It's like based on like the not only the amount of good deeds, but like the intensity, not just the quantity but the quality as well. And so that's like a temporary spiritual bliss, is what people call heaven or the heavens. It's a temporary waiting zone, but the main thing is this world.
Wait, why can't you? Can you say God in English?
It's better not to.
And you can't say in Hebrew either?
Not unless someone is learning Torah or doing prayers. Some people say if someone is just like talking Torah in English, if they're teaching, they could say it, but it's debatable, so I try to avoid it.
So, why?
Well, there's a commandment that says, do not take the name of the Lord in vain, and that applies to using it like casually. So someone could learn it like could use it in a respectful way if they're learning, but it's kind of doubtful like what's considered learning or what's not. So it's better just to stick to like the official prayers to say it, or the official Torah. If someone is just learning or talking about it, they could say it, but I prefer not to.
What are your why don't you think Islam is the truth?
Well, we just don't have any reason to believe that it is, essentially. Because we believe the Torah that Moshe got from the Creator is eternal. And the way we know it's true is because the Creator revealed himself directly to millions of people at Mount Sinai. So there's a huge fire descended from the heavens. There was lightning, visible sound waves, millions of angels. And everyone there could they could not only see, but they could feel the Creator inside of them. And this fire, out of the fire and from all 6 directions as well, was speaking these Hebrew words, saying to listen to Moshe. He was calling out Moshe to the mountain, Moses, and then he was speaking, he's saying I am the Lord your God who took you out of Egypt. So this is not just something that they heard about from one prophet. It's not like Moses just said, "Oh, hey guys, I just talked to God." I said it. Whatever. It's yeah, I just talked to the Creator. So believe me because I'm a good guy. No, the people actually saw this huge revelation and they could feel it and hear it and experience it themselves. This was millions of eyewitnesses. So it's not just dependent on one testimony of one person, it's dependent on millions of people. And those people told their kids and who told their kids all the way to the modern day with an unbroken chain of tradition from the modern day to Moses.
So why is Islam the fastest growing religion, and if it is true, then why is Judaism the smallest religion?
Well, first of all, Jews are not trying to convert other people. So the Jewish people have always been the smallest people in the land. But ultimately, there is this concept of the 7 commandments of Noah that apply to all humanity. And ultimately, that will reach all of humanity. And ultimately, everyone will know about the Torah. And everyone will realize that everything else is false. But that's what the Jews have been waiting for thousands of years. We know it's going to happen. Just a question of when.
So you think everyone around you is false?
Not everyone, but those who don't know about the Torah, yeah, they've been misled, misinformation, basically.
Who was your first prophet?
First prophet? Probably Adam, the first man.
And then second?
Seth, probably, Adam's son.
Third? When does it come to... Because we believe in Adam too, so when... I'm confused, when the chain breaks.
The chain never breaks. We know exactly everyone who existed since Adam. And since Moshe, we know all the prophets that Moshe gave the tradition to. And in those times, it wasn't just one person giving the tradition to one other person. There was millions of followers of those leaders of the time, teaching it to them, to their children, etc. So we have, from the times of Moshe to the times that the Talmud was written down, and afterwards, we have every generation of all the leaders and their courts and their followers documented. There's 40 generations between Moses and the times that the Talmud was written down, and that was fairly recent. So from then we have all kinds of other documentation. But yeah.
So Moses was your last prophet?
No, Moses was in the middle of the prophet. He was considered the greatest prophet, but no, he was 26 generations after Adam.
Who was your last?
There's no last prophet. The prophets will last forever. In fact, the Lubavitcher Rebbe said explicitly that his own father-in-law, who lived 1900s till 1950, was an actual prophet in the same way the biblical prophets existed. And based on that, many people say that the Lubavitcher Rebbe himself was a prophet based on certain things that he said that came true exactly the way he said it. And based on the fact that he said that his father-in-law is a prophet. What was that?
It says Malachi is considered the last prophet in Judaism.
It's not true.
According to the Talmud, there were 48 prophets and 7 prophets.
There were prophets in the past, but prophecy still exists now.
Who's the most recent?
The Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, born in 1902, passed in 1994.
So who makes them a prophet?
The Maimonides specifies different signs for how we could determine who a prophet is. The main sign is if they say things, if they say future events that are going to come true, and they happen exactly the way that they say them, then we know that they're a prophet. If they also don't contradict anything else in the Torah, meaning if someone like does miracles or does certain miraculous things, but then says, "Oh, and because of this miraculous thing that I'm doing, therefore you should go against the Torah," or if they say, "I've received a new teaching from the Creator that tells us to not keep the Torah anymore," then we know that they're false prophets, because a prophet will never add anything to the Torah. Prophets only come to encourage people to follow the Torah, but there's never a case where a prophet will receive, after Moses, there's never a case after Moses where a prophet will receive new prophecy that will add or change anything in the Torah. So if they do any of those things, we know they're false. But if they don't do those things, and if they say future events in a way that comes true exactly the way they say it, then that's the main sign for how the Jewish courts can determine that one is a prophet.
What would you do if Superman just came through your window right now and just said, "The Torah is false. There's a new thing around."
I wouldn't believe him.
Even if he was like flying?
Doesn't make a difference. There's sorcery exists according to the Torah. The ancient Egyptians were one of the sources of where like magic and sorcery came from. So people could do all kinds of miracles with sorcery, but it's not from the. I mean, it's from the. Everything's from the Creator. The Creator gives life to good and evil, but it's not something that we should listen to.
Okay, so that's really like weird. We don't have anything strict in our religion, like putting aluminum foil around our house. Keeping kosher. That one is also really, really strict. Like, I don't really understand why you guys can't eat cheeseburgers.
I mean, Muslims keep halal, right? They don't eat pig meat. Am I right?
Well, we have a reason the pig is dirty, but there's no reason why you can't have meat and dairy at the same time.
Yeah, well, first of all, the kosher law is only...
No, that's not true. We can eat kosher. We can eat kosher as long as, because we think about the brutality of the animal, because if they're killed by like a machine, that's like unmoral, I guess, in our religion. Like, we have a reason, like a reasonable stance on it. Like, halal meat is cut the neck in the name of God, and don't let it bleed out. It has to die immediately. It cannot like suffer, and it can't be in front of its children as well.
Yeah, Judaism also has laws about ritual slaughter where the animal does not feel any pain, and it's also on the bottom of the neck where they cut the windpipe and the esophagus at the same time, such that they're just
That's why, when I'm in Israel, I'm allowed to eat the meat there. But like, the only thing I don't understand is, actually, all three Abrahamic religions are against pork. That's reasonable. But the thing is, I don't get the cheese and burger.
So your question is because both cheese alone and the burger alone would be fine, but then when you put them together, why would it be forbidden? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm just asking why it's forbidden in general. Like, I'm giving you reasons. Like, these are reasonable stances on why we can't eat pigs, because Judaism forbids it, Christianity forbids it, and there's like a lot of scientific things that say pigs eat their feces. But when you look at cheeseburgers, everyone eats those, so it's confusing.
You're saying a cheeseburger that's not made from pigs, like a cheese that's made from like beef that's slaughtered correctly.
Yeah, like a cheeseburger with beef and then cheese on top.
Yeah. So first of all, the kosher laws only apply to the Jewish people. Other people could eat kosher if they want to, but they don't have to. But for whatever reason,
I know.
the Creator...
I'm saying, why can't Jews eat cheeseburgers?
Because the Torah tells us not to. The Creator commanded us to not eat dairy and meat together.
Like, but there has to be a reason. Like, as I told you, it's because our religion thinks the pig is dirty. Why can't you
I'm
eat
saying,
a cheeseburger?
are you asking why did the Creator of the universe decide that the Jews should not eat dairy and meat together?
Yeah, do you not know?
So certain laws, even laws of not eating a pig, is not understood. I mean, what does dirty even mean? A lot of animals are dirty, but we even like chickens are dirty if they're covered in filth, but we could still eat them if they're slaughtered correctly. So what does it mean to be dirty?
Yeah, I know, but the thing is, I already said Christianity forbids pork as well as Judaism, and they have reasonable stances. I'm just
saying
talking about.
Judaism also forbids Jews to eat meat and dairy because the Creator of the universe told us not to eat that because it's damaging to the soul.
It's damaging to the soul?
That's the reason for kosher laws, because it becomes the blood and flesh of the person eating it. Like, for example, when it comes to other animals that aren't kosher, because of those animals, the creator of the universe knows what those animals are, and he knows that when someone eats those animals, then they're eating the soul of the animal, and that soul of the becomes part of the blood and flesh of a person, and that's why the Creator tells us to only eat and drink certain things. When it comes to meat and milk, the spiritual effects that happen when you cook meat and milk together and eat them, for a Jew, it's detrimental to the Jewish soul.
Oh, so it's like a spiritual thing. I just want to reply
Yes,
to
it's a spiritual thing. There's no logical reasoning other than in the spiritual realm. It's like a chemistry, you mix together two different chemicals that could cause an explosion. So, like, for the reasons that the Creator knows of how the soul works and what souls are and what the spiritual energy behind everything is, he knows that the spiritual energy that's in dairy, when it's mixed with the spiritual energy that's in meat and eaten, then it's damaging to the Jewish soul.
Someone said, why is alcohol haram? That's because anything that damages your body or harms you in any way, self-harm, is considered prohibited. So that's why, like, we have a logical explanation, like, why we're not allowed to smoke or drink. But I kind of understand the spiritual, but that's why like, Judaism doesn't really make sense to me. So just like what I understood from you is your ancestors passed down this chain of events from, like, your grandparents inherited this story where they said thousands of years ago there were miracles and we felt God's wrath inside us or something, and that's why you're the chosen people.
Yeah, the idea of the chosen people happened mainly when the Creator revealed himself in this world at Mount Sinai, and he said, I am the Lord your God. When he said those words to the people there, then it's like the Creator infused himself into all of the Jewish people forever and separated them from all the nations.
So why did he only do a specific amount of people, and everyone else should be punished because they weren't never given the opportunity to look into the religion? Or like everyone gets a chance in Islam because it's being preached everywhere. Like, we want people to join, we want people to convert. It's a reasonable religion where it's literally a test. You follow the simple book, and if you do good, you pray 5 times a day, you'll go to heaven. Well, after you're assessed by God. But when it comes to Judaism, you're telling me God told these people in the Sinai, you're the chosen ones. Go tell your grandchildren and your children that you're the chosen ones, and you all will go enter heaven at the end of times. Like, and cover your kitchens with aluminum foil.
Is that a question or a statement?
I don't know. Like, I'm just saying my religion is more reasonable than yours. Like, why would God just tell the random people in the middle of the Sinai, hey, I am your Lord. Go tell your children, your grandchildren, pass the message down, and then we'll see if you guys pass it down good till the day of judgment. And put your kitchens in aluminum foil.
Okay, cool.
Like, don't you ever, like, question that?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up totally secular, not knowing anything about Torah, and I questioned it a lot until I had conversations and realized the truth.
Oh. Yeah. So, do you have any questions about Islam?
Nah,
No?
nope.
Why is that, like, a religion that doesn't interest you?
It's not interesting to me.
But I think it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So you think your religion is correct because God told your ancestors, how many was it? 1 million people, you said?
3 million about, or a little more. Yeah, approximately a few million.
What were the name of those people?
A lot of different names. We have some names. We don't have all the names. Why?
So it was like the people in the Sinai?
The ancestors of the Jewish people, yeah. I mean, the people that Moses took out of the land of Egypt and who later became the nation of Yisrael and lived in the land of Israel for more than 1,000 years and had other kids all the way to the modern day. And that's where
Until
all the Jews
they
are
were
from.
expelled from the Romans?
Yes. Jews that live in Israel, America, Jews that live in Japan, all the Jews that live now, their ancestors are these billions of people. That's where the Jews come from. Except for converts, but still, a similar idea.
Is there Indian Jews?
If someone is born in India and they convert to Judaism, they could be, theoretically, yeah.
So I'm still stuck on why God told these 3 million people, I am God. And then they passed this message down. What if it was like mass hysteria?
Mass hysteria is the same thing as reality, because if more than one person is saying the same thing, seeing the same thing, that means that it's real. I mean, hysteria, not hysteria. If more than one person is seeing the same thing, then it's not just something that's subjective to their own mind. It's something that's outside of both them. But yeah, to clarify one thing you said earlier, just you mentioned like, oh, why do the Jewish people single out the Jews, but the rest of the people are punished? But no, the rest of the people are not punished, because again, the Creator gave the Jews 613 commandments, but He also gave all of humanity 7 commandments. And if the other people, even if they do not convert to Judaism, if they keep those 7 commandments, then they're good, basically. It says they'll have all the blessings of the Creator, and they'll have the portion of the world to come, etc. So they do have the path to salvation, the 7 commandments of Noah. That's not exclusive to the Jews. That could apply to anyone who wants it as well.
So, I never heard of this last prophet of yours. What's his name? I want to look him up.
Yeah, look up Menachem, Menachem, Mendel, Mendel, and Schneerson. Kind of hard to spell, actually.
I found it.
Oh, okay, cool.
He looks scary.
Depends which picture you look at. But we don't believe there's any concept of a last prophet, because it says in the prophets that when the Messiah comes, the Creator says, I will spill out my spirit on all flesh, and all of them, everyone in the world will prophesy in my name. So prophecy will last forever. When Messiah comes, everyone will be a prophet. The different levels of prophecy, people could be at different levels depending on their righteousness, but everyone will be a prophet forever. So there's no concept of a last prophet in Judaism.
So you can be a prophet if you like.
Yeah. Even before the Messiah comes, according to the Maimonides, the Rambam, anyone can be a prophet if he mentioned certain conditions for what one has to do to be able to be a prophet. And even then, it's not guaranteed. He says one has to be like removed from the current events and removed from all the vanities of his time, and just like have a great fear and love of the Creator, essentially, etc. And essentially like remove oneself from the worldly affairs to be merely united with the Creator.
Question.
Yeah.
I see he died in 1994. He said that quote about the Messiah's arrival was imminent.
Yes.
And do you know what imminent means?
Very soon. Immediately, pretty much. But it can mean very soon. In very close proximity in time.
He died in 1994, and this was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, so it's overdue. Maybe the Messiah already came. Maybe we're just waiting for him. We don't know. But the Messiah is definitely going to reveal himself very soon. That's what we do know.
Do you think Israel is trying to speed up the process so they don't view him as a false prophet?
Who? View Menachem Mendel? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, we are trying to speed up the process. We've been trying, speeding up the process by praying 3 times a day to ask the Creator to send the prophet, to send the Messiah, and by singing "We Want Mashiach Now." There's certain spiritual things we can do to speed up the process, but we can't speed it up physically. The physical government that the Messiah will establish, the kingdom of King David, that will only be established by the Creator. But we could still do our part to bring it closer, such as like adding in good deeds, asking the Creator to bring the Messiah, and spreading the message of the Messiah, etc. And the message of the Hasidic philosophy.
Is it possible to bring him physically?
Physically is a strong word. We believe that when the teachings of the Hasidic philosophy reach the entire world, then the Messiah will come automatically. So that could be a way of making it happen. But in terms of the physical government, we can't establish the government of the Messiah before the Messiah comes. It's more of a spiritual thing we can do to make the Messiah come.
And you're fully confident that your religion is true?
100%.
Although I literally just told you he died, and he said he's coming imminently.
Yeah, the Messiah is going to come very soon. Hi, welcome, Messi. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
What's up? Have we met before? I can't remember.
Yeah, we have. Oh,
Cool. I think I recognize your voice. Yeah, I remember when we talked.
Wait, Goober.
Good to see you again.
Nice seeing you too.
Hello?
Goober said that if you believe your religion is true. Huh?
Yes, he said that, and I said yes.
Oh, what do you mean?
What was that?
Wait, what do you mean?
Was that a question for Gooper or me?
We'll see how. Here, let me take it this way. I can still hear kind of my echo. It's
That's
on
fine.
your it's moose.
It shouldn't be because I have the microphone and headphones.
I think it's Goober.
No.
Oh my gosh! Wait, hang on. Wait, let me. No.
It's fine. It's totally fine.
Okay. So Goober. So what do you believe?
I believe in Islam.
This is crazy, because, see, so Atmuz is Jewish, Goober is a Muslim, and I'm a Christian.
Okay.
This is an interesting. No, like it just usually you don't have all three in one live. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's cool.
I know.
Share perspectives.
But do you know what is actually interesting?
What?
I do, but tell me anyway.
His religion started off as God telling 3 million people that he's God and they should worship him, and tell their children and grandchildren about this same to pass the message that they witness God's power and that they should put their kitchen in aluminum foil. And then my religion is straightforward. You just follow the book. You pray 5 times a day. You're assessed on whether you did good or bad by God in the day of judgment. And then your assessment will either take you to hell or heaven. That's like simple. And then in Christianity, it's like the Trinity, and like that's confusing, and like there's like a lot of contradictions. Like if I grab a Bible and you grab a Bible, they're not gonna have the same text. It's just if you grab 2 Qurans, they're gonna be word for word the same.
Anything else you want to put on that list?
Yeah, anything else?
I just find my religion really straightforward.
So could you substantiate on the one claim about how like it's not straightforward?
On who?
On it, you're implying that Christian supposedly is not straightforward, unlike Islam, right? Is that what you're implying?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly does it not? What does not make sense to you? Because I can help it.
Well, I said the Trinity. That's number 1. Number 2 is like the contradictions.
But
number
what about
3?
The Trinity? We'll get to those in a second.
Come on. There's literally stories of Jesus worshiping God.
You gotta go one at a time. You can't just spit out all these 3 things and expect me to answer them. So let's go one at a time. So the Trinity. So what is that? What exactly confuses you? Messes up with your brain about the Trinity.
Like the whole concept of it. God becoming a human, a spirit, God worshiping himself, God going and praying to himself, God kneeling to himself. That whole concept, like even Jews believe that you guys are idol worshippers.
That's a very hasty generalization of the Jewish people because not all Jews are the same. There are Messianic Jews, and there are
No, it's literally one of their commandments. He was telling me about Noah's commandments. Do not worship idols, and you guys obviously wear crosses.
Those
ask him.
First off,
ask
you made
him
an
yourself.
error.
Ask
You
him
just
yourself.
made an error in your argument. You said Noah's commandments, even though the commandments were given to Moses, not Noah. So that's your first error. Actually, you kind of made. So basically, so we believe in a triune God. Also, the triune God is also in the Old Testament. When Elohim, the etymology of Elohim in Genesis 1:1 has plurality to it, because in the Hebrew language, whether archaic or modern Hebrew, the I am at the end of the suffix, it has plurality with it. And later in, like God, Elohim has plurality in its etymology. And also, numerous times in the Old Testament, we see the name, the Spirit of the Lord. And also, we see in Exodus, I am. So the term I am means what God revealed himself to Moses. And Atzmos, this is Exodus, in the Torah. So you already know what I'm talking about. And when God showed himself, he said, I am. And Jesus, in John chapter 8, verse 58, Jesus said, before Abraham was, I am. Jesus Christ is claiming to be God in human form because he says, I am to these people. So Jesus Christ is claiming to be God to these people. In Revelation 1:8, he says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. In Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, God calls himself, I am the first and the last. And the Omega and the Alpha mean the first and the last.
I'm going to be honest with you. I did not listen to a word that you said.
Well, your ignorance doesn't
No, it's not in a rude way. See what you just did right now? Like
it's
that
called
whole,
explaining and substantiating my claims.
Yeah,
That's
no.
You just don't want to listen.
That whole that whole explanation is unnecessary because I'm telling
Goober,
you.
I just gave you
Look,
evidence.
listen, you just proved my point because I'm telling you. Oh my God, listen, I'm telling you, my religion is straightforward. I don't have like God says He's God. He says He has no other affiliations. La ilaha illallah. We say that every day. No
Yeah,
other
to
being
them.
besides God. It's so straightforward. But you doing that whole explanation just made me way more distant to ever convert to Christianity. Why would I want someone to
Well,
do
the
that whole
truth hurts.
explanation?
The truth
Like,
hurts, my dude. So I'm gonna ask you this question: did Jesus commit shirk?
don't change the subject. Wait.
Okay, I'm asking you a genuine question. Did
Okay,
Jesus
wait.
commit shirk?
Okay. So
Did
basically,
Jesus commit shirk? Yes or no?
my claim when I came up here, look, if you're gonna be ignorant and like just
Bro, you
keep
literally
repeating,
just said I did not listen to a single thing you said, and you're calling me ignorant.
because I came up here with the claim
Goober,
that
stop being like a
came up here
child.
with the claim that my religion is straightforward, and you proved my point by
But can
yapping
you
for
substantiate that
5
it's
minutes straight
straightforward?
about the Trinity. That's how you proved my point.
Yeah, I explained it to you thoroughly, but yet you literally do not take any part of it.
I literally came up here saying my religion is straightforward, and then she comes up here trying to explain the Trinity in 5 minutes, and I don't
You have
care
no
because
standard.
that's what makes your religion like so like I don't want to join it because
That's a
it takes
very
you 5
subjective
minutes
argument,
to
though.
explain something really ridiculous.
Goober, that is so subjective of you to say. If for you to say if my religion is straightforward, that's such a subjective argument.
It is. It's so straightforward. Like
it's subjective, though. You say it's straightforward.
Not
you say
though. It's a
Christianity is
fact.
straightforward.
We are like.
Okay.
Why do you think we're the
That is
fastest growing
that's
religion?
a subjective argument. Subjective arguments do not stand on its own. It's not objective. You need to learn your etymology. You need to learn your definitions. Because once again, if you're going to make the claim that Islam is straightforward and Christianity is not, because Islam is straightforward and that means Christianity is not straightforward.
I just want to go back to me and the guys.
Okay, then I'm gonna ask you about your religion. Then, if you claim this is straightforward, if you claim your religion is straightforward, then you shouldn't mind asking me these questions, answering these questions.
What was your question?
Straightforward answer. So we see in the Quran, in Surah 5, it talks about the Injil. And the Injil was revealed to Jesus Christ. It was given to Jesus Christ, as you guys claim. And the Injil in English is the gospel. Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. So, yes, the Injil was God. And what happened to the Injil?
It was altered.
Why?
I don't even know.
So if Allah, who is Allah all powerful? Is Allah all omniscient? Is he omnipotent? Is he omnipresent?
I really don't want to debate with you. I'm gonna be honest.
If you're claiming your religion is straightforward, but you can't give me an answer, then
I really wanted to learn about Judaism. Like I really don't want to debate with you.
Gentlemen.
I don't even think that's a guy.
Hold on, Goober.
Hang on, Goober. Hang on. Easy, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, guys, out of respect for the host, because I know the host is a really awesome dude who wants to actually discuss Torah, I would appreciate it if y'all just drop this conversation until a conversation drops before our study. Out of respect.
Yeah, I have questions about I was gonna ask about what's it called? Bar Choba. He was and other prophets and Shabbati Sevi. I don't know where this SE guy came from.
He was on here earlier.
Well, we're mutual.
He was part of the live.
Yeah, regular. I had questions about
Goober.
Judaism.
No, and of course, I didn't mean this anyway to disrupt anything. It's just when someone makes claims that are full of errors.
Well, it took you 5 minutes to explain the Trinity.
Goober,
you literally proved my point.
Goober, no, it's actually, you just need to read context and to read and go into the Bible and not just go off of claims that your imams or the people you hear on the internet say, because it's not substantiated.
My parents are actually Christian.
Goober, good for you, but that's not, you can't make claims without any evidence. So easy, thank you for that warning. However, Atzmuz, you're the host, this is your live, you can say whatever, tell me, because I don't need Easy to tell me this. I want you as the host of this live to tell me, and then I can stop, of course, because I'm going to respect your live.
But Atmos, do you think Christians are idol worshippers?
We're bringing Christians into this. Okay.
I'm asking him a question. Do you believe they are idol worshippers? Come on, be honest. You can't pray inside a church.
It depends.
Huh?
Yeah, we cannot pray inside a church. That's correct. Whether or not they're
Why?
idolaters, it
Tell her
depends.
why. Tell her why.
I'm trying to explain. So whether or not they're idolaters, it actually depends on the denomination.
But
if the denomination,
you can pray in a mosque.
Technically, it's not recommended, but we could theoretically. Yeah. So I mean, if the Christianity denomination believes in one God, which some of them kind of do, it's kind of debatable. I'm not an expert in the Christianity denominations, but I think some of them do. Is that right, Essie? Some of them have like just one.
Whoever is a Christian is a Trinitarian. A true Christian is a Trinitarian.
But there's some who are like not true Christians, so to speak. They have like some view of one God. Is that right?
All Christians believe in one God. It's just some believe in oneness. Like they believe that that Jesus is the Father, which that is not true. That's a heresy.
For 5 more minutes.
Wait, one second.
That's a heresy. No, I know. It's just obviously people, they overcomplicate things because man complicates things, but God lays it down simply, but we just overcomplicate it. So a Christian believes in the Trinity because the Trinity is God's character. If they don't believe that, then they're not an actual Christian.
Okay, maybe not actual Christians, but would you say there are some people who believe that?
Who claim
to be Christians, yes.
Yeah, there's anyone can claim to be anything but actually not follow it.
Okay.
Just like Satan. Satan believes in Jesus, but he's not a Christian.
Yeah. So according to Judaism, so if one believes in one God, then it's not idolatry. But if someone believes in multiple gods, then according to the Judaism, then that is idolatry. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Yeah. However, Christianity, we believe in one God. However,
Okay.
One God, one being, 3 persons in one being. Because once again, Elohim is plural. It has plurality in it. And also, Jesus said, when you baptize in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And throughout the Old Testament, we see the Spirit of the Lord, who is the essence of God, the Spirit of God, because God is spirit. So, and the Father, you don't see the term Trinity explicitly in the Bible. However, the concept and the character of the Trinity is in the Bible. Of course, that's a whole other conversation, but it's just, I have the evidence of it. However, Goober does not. Goober, you cannot substantiate your claims with me.
Okay, yeah, I hear. Yeah. No, I know. I was listening to what you were saying earlier. I heard everything you said. So yeah, in terms of Elohim being plural. Yeah, in terms of Elohim being plural, it's explained Judaism. That just means that refers to the fact that the same Creator has within him, contains all of the different powers of the world. So in English, we would say the Almighty as a translation of that name, because someone who's almighty, meaning all of the different possible mights, all of the powers in the world, are included in the same Creator. So that's how we explain Elohim to be plural, even though it's still referring to one Creator, basically. What do you think about that?
Yahweh. What is
the
Yahweh
same Creator, we
mean?
believe, has different names, but it's the same Creator. Only one Creator, different names.
One Creator.
Yes, only one Creator.
What does it say? One Creator.
Only one being, one Creator, who has different names, different ways that we can relate to him.
Yes, one being, 3 persons. And also we see in Genesis 1:26 when God says, "Let us make mankind in our own image." Who is this us? Why is God saying, "Let us make mankind"?
Well, next verse though.
Yeah, what does it say in the we'll answer your question in 1 second, but what does it say in the next verse? Is a good question. In the Hebrew, what does it say?
In the Hebrew?
Or in English also, what is the verse?
Wait, can you pull it up? I'll have to
I'll just tell you. It says that Elohim created man, not the us, but only the Elohim which is in the singular. The word bara says created is in the singular grammatical. I'm gonna bring up the exact verse. Genesis, I think 2. Maybe 1. I don't know.
Let me pull up to it.
Genesis 1 or 2. I forgot. Probably 2. I'm not. sure exactly. Okay. No, it's not. Probably one. Actually, no. I don't know. Oh no, it's one. Genesis 1.
But you do notice that Elohim has plurality in the name of God.
Yes, we notice it. Which I tried to explain. The way we explain the plurality is because the Creator is almighty. All of the different powers in the world that people think are different powers are part of this, are all included in the same Creator. That Creator has within him all of the different powers of the world. So it's not that the Creator himself is plural, but all the plurality we see in the universe is included in the Creator. So that's why the Creator's name is plural, according to the Torah. Here's Genesis 1.
Here,
later on in chapter 1.
Wait, I have a slideshow of the Trinity in the Old Testament.
Wait. Instead of images, do you mind just going through verse by verse? I'm trying to get to one verse right now with a God made man. And then I'm just trying to go to something else afterwards. But let's just maybe get to references instead of images.
Oh no, they're not just images. There's also scripture in there, like Old Testament.
All right, I'm saying instead of like showing it, do you mind? We could just like discuss it, I guess, or whatever. Theoretically.
Hello, hi. How are you doing?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's just us. Everyone else went away. It's been a while since it was just us two. I'm trying to find the verse. Yeah, in the comments, someone mentioned the Hebrew word water is plural as well. Just because that's just the grammatical way that the word is formed. It doesn't mean that water is more than one thing. It's just water is a plural.
What's water in Hebrew?
Mayim. Which is plural. I mean, I don't know. It's just the word itself is plural. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's made up of plural things. It's just certain words in Hebrew are plural just because that's the way they are.
Oh, I have a good question.
Mayim as well.
Yeah. What's your question, Cooper?
So I understand the cheeseburger thing will hurt your soul, but what about why is it not prohibited about consuming alcohol? Because that damages your body.
No, that's a good question. Yeah, over alcohol, excessive, I'm pretty sure is part of the prohibitions. It's not necessarily within Torah law itself, but according to like the rabbi's recommendations. First of all, the Torah says to guard your souls very much. So we're not supposed to do anything that's extremely harmful to the body. That's first of all. First and foremost, anything that's harmful, the Torah prohibition to it. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe would, and also other Hasidic Rebbes would talk about like drinking alcohol for the sake of like a little bit of alcohol at a time for the sake of getting into the mood or getting more spiritual. Like when people are gathered together and they're talking about spiritual concepts, sometimes like there's a little bit of alcohol will put to sleep the animal soul within a person. Every person has like a animal soul that's trying to like lead the person astray. But it says if someone drinks a little bit of alcohol in the right setting with like spirituality in mind, that could like put to sleep the animal soul, make the animal soul a little bit sleepy so that it's more susceptible to hear godliness. But the Rebbe was very strict about people less than 40 to not drink more than 4 little shots of alcohol at a time. Essentially, like I don't know when it resets, I think per day or something. But the point is that the Lubavitcher Rebbe was very strict with his followers to not overdrink, not be over excessive. But a little bit of alcohol adds some spirituality to the mood. But it is definitely forbidden to drink over the amount that would be extremely harmful. I can't really see. Do you mind just like telling me like the references, because I don't really want to read it, and I can't really read it.
Oh, I know. So here are all the scripture, Old Testament scripture references about the Trinity.
Let's just go through one by one because I don't believe any of them personally.
Well, yeah, of course you don't believe it until you actually understand it. So Genesis 15, verse 1, and then verse 4.
Okay, I guess we're skipping the "Let us make man." I can't find the verse anymore. I can't even find the verse anymore.
Well, this is on the list.
Skip that.
We're just going to go over what the list says. So Genesis 15.
Okay, one second. Let me bring it up.
Yeah.
All right.
Because
sure. I'm not sure if we should go through everything because we don't have time. We'll go through a few of them, and then we'll reassess.
Yeah, because the Trinity is
or what we believe
very
after that,
much
but not
in
everything.
the Old Testament. Very much in the Old
Okay,
Testament.
but if we could prove that wrong, would you agree that it is wrong or no?
If you can give me true evidence that the Trinity is not true, go ahead.
According to the Torah, meaning like according to the script of the Tanakh.
The Old Testament.
Yeah, what you call the Old Testament, we just call the
But
Tanakh.
Torah and the Old Testament.
So Genesis 15:1 is what you said?
Yes, Genesis 15:1.
After these incidents, the word of the Lord came to Avram in a vision, saying, "Fear not, Avram, I am your shield. Your reward is exceedingly great." Cool. Sounds fun.
And then verse 4.
Verse 4. Okay, I'll skip ahead. And behold, the word of the Lord came to him, saying, "This one will not inherit you, but the one who will spring from your innards, he will inherit you." Cool.
That word of the Lord. And in John 1:1.
Wait. We don't believe in John, so we're not going to reference that.
Well, John the Apostle was with Jesus.
We don't believe in him, though.
So,
doesn't matter what he says, because we don't believe anything he says.
But, I mean, do you have any evidence to prove that John was not authentic?
Well, the burden of proof would go on the person who is making the claim that he is. I mean, it's like there's nothing to disprove if there's nothing to prove. We don't accept him as authentic.
John was physically with Jesus, and
we don't believe in Mr. J. We don't believe in John. We don't believe in them. We don't believe anything they say. It doesn't matter what they say because we don't believe what they say.
Well, can you substantiate that though?
We can't substantiate not believing in something. In order to substantiate it, one has to prove why we should believe in something.
Well, just because you say we don't believe in that, but without giving me any evidence, like you're just.
I mean, we don't though.
We don't need to bring evidence to not believe in something. If someone wants us to believe in something, they have to bring evidence for why we should believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, like in America's legal system, for example, right? If the state has a charge against me, it's up to the state to back up their charge to suggest that I did do it, because at this point I'm still innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What the host is asking is for you to back up your claim, because you're the one with the claim, and now make your case that your claim is true. That's literally all we're asking.
Yeah, I was just going to cross-reference in the New Testament of what this is a repeat. You know, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
So we don't believe in that, though. We don't believe what that says. Doesn't matter what it says because we don't believe it.
It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm just saying it's cross-referencing of the Old Testament and the New Testament because they both cross-reference each other very much.
No, but the Torah says one thing, and other people said other things about it. But we don't believe anything those other people say. We just believe what itself says.
But if you're gonna bring up the Torah argument, then do you do everything that the Torah commands you to do?
Yeah, everything that we can do.
So do you sacrifice animals?
We can't do that. We can't physically do it. But if we had the temple in place, then we would, and we will when the Messiah comes.
The temple burned down in 70 AD, and how do you?
So some things are beyond our control. Everything that we can do, that we are commanded to, we do. Some things are physically outside of our control, not physically possible to do it. So when those things that are not physically possible to do it, we don't do it, not because they don't apply. The laws still apply the same that they always applied, but we don't have the physical ability to do it until the Messiah comes.
Mm-hmm. So, then why would God allow that if he's true to his word and he wants you to sacrifice animals for the remission of sins? Then why don't you do that? If no matter the circumstance.
Because the Creator decided to destroy the temple for the sins of the Jewish people. For whatever reason, he decided that, and he's going to rebuild it soon.
Wait, but so God changed? He changed his mind?
Nope, never changed. We changed, and the Creator reacted to how we changed. But the Creator himself is unchanging.
So he went with his creation.
He what?
He went with his creation's idea. When the people changed, the Creator went with them. Is that what you're saying?
We change, and based on how we change, the Creator interacts with us differently. But the Creator himself never changed. But
from what I'm getting from you is that in a lot of Jews, once again, like it seems it's a cherry pick of what you guys will and follow.
No,
But
it's not.
but even and Paul in the
We don't accept that as a valid
but
source.
But he's a Pharisee. He was a Pharisee.
We don't accept it.
dudes.
Doesn't matter what he is. We don't accept it.
And he was a preacher to the Gentiles. And he was all about the law. You can't
Pharisees.
you can't just say, "Oh, I don't believe in that," because it trumps your narrative, it trumps your worldview. And you have no claim to substantiate if you have no evidence to substantiate if Paul was not, because Paul was a Pharisee.
But we don't have to prove that we don't believe in something. It's up to the burden of proof to someone else to prove that it is. There's a certain chain of tradition that's passed down to certain rabbis that we do believe in because they've been passed down through the generations. But people who are not part of that chain, we don't believe. Hi, welcome, Kosher Jay. Good to have you. I remember meeting you before in another life. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. I just wanted to make one. I'm sorry to hijack, but I think at the end of the day, it's very simple. Like we know from the Torah one simple thing that every prophet has to meet as a criteria. That a prophet can't come and say that they changed the Torah. They can't add to it. They can't take away from it. Jay, I don't even want to say his name. Jay came and he said, you don't really need to do all these laws anymore. I mean, do the Christians think that he said you need to, because what I heard is he said that you don't need to keep it anymore. So isn't that the very most simple way to understand that he's not a prophet? Am I missing something?
Well, let's also look at like what he did, right? In the verses, in the New Testament, Jay actually said to people, "I forgive you of your sins." And as we all know in the Tanakh, the only one that can forgive you of your sins is God. You know, Yeshayahu 55:7. God is the only one that can forgive you of your sins.
So, and Jesus forgave sins and he accepted worship throughout the Gospels.
But we shouldn't. Why would we believe his word, though? Everything's just dependent on his own word. But we don't believe what he's saying, and it contradicts what the Torah tells us is true.
Yeah, but the Torah still, like, there's prophecy that Jesus came to fulfill. Because
we could go into that if you want. If you want to go through one by one, we could go through those. Do you want to do that?
Wait, is Muhammad mentioned in the Torah?
Of course not.
No, he's not.
Nope.
This is what they do. They take a prophecy
let's calm down.
not exactly clear about what it's about, and then they say, "Oh, this is about this person. This is about that person."
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm willing to have a discussion. If you want to go through the prophecies, we do not believe that he fulfilled any of the prophecies. At least any more than any other Jew fulfilled the prophecies in a sense, because some prophecies refer to like every Jew.
Like Jesus,
if I may, actually, I can give you a good example, right?
Ezekiel.
Jesus' lineage, for example, right? So if we remember Genesis, hold on, Kosher, I got this. If we remember from...
Yeah, sorry. Or actually, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Go on.
Okay. If we remember from Bereshit from Genesis, it says that the staff of leadership shall not leave that house of Yehuda, of the house of Judah. And you know who's of the house of Judah? Jesse, the father of David. And it says in First Chronicles that from the stock of Jesse, from the stump of Jesse, shall be a root which shall blossom. And that's our interpretation, that the Messiah will come from the Davidic line. Now, of course, if we look at the book of Numbers, it clearly says that to determine your tribe, your father has to be of that tribe, right? It says it in Bamidbar 1 verse 2, Numbers 1 verse 2. So, because Jesus had no earthly father, none whatsoever, Jesus could not inherit membership of the house of Judah. Even though his mother maybe, he had no earthly father to inherit the tribal lineage from, therefore automatically disqualifying him.
Well, it's interesting how Jesus does not have an earthly father, and actually he's actually one of the sons of David.
It's disputed whether
he's in David's lineage. Oh no, Mary is.
It has to be father to son, not mother to son.
Mary was in David's lineage.
So,
but can you explain?
But it goes by the father, not by the mother.
House, but from the line of Nathan, not from the line of Solomon, which is also decreed in, I believe it's supposed to be Shmuel. No, yeah, it's supposed to be in Samuel, where it says he's supposed to come from the line of Solomon. Solomon's throne will be there forever. And
in the book of Psalms also.
Say Solomon.
Because it says he's supposed to come from the line of Solomon, not Nathan. Mary is descendant of David through Nathan, not through Solomon. And that's in Luke, I believe.
And what tribe was Jesus from?
Jesus wasn't from any of the Israelite tribes because he didn't have an
What? Then what was he?
If someone doesn't have a Jewish father, then they're not part of the official tribes.
Yeah.
So Jesus has no lineage at all. Is that what you're saying?
Jesus has no Israelite lineage to the house of Judah, therefore he's disqualified.
I mean, according to what they say, we say that he had an actual father. We just don't know who it is. We're just whoever Mary had relations with, But we don't know who it is. Whatever it was, could have been anyone.
Yeah, but once again, like he didn't have an earthly father because he had God the Father.
No, we don't believe that. I'm saying, but according to what you believe, according to that belief, it doesn't make sense within the whole narrative.
Believe that all you want, but how does that justify Jesus's miracles and Jesus?
Okay, so
we could go through that. That's a separate claim. We could go to that if you want.
Jesus
but one thing at a time.
God in human form.
Which is ridiculous.
But Numbers says that God is not a man that can lie, and Jesus lied to his apostles twice.
Numbers 23:19, that's what you brought up. But do you know the context of Numbers 23?
Hang on, SE, let's get back to basics here. You're saying that he was God, Son, the Holy Spirit. Like, let's just get to brass tacks here. If a Jew is walking down the street and he needs to pray, we're not even allowed to walk into a church. We could walk into a mosque, because at least they believe in one God.
That's what I said.
The Christians are idolatrous. It's not even a proper religion. I'm so sorry.
The mosque, bro, you do realize that Muslims hate you guys anyways.
At least they believe in one God. It's not about like or dislike.
In one God too, but you're making the claim that you're basically implying that we don't believe in one God, even though we do believe in one God.
Then what's the Trinity?
Guys, let's just calm down.
One being. What is a being and what is a person? Do you know the difference between a being and a person?
Look, God cannot be in human form.
But how do you know? Are you limiting God's power? Can God be whoever he wants?
God can do whatever he wants.
Hold on. Wait. SE came on this panel 1 hour ago trying to explain to me the Trinity. It's not worth it, I swear.
I did, but you didn't.
It's been a whole hour and they're still trying to convince me about the Trinity.
Okay,
it's not worth listening to.
Wait, Essie, I want to real quick, Essie. I just want to ask you if Jesus made the following quote. Did he say the Sabbath is made for man, but not man for the Sabbath? Did he say that?
Jesus says, "I am the Sabbath." Jesus says, "I am the living bread." That's come down.
He says in Mark, I guess that's a book. I don't know. You guys have a book called Mark, apparently. The Sabbath was made for man, but not man for the Sabbath. And what this is interpreted to mean is that Jesus was saying, you don't have to be so strict with the Sabbath. Okay, if you have to do some work, it's okay. Don't hit yourself over the head about it.
No, that's actually not. You're missing a lot of details. Actually, so Jesus came to fulfill the old covenant because we already know that the old covenant failed.
Hold on. Let's get back to my original point.
Okay, easy. Whenever I'm going to answer the question of kosher, and then you're like, hold on, let's go back to my claim. Okay, but like 2 of you, 3 of you are trying to bring up different things, and there's only 1 of me. And it seems it's kind of not fair to like 3 people coming after me. And
you're up here preaching the word.
It's fine. Let's just take it one thing at a time.
What do you expect is going to happen?
Yeah, let's
do one thing at a time.
I'm sorry. Can I just ask a question? What's
4 people.
No, I have just a question. What is your point over here to convince us that your way is the right way?
No, Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father except through me."
It's obviously not going to happen. We do not believe Yoshka existed. maybe, but it doesn't matter
Yeshua,
to us.
not Yoshka, Yeshua.
Well, I choose to call him Yoshke, so you can't force
But
your
you're
belief on me
lying.
the
That's
same.
wrong, though.
You cannot force your belief on me the same way I won't do it to
You don't
you.
have to be here. Well, I'm not forcing anything on you.
You
I'm just
don't have to be
saying.
here. Are you
Well, I
trying to
know how to move.
force?
That's it.
Are you trying to force your opinion upon other people?
How am I forcing my opinion on other people?
I don't
If I
think
choose to call him Yoshke, it's
Bottom
my
line,
choice.
Forcing. Let's stop
Jesus,
exaggerating.
what did Jesus say, Essie? He said, before something I was. He basically implied that he was God, right?
Abraham was, I am. And
Right.
is
So
that?
Let's just
right,
get, guys.
right.
Let's
So
just do one thing at a time.
he said he was God, and we know that this is. Hang on. We know that this is one of the greatest sins that a person can do, and your only answer to it is, well, it was okay for him to say it because he was God. This is Mishigas. This is crazy. Come on.
Well, once again, so Jesus says, before Abraham was, I am. In Exodus, it says, and God reveals himself as I am. So Jesus is claiming to be God in human form.
This is why he got in trouble with the Sanhedrin, because he said he's God. It's a big sin. You're not allowed to do that.
Of course, it would be blasphemy because the people at the time, the Pharisees, they didn't understand. So
this is the
Let's
last
take
thing
a step back, everyone. Let's take a step back.
Yeah.
What's the main claim you're trying to make? Like, what's the main thing?
Well, Jesus,
of the argument.
That's what I was asking.
Jesus is God, and Jesus is the Messiah who actually was prophesied. in
Okay,
Isaiah.
that's your belief. It's not ours. Next.
But it's the truth, girl.
It's not my truth.
Where did we get the idea that
you guys have no evidence to disprove
Why are you
Jesus'
trying to
divinity?
force your opinion
the evidence
upon
does not need
others?
to.
Literally laid out evidence.
One second. When you say the evidence is not to disprove, the burden of proof is not for people to not believe in something. We simply do not believe it because we don't accept anything he said. We don't accept anything people said about him. So the burden of proof would be on the people who are claiming that it is. We don't. If there's no proof that's given, we don't accept that.
Did he bring in all the exiles, SE? Did he do the ingathering of the exiles back to Israel? Did he do that?
What is the relevance of that to Jesus?
That's what the
I'll tell
Messiah
you the
is going to
relevance
do.
of that. Is that
That's what the Messiah is.
One of the criteria of Mashiach, SE, quiet, you'll learn something. One of the criteria of the Messiah is that he has to bring in all of the Jews who were displaced, who were in diaspora from the land of Israel, and bring them back. He didn't do it. He didn't rebuild the temple. He didn't make God's name known universally among all the people. He didn't bring peace. All of the criteria that the Torah says the Messiah has to meet, he didn't meet a single one of them.
Okay, so yeah, that was a lot of that was a whole list. However, so
you should be familiar with this list if you're going to claim who the Messiah is.
Yeah, but can you tell me where in the Old Testament does it say that he has to bring all these things? The list of what the Messiah has to do.
I know it says that the rabbi can give the exact. Rabbi, doesn't it say that one of the criteria for Mashiach is to the ingathering of the exiles?
Yeah,
I'm not a rabbi.
That's Ezekiel.
But where does it? But can you give me and I'll look into it later.
I think that's Ezekiel.
Towards the end of Ezekiel, is it the end of Ezekiel in like the 40s or something, or is it before?
I think it's I think it's like the 30s, like 38, 39, somewhere around there.
I have a question about Ezekiel.
Yeah, what's up? While we look it up, what's up?
So, he made a prophecy about rebuilding the temple in Jerusalem. He prophesies that the Jewish exiles would return and that a new glorious temple would be built. But the outcome was the return from the exile did occur, but the temple was never rebuilt.
Not yet. It's going to be rebuilt with the Messiah. That's why we're still waiting for the prophecy to be fulfilled.
It's in Isaiah 11:12. It's in Isaiah 11:12. It says he will raise a banner. He will raise a banner to the nations and bring back all the exiles. I can't read it exactly because I can't go to a different screen, but it's Isaiah 11:12.
I think it's also in Isaiah 39:28. But this is talking about the Creator himself. When I return them from the peoples and gather them from the lands of their enemies, I shall be sanctified through them before the eyes of my nations, and they will know that I am the Lord their God when I exile them to the nations, and I shall gather them to the land. Well, this is talking about the Creator himself doing it, not necessarily the Messiah. But there's other places that mention the Messiah.
I don't know how to say Melachim in English.
It says he
like
will
the
raise...
Melachim kings or Melachim angels?
לא מלאכים, מלכים, kings.
Yeah, kings.
So wait, Atmos, honestly, if you really want to disprove Jay, then you should look at Devarim 13 because that talks about false living.
Yeah. We just had that in the Torah. But again, I mean, we could disprove him. We could disprove him, but we could do that theoretically. But the burden of proof should not be for people to disprove something if there's no evidence that it is in the first place.
Wait, I don't get the idea, because like, where does the idea of Mashiach being God come from? Mashiach is not supposed to be God. Mashiach is supposed to be someone who God selects.
I think that verse in Yeshayahu where it says, "And he shall be called wise counselor, and then he shall be called God."
Like if Mashiach,
I think it's Yeshayahu.
What chapter though?
He shall be called.
Do you remember which chapter? Okay.
When you say
the Messiah is definitely not God. Messiah is a human being who was just a king who's going to restore the.
Yeah. This is crazy.
But didn't King Herod believe that Jesus was going to take his place in the king and as king?
That who was?
King Herod or Herod. I don't know how to pronounce his name. King Herod, who in the first century, before the Romans took over the land of Judea.
Hold on, real quick. Yeshayahu 9 verse 6, and there's no evidence of the unalizing of the innocence
Jesus didn't
whatsoever.
come to be served; he came to serve. He's a servant.
There's no evidence.
Okay. But we don't. Again. Let's just talk about. What's your claim, Essie? What claim are you making?
But see, like, what do you guys believe? I'm gonna counter question that. So, what do you guys believe Jesus is?
He was a person, just like any other people.
Just a person.
We don't even know that he exists. To my knowledge.
It's debatable. He's
Unless
barely mentioned.
In the Gemara, there's a story about somebody they suspect it may be him.
Yeah. In the Gemara, it's debatable if he's mentioned.
No...
But I think the Maimonides, the Rambam mentions him. So that's how I know he exists, just because the Rambam says not to believe in him. But that's how I know he existed, just because the Rambam Maimonides wrote about him. But he said not to believe in him.
What?
But if he existed, he was just a person, just like anyone else. Nothing special about him.
So we're just gonna forget about the miracles, and we're gonna forget.
Again, if we want to talk about miracles, we could go through miracles. We could talk about that if you want to talk about that.
A lot of people
what
did.
Human being has done miracles like that. I'm telling you.
1 second. Let me answer that. So in the Torah, we believe in this thing called sorcery and magic. And the Egyptians, in the times of the Exodus, when Moses would do the miracles, the Egyptians would also do the same miracles, because Egypt was filled with sorcery. They had all kinds of magic. They could do all kinds of what we call miracles. So if this Mr. J guy did any miracles, then it's just sorcery, just like any other sorcerers.
Ooh. That's actually
if he actually did miracles, or they might have been fake. But if they were real, it's just sorcery, not a big deal.
I mean, let's also look at Devarim 13 real quick.
Yeah, what is Devarim 13? It says, if a prophet comes and does a miracle, but then tells you to disobey the law of the Creator, then you know he's a false prophet. So that means that the Creator himself gives power to evil people to do miracles in order to test people. Miracles themselves don't prove anything, because the Creator himself gives power to evil to allow them to do miracles.
When the rich young ruler came to see Jesus.
What are you reading? What are you reading from?
When this is historical. When he came to see Jesus,
historical.
He said, how may I get to heaven? And he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay, so what claim are you trying to make from that?
What I'm trying to make is that Jesus Christ actually was not just a person, but that he was more than a historical figure, and that,
how do you know that
Jesus Christ, because of the eyewitness testimonies that are recorded.
Of what? What testimonies of what?
His disciples.
Of what? What do they see?
His disciples, what they've seen, they walk with Jesus, talk with Jesus, but you guys didn't have that.
Again, people walk and talk with anyone, but what do they see that proves that he's not just a regular person?
Once again, either God told them to write this down, or record it, or they had scribes to write this down.
Again, but let's say they saw something happen. But what is that? What does them seeing something prove that he's not divine? That he's just not a regular person? Why is that?
The miracles, and then also, but then
the miracles. Anyone can do miracles. There's sorcery is a real thing, and the Creator Himself gives power to evil people to do miracles. That's a real thing. So miracles don't prove anything.
Awesome. Are you then implying that Jesus was a witch?
He could, if the miracles were true, then yeah, he could have.
Yes.
He could have used sorcery. Why not?
But they were
Perhaps, yeah.
true.
Perhaps, exactly. Perhaps he was. Yeah, he could have been.
Perhaps.
Burn
Why
the
not?
witch.
So you're more skeptical about Jesus than any other prophet.
Well,
We don't believe in any prophet.
We don't believe he existed even.
Right.
Look,
Okay,
Essie,
guys, if you're gonna,
here's basically what we're
funny.
trying to tell you ultimately.
Easy.
We have this idea of who Mashiach is supposed to be, who the Messiah is supposed to be.
His name's Yeshua.
And then there's Jesus. And then the description of what we view as Messiah is completely different than what Jesus is.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's not really substantial evidence to
So
prove that Jesus
there's no.
Christ
We don't
was-
believe in any prophets because they do miracles. Prophets could do. We believe them because, I mean, there is one sign that we could determine if they're a prophet, which is if they say future events exactly how they're going to happen.
Turn a stick to a snake, though.
Yeah, he did. What
was that
relevance
all
is that?
about?
That was part of the Exodus with the 10 plagues, but that's not how we knew he was a. I mean, yeah. What does that have to do with anything?
Because if someone else did that, then they would be a sorcerer. But since Moses did it, because he had the Holy Spirit.
That's not how we know
God did
Moses.
it.
We don't know Moses is true because of that. Torah is not based on because
But
Moses
it's
turned the
still a miracle, though.
stick to snake.
Because of
Therefore,
many
that's why we
other
believe in him.
things as
That was
well.
one thing he did. That was something he did, but that's not the main reason we believe in him. We believe in him because the Creator
No, I don't believe in
himself.
Jesus because of his miracles. I believe in Jesus because he was a real person who is God and incarnate.
But how do you know? You're making claims. You're saying he was a real person. Let's assume he was a real person. Step one. But then you're making a second claim. How do you know that's true?
Because the evidence proves it. The history
What
proves
evidence?
it.
What evidence?
The eyewitnesses that were with
Eyewitnesses
Jesus.
of what? What did they see?
Of Jesus Christ, of his life, death, and resurrection.
Eyewitnesses.
Resurrection. Okay, so that's a new thing you added. So people could come to life.
The
Rabbis
tomb
in the
was
Talmud
empty,
passed away and they
bro.
came back to life.
The
So would you
tomb's
also
empty.
worship them?
What happened to the tomb? Where was Jesus when they put him in the tomb after crucifixion?
Doesn't matter. I don't know. Let's just say I accept whatever you're saying is true. But what would it prove? What are you trying to make? What claim are you trying to prove?
You want to talk about the
what
tomb?
happened to Jesus when the Romans found that the tomb was empty? What happened?
I don't know. But let's just say I assume what you're saying is true. What are you claiming? What is your conclusion from that?
Because Jesus Christ is risen from the
So you're
dead.
saying because he supposedly resurrected, you're saying that's why you believe in that. Is that correct?
Well, what
Yes.
what other man rose from the dead like that?
I'm saying because there's many rabbis in the Talmud who came back to life as well, and in the Tanakh also Elisha brought back to life a boy who passed away. So what are those people God as well?
So no, after 3 days and 3 nights, and also this actually cross references back to Jonah when Jonah was in the whale for 3 days and 3 nights. Jesus was dead for 3 days and 3 nights, and he rose again.
It doesn't say he was dead.
Which is the sign of Jonah, like it's a foreshadowing of Jesus when he died and rose again on the third day.
That's a separate claim. I'm
This
saying
is
you
a
try to claim one thing.
cross-reference.
Let's take one thing
What
at a
is
time.
he talking about?
To the New
I
Testament.
don't know what you're trying to imply. Let's try to take one thing at a time. You're saying you're claiming because he's supposedly resurrected, therefore we should believe in what he says. But there's other people in that time period who brought other people back to life, or they themselves came back to life. There's other people who came back to life. So should we also believe in what they say?
But were they perfect though?
So okay. Now we're making a third claim. You're saying
No,
not only come back to
because-
life, but they also have to be perfect. What does perfect mean, and what does that mean? Perfect.
Jesus was perfect. That's why.
What's your main claim? You're
Sin.
making one claim. You're saying first resurrection. Now you're saying perfect. That's a separate claim. Which one
the
is it?
resurrection. If Jesus was not perfect, the resurrection would not have happened.
Other people are resurrected, though. There's other people who are resurrected.
By
In the book
who?
of Ezekiel, it talks about the prophecy of dry bones. There's a whole field of people who are resurrected.
Yeah, the Ezekiel, which shows the power of God.
Yeah. So let's say God resurrected him. So what? He resurrects anyone. People can be resurrected for no reason. What does that prove?
So Jesus died for a lie.
Sure. Why not?
Why would someone die for a lie? Would you die for a lie?
Why not?
Would
I
you
wouldn't
die for a
personally.
lie? Would you put yourself on a cross for a lie?
He didn't put himself. They put him
I know what
on
you're trying
that,
to
no?
say. Yeah, other people put
Jesus
him there.
was
What
on
are
a
you talking
cross.
about?
Jesus Christ
Other
was
people
on a
put him
cross.
there.
But why
So
we
other
care
people put him
about
there.
that? Like,
Live. Would you die on a cross for a lie?
I don't think he had
Would you?
much of
Yeah,
a saying in the matter.
why is that relevant? No one wants to die on a
Dude,
cross. No one wants to
you're
die on a
not
cross.
making sense. Like, I don't get
We're
your
not
point.
talking anecdotal
You're saying
ideas.
your belief based
on.
on nothing, which is okay. I don't care. You can believe a green tomato as
there's a
far as
lot
I
of
can
evidence.
I have a question. I have a
But
question.
like,
There's a lot
don't
of
try to force it on
archaeological
us.
evidence
It's
in
not
I have
gonna
a
happen.
question. if he died for
especially
your,
when you don't make no sense.
if Jesus died for
Yeah,
your
that's
sins,
definitely not making
if
sense.
Jesus died for your sins, what's the point of living right now? Go rob a bank.
What?
If he died for your sins, you can be robbing a bank right now,
I mean,
right?
Goober,
No,
think about it.
it
If you
means you
don't
can have
sin, Jesus
redemption.
died for nothing.
Because God is a redeemer, and He redeems His people through His grace. And
I'm
because
confused. He died for
Ephesians,
your
This is
sins.
ridiculous.
Go commit sins.
because
He's
there's something
dying for
called
your
atonement
sins.
of sins. Jesus Christ is the Lamb of God. When John the
Okay, now these are
Baptist,
more claims. Again, these are more claims. Let's just focus on the evidence for the claims. Okay, I guess he left. I don't know. I didn't kick him. I don't know. He left on his own. I'm not sure what that was about. Brutal.
I'm sorry. Hey, Liv, how you doing?
Oh, someone said, how can they kill God? That's also a good point.
Good question. Yeah.
I mean, if you're so powerful,
And if he was a savior, why couldn't he save himself? You know.
What was that?
it just Christians trying to minister to us as per usual.
No, but he doesn't even he doesn't have valid points even. He keeps repeating what he believes, which is fine. But what's the point?
I have a question about Al-Aqsa. Why can't you guys build your temple on top of it, like how the cave of the patriarchs in Hebron? And there's
the temple in the future temple needs to be built on the Temple Mount, which is the place that the Creator decided it should be built in the times of King David. That's when it was the first and second one were built, and the reason why. Oh, sorry, I cut out. The reason why it's that specific place is because the place it's based on where the place that the altar is placed. They had an altar where they would offer sacrifices on every day, and that altar, that place of the altar was the same place that Abraham sacrificed Isaac on. That's the same place that Adam, the first man, offered an animal when he was created. That's the place where Noah offered a sacrifice when he went out from the ark, and that's the place that the Creator chose to have the temple in the times of King David. So it has to be in that very specific place. Everything, all the dimensions of the temple are based around the position of that altar, and the temple has to be, and it's going to be on that place. It's going to fall out of the heavens, according to the Talmud.
So the mosque can't be on anywhere near it. It can't even be a part of it.
Nope. First of all, there's only going to be one religion when Mashiach comes. Everyone is going to know about the Torah. They're going to realize that all the other religions they've known are lies, completely false, and they're all going to follow the Torah. So there's not going to be any other religions, and yeah.
So everyone ends up going to heaven.
Everyone who's righteous enough. I mean, yeah, I don't know everyone, but a lot of people will. I mean, first of all, heaven is going to be on earth. There's going to be heaven on earth. So yeah.
So everybody's going to convert to...
No, not everyone's going to convert. There's some laws of the Torah that apply to all of humanity, known as the 7 commandments of Noah. Yes. So they do not need to convert.
Right.
Definitely do not need to convert.
Okay.
They will not
That's the part
all convert. Yeah. They will not all convert, but they will know that the Torah is true, and they'll keep the 7 laws of Noah, and the Jews will keep all the commandments they need to keep. But yeah, they will not convert. I'm saying there will be no other religions in the world, because everyone will just be keeping the 7 laws of Noah, or those who are already Jewish will continue to be Jewish, etc. So there will be no more mosques, no more churches, only synagogues.
Can't a person stay whatever, Muslim or Christian, and still keep the 7 laws?
So technically, Islam is in accordance mostly with the 7 laws of Noah, because they're not idolatry. They believe in one God who does not have a form. So that they could technically keep that and still be compatible. While Christianity is a bit more of a problem, most denominations believe in multiple gods, so that's a problem. But these questions will only be initially. Right. But once Mashiach comes, even Islam, they will realize that their so-called prophet is false as well, and they will only really follow the Torah.
I hear you.
Liv, are those pictures of the Yemeni community?
Oh, yeah. You know it.
Of course. You gotta rock that.
You gotta rock my peeps. I mean, all Jews are my peeps, but, you know.
Is there any miracles in Judaism that are still happening till today?
Miracles? The land, Israel, that's a miracle.
The Jewish people surviving despite all odds.
Every day in Israel is a miracle that we're even surviving there. If you
$120 on the build.
There's so many stories of the missiles that go through the Iron Dome, but then they just land in
the
empty
missiles, the
stuff.
soldiers, things, even October 7th, things happened that people don't understand how they got out of there, you know?
I mean, if you look at the desert in Israel too, it's blooming. And it does say that when we return to the land, the desert will bloom.
I mean, Saudi Arabia is as well.
Saudi Arabia what?
The deserts, they're turning green, and like there's like a lot of green emerging.
Well, maybe because they're being nice to us now.
Aha. It says those who bless us will be blessed. So in order for the other nations to be successful, all they have to do is just help the Jewish people. That's
Okay, wait, this can actually, well, not really, because Lebanon is against you guys, and they have zero
Lebanon
desert.
per se. Lebanon is
Actually, the Lebanese people, not the government, the people, they're okay, you know, with Israelis or Jews.
If you look at the Maronite Christians, they're actually pretty pro-Israel. It's the Shia that are operating under the Hezbollah flag that are more anti-Israel.
You know, there's zero deserts in Lebanon.
Cool story.
Okay, cool.
Lebanon. They have trees very...
You know, a miracle that's from the Quran that's still happening today is, you know, the Zamzam water?
Nope, never heard of it.
Never?
Not even once.
I learned this when I was a kid. It was when, let me see. I want to translate this to English. We had a Ishmael and his mom. These are people from the Quran. They were stuck inside a desert, and they asked God to give them water. So then a well emerged from the sand, and this was 1400 years ago, and it's in the Quran. And this is a fact. The Quran was never changed till today. If we look at the Quran from 1400 years.
Okay, let's get on with the point. Yeah, I hear. Okay.
The water is still emerging out of that same place till today, and it's like an unlimited source of water.
I mean, how do you know that the well wasn't there before? How do you know the well wasn't there before it was written as well? It could have been there since the beginning.
Since the beginning of what?
Of whoever, thousands years. It could have been before that. It could have been there before, 1,000 years before. Who knows? How do you know it started then?
How do you know this story is true?
Yeah, exactly. The well was there because it was there for whatever reason. It could have been there from beforehand.
Yeah, but it says it's eternal. It says the water would be eternal, and it is.
It says it's eternal, but I'm saying it says, but it's saying wells are wells. Well, hot springs have been around for thousands. Wells and hot springs everywhere in the world, they've been around for thousands of years. I mean, just because it says it's eternal doesn't mean that it was happened then. It could have been that it was just there before.
I don't know. I'm just surprised. Millions of people, they go to this place to drink water, and it never runs out. And it's like
the Earth has tons of water underground, dude. I mean, wells pretty much never run out of water. I mean, there's huge amounts of water underground.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll look more into it.
Okay.
Anyway,
cool.
Liv, Atmos, it's always a pleasure talking to y'all. Have a good night.
Nice being talked to.
Gute Nacht.
Yes. Indeed.
Laila Tov.
Laila Tov.
Same. All right, now it's just 3 of us, I guess, and the other viewers, 3 viewers, I think. Did anyone have any other questions to ask?
Me? No, I just came up because of that person.
Yeah. It happens to the best of us. I wasn't really sure what they were trying to claim, but it's all good, I guess. Goober, do you have any other questions? Yeah.
So there was a recent, like in 2021, a poster of a bulldozer in front of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So you guys said you guys cannot speed up the process, correct?
Well, we could just speed up the process spiritually, yeah. We could ask the Creator to bring the Messiah. We could do bring good deeds.
And we can be more united. Once we're fully united, it's going down.
Yes, definitely. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to just get the message out there, just so people, just spread the message of unity. And then once people want it together, then it'll happen, definitely.
Oh, I looked it up. It says there is no historical or archaeological evidence suggesting that Zamzam well existed prior to the time of Hajar and Ishmael. The well significance is tied to the narratives of their story.
Okay.
Wait, you saying Hagar and Ishmael's story was... I'm sorry, you saying Hagar and Ishmael's story was like 1,200 years ago? That was way before.
Oh. Who are these people? Are they Jewish?
Ishmael?
Yeah.
In the picture, he means, I think.
What? No.
He's asking about
sure.
Ishmael.
You told us the story. Goober, you're the one who told us the story, so I don't know.
No, it's in the Quran.
Yeah, but you told us that. We don't believe in the Quran. You're the one who told us.
No, but Ishmael and Hagar is in Quran. It's true.
Yeah, Ishmael is in the Chumash. Ishmael is in the Chumash as well. He was the brother of Isaac.
Hagar was Egyptian.
Exactly, and that was way before
Hagar was his mother,
1,200 years ago.
Yeah.
The wife of Abraham.
The concubine of Abraham, but yeah. Same idea.
Ishmael. Yeah, I guess that's, I don't know. We have our own story about it.
Okay.
Can I tell you something? I was told by a Muslim, I'm a Yemeni Jew. I was told by a Muslim that Muhammad, he used to live with a Yemeni Jew and he used to learn from him. So I think that a lot of y'all stories are in a way coming from Judaism. You just don't understand it properly, maybe.
Yeah, my teacher did tell me he was friends with a Jew.
A Yemenite Jew specifically.
I don't know
Because, he came from Saudi Arabia area. And Saudi Arabia used to have a lot of Jewish tribes, by the way, before Islam.
No, but we admit to using the Torah. We believe in the Torah.
You admit it, not many others don't.
No, this is a fact. We believe in the Bible as well. We believe in the Torah and the Bible. It's just we believe that they were altered.
So that's not the Torah, that's a different version of the Torah.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. You took certain parts from the Torah and also you don't understand.
No, we didn't take anything. We believe that these books were changed and altered by humans. That's why God sent down one last prophet to preach the final message.
Why would you believe the words of one person? What if he was lying?
No, I said God's words.
I know, but how do you know those are God's words? What if they're just the words of one person?
I'm pretty sure they're God's words. Because
how do you know that?
There's like a lot of miracles in the Quran. And
miracles in the Quran? What do you mean by that?
Let's see.
It's just a text. I mean, I don't know what miracles could be just in a book.
Well, the Quran are God's words. That's what we believe.
Yes, that's the claim. But the question we have is like, how did you reach that conclusion?
There's like texts they predicted about embryos and how children are made before that technology was invented.
How did it predict that? Like, what did it say?
Because they're God's words.
No. What specifically did it say? How do you know it predicted that?
Let me see.
All right. Because the idea of embryos and the science of like fetuses, that was already in the Talmud as well, much before the Quran was written. And also in Hindi culture, ancient Greeks wrote about that in the early BCEs. I mean, this stuff was written about like 100 centuries beforehand in great detail.
Let me see.
The person in the comments asked me to ask you. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Liv.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I just think the person in the comments asked me to ask if you believe the moon was cut into two. Apparently it says that in the Quran, but I'm not sure.
The miracle.
Anyway, Liv, what were you saying?
No, I was saying it's a simple sense. The Torah is far more, old, and then you come and your stories are like similar, only without the depth and the understanding behind them. So it's like who took from who, you know what I mean?
Yeah, good point.
Even though I don't mind, people can believe whatever they want.
Yeah, it's a free country. You get what you pay for.
If they want to believe the moon is cut in two, by all means. I really don't mind.
Your Dexter's going to come up. Maybe he's going to ask you himself. Get ready.
Uh-oh.
Be prepared for what's
Embrace
coming.
yourselves.
Hi, welcome, Dexter.
Nice to meet you.
How you all doing?
Tov mode.
Baruch Hashem. הנה יגאל, הוא יגאל אותנו. Maybe Yigal is the Mashiach. No, stop, I'm kidding.
Yeah, of course I am. That's my name.
What's your name?
Don't underestimate yourself.
My name is the deliverer in Hebrew.
Cool.
Your name is the name of Nyaya Yigal.
Eagle?
Chodesh Tov Shmuel.
Interesting. Chodesh Tov Elul.
Yigal היה one of the, I don't know, something. It's my dad's name. I should know this.
What, Eagle?
Yigal.
Anyway, the so-called miracles he talks about, the medical advancements he talks about is that
What is this in the background? Ben Gurion?
in the Quran it says that what's the noise? Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. It says that the baby's bones grow before the flesh. It says that the sperm comes from behind the ribs or something like that. Also, if you will check some of the, it says that that sweet water and salt water don't mix because of visual.
No, but where did you say sperm come from?
Moses
from
the
behind the ribs or something.
Behind the ribs? Oh, no, because there is a connection with the knee regarding the sperm, but that's not what the area was talking about.
Also, what else? Also some of the. I saw a guy who was a very smart guy, and he pointed out a few so-called scientific advancements that was talked about in the Quran, which was spoken about by Greek scientists like 2,000 years before.
Yeah,
which were
exactly, and the Talmud as well. The Talmud mentions this as well.
Yeah, but some of them was proven wrong in the last 2,000 years.
Yeah, the things that they do mention that are right are from the Talmud. In the tractate Nida talks all about fetus, etc. So yeah. Did you find the reference, Cooper, or no?
Okay.
No, I found these like weird predictions about the signs of the last day. These were written like in the times of the prophet. It says like, let me give you an example. He said that the dishes will be communicating continuously.
The dishes? The what?
Yeah, the prophet used the very word for like satellite communications.
Dishes? What do you mean by dishes? Like plates and spoon?
No, it's from the host.
Oh, you guys hear that? I didn't think you would hear it.
It sounds like Ben Gurion or something.
No, it's the Lubavitcher Rebbe in 1979 speeches. But yeah, dishes. What do you mean dishes? As in like plates and bowls, like those kind of dishes?
It's not really specific. There's like another one. It's
wait, one at a time. We have to do one thing at a time. Dishes could mean anything, right? So, I mean, we call satellite dishes because they look like bowls and stuff. Like the word dish just means like bowls.
It just says,
we call satellite dishes. It's a nickname because they look like dishes.
Actually, also in Hebrew we call satellite dishes the same name that we have for a plate.
it just says the dishes would be communicating continuously. This is a sign of the last.
That can mean anything. That can mean anything. What does that even mean? He's just talking about plates talking to each other.
We don't know. They just gave us like a bunch of signs of the last day. Like another
what last
one is,
day? Why are you saying the last day already happened?
No, it's signs of the last day. These things are going to happen, and which would eventually lead up to the last day.
By the way, we have satellite dishes for like around 70 years, so that's...
Yeah, dishes, and yeah, what do you mean by, yeah, exactly. And dishes, saying dishes communicating could mean anything. Like dishes, at the time, he didn't know about satellite dishes. He was talking about like plates talking to each other or something. I don't know. I mean, that can mean anything.
There's like steps. These are the early steps. There's way more.
Maybe he's talking about the Beauty and the Beast.
Maybe, exactly.
There's another one.
Yeah,
The musical.
I was gonna say that.
The musical instruments will be widespread, and then it says.
Wait. One thing at a time. Musical instruments widespread. I mean, people have always been using musical instruments.
Yeah, but then it said. It says they will have the musical instruments on their head, so they're like headphones. I think
people had musical instruments on their head, like they were that for thousands of years. That could mean anything. People could put instruments on their head, and the headphones are not instruments.
No, like I'm not. These are like the early signs to the last day.
Yeah, but you're trying to bring them as proof, but what you're saying doesn't support what you're claiming.
I mean, look.
For example,
this is like the same thing about your prophet saying that the Messiah will come soon, and he never came. It's been 30 years.
30 years is pretty soon, dude, compared to thousands of years. Anyway, what you're saying, Dexter?
Not really. He said 70 years. Dishes have been around.
For example, Jews in Yemen were not allowed to have any musical instruments, so they use regular dishes. For example, like a tin pach.
Yeah, where they put the olive oil.
Yeah, and then they would put
can.
it on their shoulder, and they would tap it with their fingers.
Yeah, exactly. That could mean anything. Instruments on your head could just mean they're just like putting metal on their head and tapping it. Like,
no, musical.
That could mean anything. That's not a real contradiction, and that's not a real
musical
prophecy.
Instruments. And then there was a last one. It said there's gonna be widespread intoxication drinks like alcohol.
People have been drinking for thousands of years.
Yeah, but this is gonna reach like the point where it gets out of hand.
It's been out of hand for thousands of years.
Yep.
Not really.
Yes, really. Alcohol has been around for thousands of years. It's been a problem.
It's been around, but it says.
Again, how could you forget?
He said people will.
Yemenite.
Forget for a moment.
it's gonna grow popular like it never has before. Of
Yes,
course,
it has.
today it's more
been
popular.
very popular before.
Yeah, but not as popular as like thousands of years ago. It's they're literally because they're literally allowing it in the Middle East, like in Saudi Arabia. They never used to have it since the times of the Prophet. It's growing popular as we speak.
But alcohol's always been popular too.
No, not when this not when this has came out. Since the time of the Prophet, there were no alcohol and like that in Saudi Arabia. It was banned. It was literally banned, but since recently,
Why was it banned if it wasn't a problem? The fact that it was banned
It was banned in
means that it was
Yemen
a
too, but
problem.
they used to buy it from the Jews.
Exactly. The fact that they banned it means that it was a problem. If it wasn't a
Not in
problem, they wouldn't have
public.
banned it.
Actually,
yeah, but now it's allowed.
No, they ban it from
Actually, so what?
religious.
What do you mean? So what? That means it's like growing like more than before.
That's not a prophecy.
You know that during the 50s, alcohol was banned in the United States.
20s, during the 20s.
20s, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. People drunk it a lot. Yeah. Just
They were
because
like-
something's
they were
banned
like
does not mean that it's not
underground.
used.
They were
Exactly.
like they were like an underground clubs that people would go to
Yeah, exactly. Just because something is banned, it doesn't mean people aren't using it. And the
But
fact that they had to
can I-
ban it means that it was a problem.
Can
then.
I say something?
Yeah.
When do you think the Messiah is gonna come?
It could come any day. Could come right now. We don't know. Any moment.
And
Anyway,
what are the
here.
signs? What are the signs?
I'm
for
already here, so
The signs are mentioned in the Maimonides' Laws of Kings, chapter 11. He's going to, first of all, be an expert in the Torah,
No, I'm
and
saying
he's going
like
to influence the entire Jewish
signs
people.
before he comes.
I'm explaining. So, were the signs in the world or the signs of who Messiah is?
No, like signs that he's about to come.
There's no specific signs. There's a lot of things that talks about leading up to him, but there's nothing like very specific. He could come anytime. Not
What would
necessarily
lead up
any
to
specific.
him? Like the
Anything could lead
destruction
up
of
to him.
the destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque.
There's no thing. There's no. It doesn't mention Al-Aqsa mosques in the prophecy specifically. I mean, the Messiah could come anytime. He could have come thousands of years ago. He could also, but the Lubavitcher Rebbe said he's coming in this generation. So
What do
he's
you
kind
think
of
is the
overdue.
trigger of that? The
We don't know what it's going to be until it happens.
actually, for example, you know your good friends, the Notori Karta.
I heard about them. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I was thinking about his best friends, not yours.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
not our friends. Not our friends.
yeah, yeah. So the reason they're so pro-Palestine because they believe that in order for the Messiah to come, all the Jews must be exiled from Israel and to be in trouble in order for the
No,
Messiah
it's
to
not.
come.
It's
and
not
for them-
מדויק.
for them to-
No, יגאל זה לא
Yes,
נכון.
it's-
יגאל זה לא
it's-
נכון.
it's more or
אני
less-
אומרת לך, אני גרתי בוויליאמסבורג 10 שנים, זה לא נכון. זה שטויות,
so
אתם לא
why
מכירים
are-
אותם,
so
בגלל
why
זה
are
אומרים
they
את זה.
so-
It's not true.
So
It's not true, whatever. And we're not gonna get into it
What is
now,
this comment?
but
Someone in the
whatever.
comments saying.
What
Interesting.
happened to the guy from
What happened to that guy in New York
was-
that was versed in the Torah? I'm not sure what you mean. Chika. Not sure what your name is.
Wait, I have a question. Is the Torah that was? Wait,
Yeah,
so
what's your
what's the Torah like? Whose words are those?
The words of the
God.
Creator. The first part of the Torah is the 5 books of Moses
Moshe.
that was dictated to Moshe by the Creator, and then afterwards there was Joshua and the other prophets that the Creator spoke to.
And so is the original Torah that was like sent down? Was it like sent down? How was it brought?
The Creator told Moshe what to say through prophecy, partially at Mount Sinai and also in the tent of meeting in the tabernacle in the desert throughout the 40 years that the Jews were in the desert.
And when he so that original Torah, is it the exact as today's?
Exact.
Yeah, the exact same words.
We do not. We're very
Every word.
strict
It
on
was never-
changing. It was never changed.
Every
Jews
Torah,
in Yemen
yeah.
and Jews in
Every
Russia
Torah that's written
have the
in order-
same Torah.
Yeah. the Torahs that the Jews have been scattered throughout the entire world, but all the Torahs, they have the same. In order to write a Torah, the law is that they have to actually write it based on looking at another Torah. That's the only way that it's valid to be writing. They have to write it based on having another Torah that's been checked and validated by the court. And in order to write any Torah, they have to read from that other Torah word for word and copy it. And that goes all the way back down to Moshe, who got it directly from Hashem, the Creator.
And if you have one letter that is miswritten, it's disqualified.
The whole Torah is not right.
Just so you understand how
every letter is from the Creator directly.
Genesis 6-8 says Noah took 2 of each kind of animals into the ark, but then Genesis 7:2 says he took 7 pairs of each clean animal and 1 pair of each unclean animal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's your point?
Why
Sounds
did it
good
say? It says he took 2 of each kind of animal.
Yeah, 2 of each kind of the not kosher animals, and 7 pairs of the kosher ones. What's the problem?
Clean means kosher. I don't know. It doesn't mean dirty.
No one know about kosher. Those are kosher animals. Certain animals are kosher, certain animals are not. So all the other animals that are not kosher, he took 2. He took at least 2 of each. Rashi says it means at least 2. It could have been more, but the minimum was 2 of each. And regarding the kosher animals, he took 7 pairs of each. So what was the point of that? That was like a challenge? That was a question?
Translation is so weird. You see how it can go wrong?
Exactly. Clean. What does clean mean? Yeah. So many
Clean.
translation there.
Just
Also,
not
when it talks about
kosher.
Abraham and going to Haran, his brother was named Haran also, but with not with the ch. So they translate it the same though. But yeah.
What? Wait. So how did Moses die? It says, in a place. He was buried in a place where no one knows. But then,
Hashem buried him.
Moses died. Moses died alone after all of the Israelites went into Canaan. So like no one knows where he's buried for a very good reason. I once discussed it with someone
but
who told me
the Torah says
because if we would have known where Moses is buried, it would be like a place for pilgrimage and for worship, and that's not what God wanted.
How do you know? How do you know what God wants? Egan?
But it says.
Actually, it was like an entire discussion that it made kind of sense, you know.
But this wasn't written in the Torah that he was going to die, and no one
the Creator
knows.
told him. The Creator told him that he passed away, and then he wrote that.
Yeah, so
because he hit the rock and not talk to it, as God said.
Yeah, so basically, let's say you get lost in the woods and no one knows where you are, and people who don't know where you are, like anything could have happened to you. You could have been living like a king. You can be dead in the ditch, or you could have been ascended to the sky, or you could have been swallowed by the ground. So who knows?
Yeah.
Cool.
Atzamot, why you called yourself this, if I may ask?
It's a screen name. Really, it's Atzmus, which is a Kabbalistic term that refers to the essence of the Creator, which is found in every Jew, and it's like the etzem, the foundation.
That's what I'm saying. Atzamot means bones.
Essence. Yeah, it means bones, literally, but in the Kabbalah, the word Atzmus, which literally means bones, but it's like a metaphor for the Creator, because the bones are like the foundation of the body. So the Atzmus is like the foundation of all reality, all existence, like the bare bones of existence.
Right. And wie bist du jetzt in CH?
What was that?
You speak Yiddish? No.
Yiddish? קצת.
קצת, יותר טוב עברית. איפה אתה גר? ליד ה-770?
Yeah, 8 till 770 current heights. Yeah.
Okay, I know I did. I wasn't sure if you want to say, if you're comfortable
Yeah.
saying.
The Ata, God came. Hello.
מה? אני הייתי גרה בוויליאמסבורג.
Oh,
משהו
Williamsburg.
יותר מ10 שנים. ליד.
Oh, wow. Tov.
Bushwick, you know
Nice.
Bushwick?
I've heard about it. I've seen it somewhere. Not sure where.
So it's like 20 minutes away.
Yeah,
I used to be
sometimes bike there.
I used to be in Crown Heights many times.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, Williamsburg's like a 15-minute bike ride, basically.
Can. And we used to walk there, shabusim. It was nice.
That's cool. That's cool. It's a long walk, relatively. Not so long, but
It depends the weather.
yeah. It's cool.
Yeah. It is.
Nice. Yeah, so not sure if anyone else has any questions. We've been going for maybe like 4 hours. This is pretty intense.
It is. 4 hours long.
Yeah, I see.
One question. What's your opinion about what I said about the burial place of Moses? If we would have known where he's
Yeah, I heard that. I forgot where it was written, but I did see a commentary that said that. I'm not sure if they would have. It's because they would have worshipped him, or just because anyone who would have prayed there would have gotten everything that they asked for in the merit of Moses' righteousness, and I guess Hashem maybe didn't want them to get everything. I mean, nowadays people go to the Rebbe's resting place, which is pretty much similar to Moses in a way, and there are a lot of like miracle stories.
I went a few
That's
times.
cool.
I didn't get what I wanted.
Maybe you weren't supposed to get it.
It's always the answer.
I was about to say
Exactly.
that. I was about to say that.
Yeah. It depends what you ask for, I guess, and here. But it's cool.
I mean,
But
Judaism
it
is
you.
it's very interesting. It's just, I guess it's really strict, and there's like some things that don't really make sense.
It all makes sense. Just a question of if someone understands it or not.
I think the spiritual part and like the aluminum foil.
Aluminum foil. He's talking about on Passover when people put aluminum foil on their counters to make sure there's no chametz.
Oh, I do that all the time. And I spill hot water before.
See, that's like really strict and odd.
Yeah, well, it's
That's your
important to us. We need to make sure that there's no bread, or any crumbs. And the kitchen is a place where
What happens if
there's
there's
bread everywhere.
Then it's bad.
I don't know what
Like-
happened to you if you eat pig.
Exactly.
You choose
What
not
happens
to.
to you?
But come on, all three Abrahamic religions, they prohibit pig. It's reasonable.
No, first of all, not all three.
Yeah, it's all
Only
three.
Judaism, and then you copied it from us, but whatever.
No, Christianity.
They don't prohibit
Christians
pig.
eat
They serve
pig all the
pork all the
time.
time, dude.
What are you talking?
Bacon,
No,
and
those
eggs,
are-
bacon and eggs in the morning. Didn't you hear about it?
Exactly. It's in the Bible. Bacon
Do you
and
know
eggs.
it's bacon?
Bacon burger.
Yeah, bacon, 2 words. Yeah.
There's faith.
No, but I
in
mean,
it's actually
you could think of it
pretty
like, the reason why we have these laws, it's like if someone's allergic to gluten, then even like a tiniest bit of gluten is detrimental to their health. It could be like an emergency. So people who are gluten free, you could say like, oh, why are you so careful about like not eating bread? Who cares?
it's-
Just eat the bread
it
anyway. Like
is.
it's ridiculous because they're
It's-
gluten because they're allergic to it. It
It's
affects them.
Last month.
But that's what we want. No, a better example is for vegetarians,
It's
right?
discouraged. It's
they-
discouraged in the Bible. It says the pig is unclean for you, and
But
we
so
should
too
not
is
eat it.
Passover. Same thing with Passover. The Creator told us not to have any leaven in our house. The same thing. Same reason why we don't eat pig. The same reason why we don't have any leavened bread on Passover. Because the Creator told us in the Torah.
Lechem or leaven?
Leaven. But the
Right.
Creator told us in the Torah. It's not up for debate.
What's leaven?
Leavened yeast, leavened bread.
I thought lechem is bread.
No, but
Okay,
then
you could think a lot of
oh,
things.
you need to understand 1 + 1 before you understand 2 double times 2. You know what I mean?
2 times 2 is very complicated for some people.
Yeah. No, but I'm
2
saying
times
like
2.
you have to crawl before you walk. If you want to understand the Torah and why we do things, then you need. There's
Uh,
like
2 times 2
reasons
is 22.
before.
It's very simple.
Yeah, 2 times 2 is 22 at least. Probably more.
Lemon is the bread that it's the
fa-
how do you say yeast? When
Sour.
I don't know how to say it. Yeah, but in English.
Yeast is
sour.
sour.
Yes, yeah, but the bread is not allowed to rise, because I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it has a specific name or not.
Funny story. Funny story. Last month I went on vacation to Cyprus. In the hotel in breakfast, I saw some bacon. So I thought, what the hell? I'm on vacation. I'm out of the country. Let's try it.
Ew.
I tried it. I thought, no, we're not missing anything.
Listen, the smell of it, I used to live in Brooklyn and it smelled from all the bodegas. I was like, ew, how can people, if it smells like this, I don't want to know how
Dexter, why'd you eat it if it's against your religion?
Because I like to try it. So I thought maybe I'll try it.
Why'd you mute me?
What's the hype is all about? So I tried it. I thought, no, we're not missing anything.
He have the freedom of choice to do whatever he wants.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of Judaism. We don't chop people's heads off if they don't follow the religion. You know what I mean?
No, we just do it whenever they don't do what I say.
We can like tell them no, but we can force it upon them.
We don't chop people's heads off.
Maybe one day.
What?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said, but whatever. It happens.
We don't chop people's heads off.
Depends where.
Interesting theory.
I eat Rice Krispies.
Good for you.
Cool.
Where do you live?
America?
Yeah, but they sell pork in Palestine.
You know what I'm talking about, okay? Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. In many countries, it's being forced, and that's it.
There's a pork market. There's actually pork markets in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, you can't even go without your head uncovered in Iran, okay? Like, do me a favor.
Iran
You can't go with a tank top in a mall in Saudi Arabia.
Hold on. Iran is Shia, and it's prohibited to have tattoos, but Shias are allowed to have tattoos.
I'm talking about head covering. I'm giving an example.
No, if you, that's actually not true. You're not allowed to get tattoos when you're a Muslim, but if you convert and you have tattoos, then it's okay.
No.
After you convert,
no, Sunnis
not allowed to get any more tattoos.
Sunnis and Shias are different. Shias have tattoos. All my Shia friends, they're allowed to get tattoos.
Yeah.
Okay, are you allowed to drink in Muslim countries?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Syria has bars, Lebanon has bars, Palestine has bars, Saudi Arabia recently started having bars.
What's that? Never heard of Palestine.
Wait. But what, in Iraq and in Morocco?
Yeah, Iraq.
You pick and choose.
Iraq Chaldeans, they're all Christian. Yeah, they do have bars there.
They're all Christian. You said it yourself.
Chaldeans.
You said it yourself.
Yeah, in Iraq, of course. Well, Muslims don't drink. No.
Exactly. Don't they? Even I go in New York to where they live, they don't serve alcohol in their places, the hookah places in Astoria.
Yeah, because
they don't. It's fine. I'm not saying it's their choice.
Okay, then
exactly.
why when I go to the kosher market, there's no pigs there? What?
Exactly, because it's a matter of choice. But people are free to do whatever they want. But in Yemen, if you drink alcohol, you go into prison.
Yemen?
Yes, Yemen.
Also in Iran.
In Iran, Bichlal, they're gonna chop your kishkas. They're gonna hang you in the street.
They're gonna chop everything.
I don't know. I think those are just the two countries.
Okay. If
Do you know any other ones?
If you say so.
Egypt has bars.
Two countries is more than one, and it's bad already, but whatever.
It's just two countries.
Dude, don't act like you don't know what we're talking about. You know damn
No,
well.
but there are actual bars I always see in Palestine.
Okay.
What's Palestine?
Also,
There's bars in
Samaria.
Palestine? No.
Yeah, never heard of Palestine before.
Yeah.
Ever heard of
you know the joke?
bulbul in your mouth?
You know the joke of Gabriel Iglesias. He says Gabriel Iglesias, Fluffy, he's a comedian. So he says he was invited to Saudi Arabia by the prince, and a guy came up to him and said, "Let me tell you a joke. Two guys go into a bar. Not in this country."
Brutal.
Dexter, when was the last time you served in the IDF?
Unfortunately, the IDF considered me too unstable and too dangerous to society, and they didn't recruit me.
He's too good at his job, in other words.
Are you a part of the Mossad?
Oh my gosh.
I can't confirm or deny.
Gubler, can I ask me the question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, ask me.
That's why.
If I wasn't there, if I was in the IDF.
I am pretty sure you were.
How do you know?
It's not the first time I spoke to you.
Oh, really?
Actually,
I was in the Air Force.
You watch Nuri's live?
Who?
Nuri, the Egyptian.
Nuri?
She's half Egyptian, half Israeli.
Not sure. Maybe
You don't know her?
Laura.
I don't know where I met you. You know, Eliyahu.
I think you mean Nora.
You have the same name?
Not Nuri.
I don't know. I met her.
Goober, are you under the same name?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't.
You know Ido Levy?
No.
Ido?
No. Not that I remember.
Like
I'm not
he used to like be like, I'm Israeli and I stayed with Palestine.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, no one stands with Palestine.
I know Dexter knows me.
Dexter, you know him?
No.
None of you guys know me? I used to turn on my camera and I showed the Israeli flag.
Sorry, my memory.
Maybe if I see your face, I don't remember you by name.
I never showed my face.
How long ago was this?
I do it here and there.
No, because I was away for a long time.
Do you know who Eliyahu is? Eliyahu Koren?
No. Eliyahu Cohen? It's like the most common name.
What is the black cube in Mecca? We actually don't pray to it because we can actually pray inside it. So it doesn't make sense. And we think it's the house of God. We can actually go inside it. I don't know if a lot of people knew that or not.
Now we do.
And we can pray in any direction. It's usually only one direction.
With us, it's one direction.
You can pray towards Mecca only.
You.
There's no any direction.
Yeah, but if they're in Mecca already.
You see, I just bring the flag and I go like this. And then I stomp on it.
Oh, you stomp on it. I was gonna say it's dirty.
Yeah.
Same as your feet. You go for so much effort. I feel sorry for you almost.
I made this friend that made me learn Hebrew.
What did you learn?
I think I can have a
Hey
conversation.
guys, gotta go to work. Nice talking to you. Leave.
אוקיי, ליגה.
אהבה.
שמור על עצמך,
לילה
נשמה. בשורות טובות, לילה טוב.
Nice seeing you. Oh, he's gone. All right. Well, yeah. Do you have any more questions, anyone? Or, we're good?
You want to go to sleep?
Sleep is a strong word.
What time is it for you?
It's only 2:21 a.m.
Time for Daf Yomi.
Layla
You do
Tov.
talking? Tyler Lowe.
Okay, guys. Layla Tov.
Nice meeting you all.
Nice meeting you too.
Yeah,
Bשורות
I
טובות
guess I'll see you
בעזרת
guys.
השם.
Yes, Bez Hashem. I guess I'll see you guys soon. If you guys
Okay.
want to come back one day.
Yeah, I follow
That's
you.
good. Oh, cool.
See you soon בעזרת השם.
Bez Hashem.
שבוע טוב,
Yeah.
חודש טוב.
Chodesh Tov, Chodesh Elul.
Yep.
It's good.
It's good. Good stuff.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I'll see you soon, I guess.
Yeah. לילה טוב.
See ya.
See you. Bye.